City News starts now.
Almost 6 o'clock. Welcome in, everyone. Good morning. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski. Julian Sador leaving for a special assignment today.
That's exactly right. Ted Payton staying for a special assignment today. Two things we haven't talked about in a while. Rain.
Okay. Yeah.
And cooler temperatures.
Oh, yes.
What?
We get them both all at once. Yes, we are going to have those cooler temperatures, mainly because of the rain and the cloud cover that's going to be settled in here on your Thursday. The stationary front bringing in some of the colder air to the Carolinas, and that plays into some isolated showers and downpours that could lead to pooling and ponding in the low-lying areas. So we have a flood watch in effect until this evening for Mecklenburg County. Areas east of I-77 could see that flood watch in effect through your early morning on Friday. As of right now, the heaviest rain along the I-40 corridor east of Hickory heading into Iredell County, pushing towards Asheboro into Greensboro with more of the dry conditions over uptown right now. Zooming out, there's more moisture where that came from. We'll have those intermittent showers and the rain chances sticking around for most of today. We're just a couple hours away from an update in our drought conditions, seeing how things have progressed from last week into this week. We need the rainfall sitting at level 3, 4, and 5 out of 5. Water vapor satellite imagery showing most of the moisture focused over the Carolinas for today. That's all courtesy of that stationary front, which will be tracking south throughout the day. High pressure building out of the Midwest. Tropical storm Bertha tracking west as well towards Texas. It's the moisture ahead of that cold front or stationary front that's providing the showers and the storms here in the Queen City. Tropical storm Bertha looking at those 45-mile-per-hour winds tracking west, heading towards Corpus Christi, Galveston, Houston, as we head into your Thursday afternoon and evening, being a remnant low as we approach your Friday. So we'll keep an eye on the Gulf as Bertha stays out of our region, but kicks up that moisture far enough north to give us some rain chances as that stationary front tracks into the Carolinas. More on your temperatures here coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Annie?
All right, Ted, thank you. This encounter between a pair of Charlotte women and immigration agents is now the focus of a lawsuit seeking millions of dollars in damages. The women claim they were assaulted and wrongfully detained while they were legally monitoring immigration operations. This all happened during Operation Charlotte's Web. That's Border Patrol's November sweep in the Queen City. Our chief political correspondent, Andy Weber, spoke with their attorney, who says her clients didn't break a single law.
They were followed by immigration agents. They were assaulted, held at gunpoint. Their car window was smashed, and they were arrested and detained for hours.
That encounter and subsequent arrest of two Charlotte women is at the center of this newly filed claim seeking more than $2 million in damages from Border Patrol, ICE, and Homeland Security. Attorneys for the pair say on November 17, 2025, Kristen Roos and Tatiana Rossini got word of agents carrying out operations in East Charlotte and began to follow what they believed to be a federal vehicle, at times honking their horn and blowing a whistle to alert others of CBP's presence.
Kristen and Tatiana were engaged in First Amendment protected activities. They did not commit a crime. They did not even violate a traffic law.
Roos and Rossini eventually left, but then were followed by federal agents, which is when this encounter occurred. Agents smashing their car window and arresting the two. They were taken into custody, given criminal citations, and released some 4 hours later. Their attorney says those charges were eventually dropped.
They seek accountability for the harm that was caused by immigration agents and the government officials that ratified the behavior of these agents and allowed for something like this to not only happen in Charlotte, but happen across the United States.
Border Patrol acknowledged a Queen City News request but did not comment on the claim. At the time of the incident, agency leaders argued that similar arrests were lawful because civilians were interfering with operations and assaulting their agents. The immigration agencies named in this claim have 6 months to respond. If they fail to respond or deny the claim, attorneys for Roos and Rossini will file a lawsuit in federal court. Reporting in Uptown, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
There are now more than 11,500 cyclosporiasis cases around the country. 560 of those are right here in North Carolina. People are even changing their eating habits due to this outbreak. State health experts have linked many of North Carolina's cases to lettuce, parsley, and cilantro. So instead of buying bagged greens and berries, some shoppers are choosing local farmers markets, believing the products are fresher.
Always the risk, you never know, but we're doing everything we can to mitigate that. You're running less of a risk by not having it shipped in or brought in and sitting in a truck for God knows how long. The fresher the better is what I would say.
Wherever you buy your produce, health experts continue to recommend thoroughly washing your fruits and vegetables before you eat them. It doesn't completely squander the chances of catching the disease, but it does help wash away some of the parasites. Otherwise, you can cook the produce to kill them. The maker of Ozempic, Novo Nordisk, is suing competitor Eli Lilly. It's accusing the company of false advertising when it comes to its weight loss drug. They say Eli Lilly is using outdated studies to show Mounjaro and Zepbound can lead to more weight loss over Ozempic and Wegovy. Novo Nordisk wants Eli Lilly to remove all advertising and conduct a corrective advertising campaign.
The Bishop of the Diocese of Charlotte is making a plea to Catholics following the Society of St. Pius X. He's asking them to return to the Catholic Church they once knew. One of those parishioners tells Queen City News reporter Matt Stell he and other followers believe they've done nothing wrong.
This is the 6-page letter written to Catholics in the Diocese of Charlotte. Bishop Michael Martin says attending St. Anthony of Padua Catholic Church in Mount Holly or any chapel associated with the Society of St. Pius X should be avoided. But the bishop says the door back to the Roman Catholic Church remains open.
He's not talking to me. I'm not uncertain in the least about my place in the church. I'm a Catholic who's just trying to save my soul.
St. Anthony parishioner Jim DePiante tells us he means no disrespect, but he finds Bishop Martin's letter laughable.
I believe it's all done in fear-mongering and ain't scared. I know where I stand before God and man, and I'm not scared in the least.
The plea from the bishop comes just days after Pope Leo officially declared the Society of St. Pius X, or better known as SSPX, in schism with the Roman Catholic Church, and formally excommunicated a group of SSPX bishops that were consecrated without the Pope's approval earlier this month.
They're in essence treating this society now as a group that is on the outside of the Catholic world.
SSPX followers strongly believe in traditional Latin Mass and returning to the teachings of the ancient Catholic Church. In his detailed letter, Bishop Martin calls on SSPX followers within the diocese to pray and consider returning to full communion with the Catholic Church, telling followers that the Church does not desire punishment, but reconciliation.
But I'm not out of communion with Rome.
In the letter, Martin goes on to say that any baptisms, confirmations, marriages, or confessions that took place at SSPX chapels like St. Anthony will have to be carefully reviewed by a priest or a tribunal within the diocese to determine if they are valid.
Since we don't even think we've left the church, which we haven't, then what does it mean to go back into something you've never left and jump through these absurd hoops that no one has to jump through?
Duke Divinity Professor Peter Casarella has worked with Bishop Martin and tells us the bishop likely believes this is the best attempt to restore unity to the local church.
He's reaching out to them. He's the good shepherd. He doesn't want them to stop their faith. He doesn't want to kick anybody out.
In Mount Holly, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Democrats are pushing a plan to eliminate interest on student loan payments as a record number of borrowers are defaulting on them. More than 9 million Americans have defaulted because they can't afford their monthly payments. The Department of Education eliminated a Biden-era income-driven repayment program this month. The previous administration said it was designed to lower monthly payments for millions of borrowers, but the Trump administration says those accounts will begin accruing interest once again in August. Now, some Democratic lawmakers, like Connecticut Congressman Joe Courtney and Vermont Senator Peter Welch, are pushing to stop that from happening. 6:08, let's get a check of our pinpoint weather with meteorologist Ted Phaeton. Ted, let's talk about the rain. We saw some showers overnight. What's on tap for today?
Yeah, we have another round of wet weather moving through this afternoon. Not too much over uptown as of right now as we sit in the upper 70s. Sun's coming up over the horizon, west-southwest winds at 6 miles per hour. Temperatures are cooler to start along the I-40 corridor in areas north, slightly warmer along Charlotte into Monroe and parts of Chirra. Temperatures will be ramping up again in the mid to upper 70s. Already feeling the warmest temperatures of the day. Low 80s Monroe and Wadesboro with our highs not too far off of that. We'll hold on to those 70s for most of this afternoon and the evening, with those scattered showers and storms really being a feature that sticks around for most of the day today. Mid to upper 70s with those rain chances ramping up through your mid-morning. And again, this afternoon and evening, just scattered and intermittent in nature. So download the Pinpoint Weather app to keep an eye to the sky. We'll be in the low 80s for your afternoon highs. We've already felt that, so more in the way of the 70s throughout the day. Southwest winds 5 miles per hour. The good chance of the rain sticking around even into this evening as lows drop down into the upper 60s by your early morning hours on Friday. We'll continue to see those cooler temperatures, low 80s, upper 70s to finish off the work week. We'll gradually warm back up with 90s returning heading into early next week. More on your forecast coming up here in the next 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, Ted, thank you very much. Well, you might be using something in your vehicle today you haven't used in a while. Windshield wipers. Make sure they work, that they're not streaky or cracked from all this summer heat. Make sure they're in good operating order. You're going to need them. Just because rain hasn't moved to your neighborhood just yet in Mecklenburg County doesn't mean it's not coming. If you were just listening to Ted, it's going to be here. So just be aware of that certainly throughout the day. Right now, things are looking pretty good. We're looking live here on the east side of town. This is Independence Boulevard. You can see a little bit of the Queen City still lit up before that sunrise this morning and before the rain comes in. That stretch looking good. Overall, things are actually looking pretty good this Thursday morning. Rush hour doesn't officially start till about 7. Right now, just one small incident on a secondary road, but it's not causing any delays around town. On the south part of the city, here's down at the state line near Carowinds, I-77 north and south. Northbound is on the right-hand side. That stretch looking good at about 60 miles an hour. Out near the airport, here's 85 at Billy Graham Parkway, all 8 lanes across. They're looking good. Southwest part of town, 485 inner and outer loop in South Charlotte, right near Park Road. We like it. If you are headed to the airport this morning, with some of that weather coming in, we don't expect any delays or cancellations, but always check with your app before you go. As far as driving to the airport, no delays. 15 minutes from uptown, half an hour coming up from Rock Hill, less than that, 24 minutes coming down from the Lake Norman area. So good to go. We'll give you another update coming up with your traffic around 6:30. Annie?
Tropical storm Bertha is here, bringing along with it dangerous storm surges and flooding. We'll have a look at how thousands along the Gulf Coast are bracing for impact. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
A court date has been set for former Venezuela President Nicolas Maduro and his wife to face drug trafficking charges. This comes as his defense team continues its push to get the case thrown out. Maduro and his wife face 3 cocaine and weapons trafficking charges. Maduro also faces a charge of narco-terrorism conspiracy. The couple was brought to the U.S. back in January after a raid ordered by President Trump. Prosecutors claim that Maduro ran the country as a drug trafficking organization during his time as president. The defense is calling for the case to be thrown out, claiming that Maduro had diplomatic immunity and the U.S. raid was illegal. Maduro and his wife are set to return to the courtroom on June 1st of next year.
You're looking live at the U.S. Capitol up in Washington. House lawmakers there will be in session today, focusing on a vote that would limit President Trump's war powers against Iran. It comes after they passed a bill Wednesday to put restrictions on stock trades by members of Congress. The proposal included a last-minute provision that would require voters to show photo ID at the polls. News Nation Washington correspondent Kristen Eskow reports on the measure.
A bill that aims to prevent insider trading by members of Congress is getting a vote on the House floor. The bill bans lawmakers and their immediate family members from buying individual stocks. It does not require them to divest, but they would have to give at least 7 days' notice before selling any stocks.
If you want to day trade, there's a place for that. It's called Wall Street. If you want to come to Washington, you should be working on behalf of the American people.
Shortly before the vote, House Republicans added part of the Save America Act to the bill, requiring Americans to show a photo ID to vote in federal elections.
It's probably in excess of 9 out of 10 Americans support both of those measures. Everybody's hard-pressed to vote against that.
That voter ID requirement has spurred opposition from Democrats. Some say they would have otherwise supported the bill.
I think that was a poison pill meant to make this a partisan vote.
It would add unnecessary and unrelated provisions that make it harder for Americans to vote.
Members of both parties have criticized the stock trading proposal, arguing it doesn't go far enough to stop insider trading.
They are trying to advance a fake stock trading ban.
I don't think it's going to solve problems up here, but I'll vote for it.
Hours before the vote, Republican Congressman Tim Burchett told me he was undecided.
I like my bill that actually bans stock trading. This bill allows you to hang on to your stocks.
The full Senate has not yet considered any stock trading ban. Kristen Eskow, News Nation, Washington.
Immigrant rights advocates and North Carolina lawmakers will halt plans to reopen a private prison as an ICE detention facility. Organizers staged a protest at the General Assembly in Raleigh Wednesday. They oppose plans to use Rivers Correctional Institution in Hertford County to detain arrested immigrants. Opponents cite reports of overcrowding, bad food, lack of health care, and deaths in detention facilities.
We don't need detention centers. We don't need another corporation making money from immigrant families. And we don't need another community carrying the weight of a broken system. Not in our North Carolina. So today we say no.
Republicans say their immigration policies are designed to strengthen cooperation with federal immigration agencies and to improve public safety.
South Carolina Senator Tim Scott is paying tribute to his late colleague, Lindsey Graham. Scott hosted the 16th annual South Carolina Senate Prayer Breakfast in Washington Wednesday. The Republican senator dedicated the event to the life and legacy of Lindsey Graham, who died back on July 11th.
If Lindsey Graham is your friend, he will do what he doesn't really want to do because it's important to you. South Carolina had a friend in Lindsey Graham.
Graham's sister Darlene also spoke at the prayer breakfast. She is serving out the remainder of his term and is running for his seat in next month's special Republican primary.
Tropical storm Bertha is bringing heavy rain and large storm surges to the Gulf Coast this morning as it continues to move west. The storm is expected to reach Texas later this afternoon. Residents in the Plaquemines Parish area in Louisiana say that they're breathing a sigh of relief now that the storm has mostly passed. Town President Keith Hinckley issued a state of emergency ahead of the storm, calling on residents to prepare in case the storm was more dangerous than projected.
So if that tide would have gone up, say 5 feet or more, there's some potential that the road would have been underwater in that area. Someone needs to get out from the south to the north that allows them to be able to have a way to get north.
They were prepared, though. The town had rocks placed along nearby levees to shore them up and prevent roadways from flooding. It's been a minute, Ted, since we talked about tropical storms, hurricane season, all the things happening out in the Gulf and the Atlantic. So here we go.
Here we go. We're back in the thick of things as we're starting to approach more of the active parts of the hurricane season. Late July into August really starts to see that activity ramp up. Right now, close to home, we're tracking the showers, isolated pockets of heavy rain, flood advisory here to our north. That's from the downpours in Iredell County, heading further north and east along that I-40 corridor. Zooming out, we are holding on to rounds of heavy rain pushing east. Your flood watch will still be in effect for surrounding areas. We pull that stationary front south right over the border of North and South Carolina. Red indicating where our flood potential will be, with that storm activity tracking further east towards the Outer Banks. By Friday, we'll pull that red south a little bit more as that stationary front sits over our Gulf states into South Carolina. That is all while high pressure builds out of the Midwest. And of course, that tropical storm Bertha pushes west towards Texas, dissipating into a remnant low by the end of the week. So clouds and radar showing some of the wet weather and the rain impacts. Our overnight lows will be in the upper 60s, but this afternoon looking at some isolated downpours, some rumbles of thunder here and there. An active Thursday on the way before we dry out overnight heading into your Friday. I'm looking at more scattered and isolated impacts throughout the day on Friday. Friday night into your Saturday looks mostly dry, maybe an overnight pop-up shower or two. And then I'm looking at an inch to an inch and a half, maybe 2 inches in some isolated spots when it comes to the end of the work week. There's your flood watch in effect. That's going to be until this evening at 8 p.m. Early morning hours east of I-77. Current temperatures in the upper 70s, low 80s, not too far off from what our highs today will be. Likely already have felt the hottest temperatures of the day with those cooler temperatures and that cooler air funneling in. Overnight lows will be in the upper 60s overnight. Mountain counties in the upper 50s, low 60s. We'll rebound into the upper 70s to finish off the work week and bring in those 80s heading into the weekend before 90s return early next week. You're what, Annie?
Thanks, Ted. You're taking a live look over New York City this morning. How are Wall Street futures shaping up on this Thursday? We'll check in with business correspondent Jane King in about 3 minutes. Welcome back. Tesla is testing Wall Street's patience with AI spending, and Southwest Airlines says high fuel costs are hitting their profits. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good morning.
Hi, Annie. Good morning to you. And stocks lower this morning. Dow's down about 200 points. Oil back up again. $4, almost $5 higher this morning. So we're seeing some significant gains there. Stocks were lower yesterday. The Iran conflict been pushing up oil prices and interest rates. It doesn't look like the situation with Iran is coming to a conclusion anytime soon based on some of the things we've heard from the Secretary of State as well as the President. Well, the fuel bill is climbing at Southwest Airlines. The second quarter fuel bill jumped by almost $900 million compared to a year ago. Now, the airline says profits will be on the lower end of expectations, but there's still a lot of uncertainty regarding the Iran war. And Tesla's profits fell despite a strong quarter of auto sales. So the problem is Tesla's unprecedented spending on AI. Now, Tesla CEO Elon Musk says the company should be spending as fast as it can without being wasteful. It's also investing in robotics, autonomy. Tesla's expanding its robo-taxis to Orlando and Tampa. So that stock is down this morning as well. Annie, back to you.
All right, Jane, good stuff. Thank you so much. We'll see you in our 8 o'clock hour. Okay. Heading to a break, you're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
We are tracking some of those showers playing into flood concerns here for your Thursday. That's going to be sticking around all the way through the afternoon and evening before we dry out approaching the weekend. We'll detail your forecast coming up.
The lives of U.S. soldiers honored as their bodies return home. How the friends and family of a North Carolina service member are remembering him.
A North Carolina police officer named a suspect in a more than 20-year murder case of a teenager. We'll have the latest details on that investigation. 6:30 here on your Thursday morning. Thank you so much for kicking off your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Happy Thursday morning, everyone. Julian Sedora is gone for the day on assignment. Meteorologist Ted Phaeton, I got questions for you.
Uh-oh.
Are you ready?
No.
Okay. So tomorrow night is
Yeah.
the 24 Hours of Booty. It's the big cancer event
Yep.
here in Charlotte. Thousands of people are going to be in Uptown in the Myers Park area.
Yes.
Walking, cycling, rucking for 24 hours.
Yeah.
This is the first year that we're not dealing with 100-degree temperatures, which we're
Yes.
excited about. We've never really had to deal with rain.
Yeah, scattered showers and
Okay.
isolated downpours. I'm not looking at too much of a major impact for that 24-hour span. Luckily, the bulk of the rain is going to be today into Friday, more scattered nature on Friday.
It might actually feel
It might feel
pretty
nice.
good, you know?
Yeah,
as long as it's not a storm. Do what?
But then smelly.
Smelly. Well, I'll cycle with a bar soap.
There you go.
Annie.
Thank
And
you.
just-
Put one of those pine tree air fresheners on.
Oh my gosh,
There you
I'm going to
go.
hang that on my bike helmet.
There we
There
go.
you go. Hey, that's what I call being festive and fresh. As we head out and about this morning, we have the flood watch that's going to be in effect until this evening. Flood advisory, Iredell County heading north and east along that I-40 corridor, where the pooling and ponding in the low-lying areas and the rising water levels all could be an issue with the torrential rainfall and the consistent rainfall that's just stayed parked over Iredell County and areas north. This has been the consistent setup for quite some time. Even zooming out and looking at your big picture setup, more moisture where that came from out of the western Carolinas and eastern Tennessee, and we have more of the consistent rain that's just been settled over the I-40 corridor. We need the rainfall as drought conditions continue. Level 3 and 4 out of 5 around the Queen City. More of the level 4 and 5 out of 5 just north and west of Raleigh in that red shading and the darker red shading. We will be looking at the water vapor satellite imagery, that moisture parked right over the Carolinas. So that's going to play into your rain chances today. Intermittent on again, off again before drying out heading into the weekend. High pressure builds out of the Midwest. Tropical Storm Bertha maintaining its winds at about 45 miles per hour. Wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, tracking west as we head into your Thursday afternoon and evening. Likely becoming a remnant low by Friday over Texas, impacting Galveston and Houston later on this afternoon, 3-4 o'clock, potentially making another landfall before becoming a remnant low over Victoria, San Antonio, and further in towards Mexico. That moisture will really increase across our Gulf states and give us the flood concerns from Louisiana into southeast Texas. We'll have some of the moisture pushing north and east towards the Queen City, but the winds also will be impacting the coast, playing into the storm surge over southern Louisiana. That's going to impact more of eastern Texas with the tropical storm warning in effect all the way through Houston. I'll break down your forecast of what to expect here close to home with another check coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, we'll be ready for it. Thank you so much, Ted. Appreciate that. Let's take you live outside just north of Uptown. Here's I-77, north and south. Northbound going under the bridge on the right-hand side towards that Queen City skyline, going under LaSalle Street. All stretches looking good there. Overall, as we look around the crown, things are looking good. Only one incident on the board in the northeast part of town off West W.T. Harris Boulevard, not causing any delays. Volume is light. Rush hour officially starts in about 30 minutes. On the west side of town, though, you can see a little bit of a blip on 85 northbound. That is typical, so no worries. No reports of accidents, but this is between Gastonia and Belmont, around 15 minutes. Matter of fact, let's take you out there. Here's 85 at Cox Road, and this is typical this time of morning. You got a lot of traffic all going in the same place at the same time as people merge from the right-hand lane there, but you're slowing down to about 20-30 miles an hour. At least it's moving. We'll continue to monitor that throughout the morning. Let's go down to the North-South Carolina state line near Carowinds. Here's I-77, north and south, right before the 485 split. Out by the airport, you got 85 at Billy Graham Parkway. All 8 lanes across, looking good. 485 inner and outer in the southwest part of town near Park Road. Also looking good. Here's Independence Boulevard on the east side. Still waiting on a little more clarity here for that skyline to show up, a little more sunrise. We'll see what we get before some rain moves in. Just make sure your wipers are working, brakes, all the things with your vehicle before you hop in this morning. We'll give you another update of traffic coming up at 7 o'clock.
Overnight, the United States carried out its 12th straight day of airstrikes on Iran. U.S. Central Command says the strikes are meant to degrade Iran's ability to threaten vessels in the Strait of Hormuz and other regional waters. Iranian state media is reporting U.S. missiles struck the western part of the country. They also say 2 people were killed in a missile attack near the Iraqi border. Wednesday, President Trump said America will destroy a bridge or power plant each time Iran shoots at a ship in the strait. The president is honoring the lives of the service members recently killed in the war with Iran. He attended a dignified transfer Wednesday at Dover Air Force Base. The number of deaths since the start of the war has now reached 18. Now, 2 of those soldiers killed last weekend were stationed at Fort Bragg, 30-year-old Michael Swinton of Fayetteville and 25-year-old Tyler Feehan of Hawaii. Governor Josh Stein has directed all U.S. and state flags in North Carolina to be flown at half-staff in their honor through tomorrow night. Reporter Justin Moore spoke to people in the Fort Bragg community who are remembering First Lieutenant Feehan and the impact he had.
These boots are still waiting outside of First Lieutenant Tyler Feehan's home in Fayetteville, waiting for him to come home. His family says they represented his presence while he was deployed. Now they represent a heartbreaking loss. The 25-year-old was killed Saturday during an Iranian attack at an air base in Jordan. On Wednesday, Feehan and 3 other soldiers returned to American soil during a dignified transfer ceremony.
We're going to honor them, and one of the hardest things to do. For me, it's one of the hardest things to do as a president.
To the Army, he was a leader. To his family, he was TiVo, a son who chased adventure, a leader who believed in serving others, a young man who planned to marry his fiancée Claire after returning home. His parents tell CBS 17 they're praying for those service members who are currently serving this country. They're also heartbroken, but proud beyond words. They say no parent could have asked for a better son, and carrying Feehan's legacy forward is now their purpose. They're also asking that in remembering him, people pause to see the good this country still holds, rather than what divides it.
Coming up on 6:37, 2 men are facing charges in connection with a multi-vehicle crash in Matthews that left a biker dead. Investigators accuse Ryan Faulkner of making a left turn in front of victim Jonathan Hill back on July the 1st that started the crash. When Hill's bike collided, he was thrown off of it before they say the second suspect, Su-Kui Zhang, then ran him over and left the scene. Another person involved in the crash went to the hospital with minor injuries. Both suspects faced a judge earlier this week. This morning, they are out of jail on bond. Voters in Union County will soon decide whether to build a new jail. This week, commissioners approved a bond referendum to go on the November ballot. Voters will be asked if they will allow the county to use a general obligation bond to pay for the project. Now, if approved, the property tax rate would increase 3.11 cents per $100 of value. The new facility would have about 500 beds. The project would also repurpose a nearby administrative building for staff training and operational support. A North Carolina police officer has been named a suspect in a 22-year-old murder case. 16-year-old Josh Davis was killed in January of 2004 while walking along a Garner Road. His death was initially classified as a hit and run, but is now being investigated as a homicide. New warrants named 4 Oaks police officer Megan Potter as a suspect. Records show that Potter admitted to driving a stolen car connected with Davis's death, but not at the time of the incident. Officials say she is no longer cooperating with investigators. Potter's not been charged with a crime, but is on unpaid administrative leave and has been demoted from her position as a detective.
North Carolina House lawmakers have yet to hold an override vote on a gun measure vetoed by Governor Josh Stein. It would allow people as young as 18 to carry concealed weapons without permits. As Dina Harley reports, gun rights groups want the bill to get some movement.
Nash County Sheriff Keith Stone says not only would it put law enforcement in danger, but kids in schools as well.
It's like giving a kid a driver's license without driver's ed.
Nash County Sheriff Keith Stone is applauding Governor Josh Stein for last year's veto on Senate Bill 50, a concealed carry bill that would allow people as young as 18 years old to carry a concealed gun without a permit or training. He's worried about guns in the hands of young people.
There's high school students that are 18 years old that are going to school. They're going to be able to carry a gun concealed. If they do it all summer, when they start back to school, they're going to carry these guns.
And guns in the hands of people with little to no training. That, he says, puts law enforcement at a greater risk.
People that take carry concealed classes know what to do when approached by law enforcement. If everybody's carrying firearms, nobody knows what to do because they've not had any training. They might reach for the weapon. They might attempt to hide the weapon, and the officer poses as a threat.
Paul Vallone, the executive director of Grassroots NC, a Second Amendment advocacy group, wants the bill passed. There are 2 Republican representatives holding that up, and without full Republican support, the House can't override the governor's veto. Vallone says he wants answers.
We are demanding that Speaker Hall get his caucus in order and give us a recorded vote. He promised he would give us a vote. We want the vote.
He says it's about giving law-abiding citizens a chance to exercise their Second Amendment rights. He also says criminals already get guns illegally, and so criticism of the bill isn't justified in his eyes. Sheriff Stone disagrees.
The idea that somehow a prohibition against, for example, carrying without a permit is going to keep a criminal from doing exactly that is ludicrous.
It's more difficult for him to get the weapon when there's not as many weapons on the street to get. Usually we find that a criminal has to pay twice the amount of money to obtain a firearm illegal than a legal person going in to get it.
The Senate overrode the governor's veto. Without the House doing so, though, it can't become law.
Dina Harley reporting a young driver isn't letting anything get in his way of pursuing his racing dreams. We're heading out to Charlotte Motor Speedway to hear from that driver who's inspiring others in the garage. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. All right, well, if you loved all the World Cup action and you just don't want soccer to end, you're in luck because the MLS has returned to action. Charlotte FC facing off against Atlanta last night at the Bank. At first, it did look like Charlotte was in complete control, but our rivals down I-85 fought back to a 2-2 draw. Carolina Sports Live's Gia Lancey has that recap.
The last time Charlotte FC took the pitch for MLS action was over 60 days ago. So the goal against Atlanta United was to hit the ground running and continue the momentum they had before the World Cup break began, and to start off this second half on a high note, which is exactly what they did in the first half. They were knocking on the door to start, but in the 16th minute, it looked like Archie Goodwin was going to get it to the back of the net, but it was Kerwin Vargas who gave the Crown the upper hand and a goal for Charlotte FC. And then Liel Abada doubled their score right before the second half. Starting fast and strong was exactly what head coach Dean Smith wanted for his squad.
I thought we played well. I thought we created some really good chances today. It's certainly 1 or 2 points that got away from us tonight. But there was lots of positives in terms of the chances that we created.
But it was a tale of two halves. The second half started okay, but Atlanta United were able to equalize, suppressing the energy the Crown had in the first half.
I was disappointed with 2 or 3 of the chances they had first half. I didn't think our fullbacks. I thought our fullbacks didn't stay with our centre backs close enough, and they allowed gaps for players to run through. But we always looked to threat on when we got the ball and had chances to score more goals today.
Well, not too much time to dwell on this because they have to get right back to work to prep for the New York Red Bulls on Saturday. Reporting from Bank of America Stadium, Gia Lancey, Queen City News.
Oh, you're going to love this. The World Cup gave plenty of MLS players a few weeks rest, right? Leading to maybe some rusty play last night. One moment, though, from the Inter Miami Chicago game might take the cake for the lowest low light of the season. Check this out.
A 5-3 win for the Chicago Fire on September 30th. It's a full strength Miami team.
Goodness.
Oh my gosh! Wow! What a disaster! Swing and a miss from Rocco Rios Novo.
Just a bit outside. Oh, man, even the pros make rookie mistakes. So all Inter Miami goalkeeper Rocco Rios Novo, right? All he can do is put his hands up. He makes that little face and accept defeat. After the miss with the kick there, it turned into an own goal, which means you score on yourself. Quite the blunder in the club's first return back to the pitch after the World Cup break. It wasn't all bad, though, for Novo and Inter Miami. They did end up with the 3-2 victory over Chicago.
I mean, at least they got the win. But you know what? Pro athletes sometimes are just like us.
Wait, what?
Sometimes.
They're human, you're saying?
They are human.
Wow.
They do things like that. That's honestly
Okay.
something I would have done.
Oh, my gosh, I would have too.
Big swing and a miss.
In your head, you crushed it,
Oh,
but in
yeah.
reality,
and you saw him go like,
whiff.
just like the.
You know what? Yeah. My bad, guys.
Sorry.
My bad. All right. For 33 years, Charlotte Motor Speedway has hosted the Cookout Summer Shootout, giving aspiring drivers a chance to launch their careers in racing.
Some drivers have more challenges than others, but for one young driver, once he gets behind the wheel, he's just like everyone else. Carolina Sports Live's Casey Thunderbird has his story.
Most teenagers don't move across the country to chase a dream, but that's exactly what 14-year-old Matthew Garland and his family did, leaving California for North Carolina, all to put him closer to the heart of racing, where he's now a rookie in the Chargers division.
Started in indoor karting in California, and then we went to outdoor karting, so now we're here in Legend Cars.
Being in a Legends car for the first time was an unreal experience.
I didn't even know Legend Cars existed until we came to Summer Shootout race 2 years ago. I felt like they were, wow, like they're so loud and like they're so powerful and they're so fast, and it really was like a shell shock for me, just wow, we're here.
The challenges waiting for Matthew don't just end when the green flag drops. Born with a rare condition called ectodermal dysplasia, a rare genetic disorder that affects the development of the skin, hair, nails, teeth, and sweat glands, racing in North Carolina's summer heat makes it even tougher. But Garland doesn't let the challenges it brings keep him out of the driver's seat.
It's a rare genetic condition, about 1 in every 100,000, and it affects me in the car by like heat regulation and keeping hydrated. I burn a lot of calories and a lot of sweating during it, and so after the race and before the race we have a fan and ice packs, so we keep cool.
We knew from the minute he was born, there was something very interesting and special about him. Luckily, we were at the University of California, Davis, and the University of California in San Francisco, and they were experts in ectodermal dysplasia and how to treat kids that have it and how to really help them, and also the craniofacial issues with the cleft lip and palate.
While every lap is another step towards his NASCAR dream, it's also bringing awareness.
We decided with the car for the summer that we were going to do something good with the back bumper. And so we decided to dedicate June was to the National Federation for Ectodermal Dysplasias. In July, we're supporting Operation Motorsport with on the back panel. They are a nonprofit that takes veterans and tries to help them find jobs in motorsports.
The move to North Carolina was a leap of faith, one that brought Matthew closer to the sport he loves and into a community that has embraced him from day one.
You want your child to be happy and to thrive, and this is that community. We found it, and we couldn't be happier that everyone's so supportive and accepting.
For Carolina Sports Live, I'm Casey Funderburg.
Matthew is going to be, he's already working on being a legend, driving a legend car. So
I love it.
Before you know it, we're going to be reading names, reading his name as, Matthew wins local race.
Oh, yeah.
Right,
Absolutely.
Ted? One of these days.
One of these days. Looking forward to it. As of course, we'll certainly have much drier weather when that happens.
Yeah.
Let's hope so.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah, they don't really race in the rain. They don't do that. Winds coming out of the west-southwest this morning, 6 miles per hour, upper 70s. Gray and gloomy here on this Thursday. Our dew points are in the low 70s, so a little muggy heading out the door. We are looking at the showers, the storms moving through the I-40 corridor into the I-77 corridor as well. Heaviest rain up towards Salisbury, pushing into the I-85 region, north and east of Uptown. We'll push those flood concerns further east. More moisture where that came from out of upstate South Carolina and western North Carolina. That's going to play into our rain and flood concerns, all right, along that stationary front for North and South Carolina heading into your Thursday afternoon. We'll pull that south a little bit on Friday as we have that stationary front over South Carolina and our Gulf states. That's going to pull more of the flood potential out of the Queen City with high pressure building over the Midwest and Tropical Storm Bertha tracking west towards eastern Texas. We'll hold on to a mix of those showers and cloudy skies for most of today. Might see a peak of sunshine here and there, but I think we'll be more wet than dry for the afternoon and evening. A few downpours and a setup of some isolated heavy rain that could lead to the pooling and ponding in low-lying areas. Overnight into Friday, I'm expecting us to see some spotty showers stick around, mostly cloudy with a few pop-up storms in the afternoon, more scattered than what we see for today, with our conditions drying out slowly heading into the weekend. Could see anywhere from 3/4 of an inch to maybe 1.25 inches. Areas south and east seeing higher amounts heading into the end of the work week. Overall, our flood watch sits along the I-85 and I-40 corridors until this evening and even into the morning east of I-77 for areas east of Charlotte towards Rockingham, Anson County, Richmond County, all included in the flood watch until Friday morning. Temperature-wise, upper 70s, low 80s, not too far off from what our highs today will be, or we've already felt the warmest temperatures of the day this afternoon, sitting in the 70s before overnight lows drop down into the upper 60s heading into your early morning hours. 7-day forecast will hold on to upper 70s, low 80s heading into the weekend. 90s return Monday through Wednesday of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
This morning, health officials are warning people not to feed, approach, or interact with raccoons. Yes, you can blame Jimothy for this new craze. This is Jimothy, and he's already laughing. He's the raccoon with a short spine syndrome, Annie. That is a rare congenital condition, making him smaller than the other raccoons in his neighborhood. And, you know, I don't know, just kind of funny looking, I guess. But since Jimothy went viral, apparently people are visiting his neighborhood. They're getting too close. Experts say raccoons, they can actually be dangerous to humans, especially when cornered or stressed, and can carry dangerous bacteria. So basically, a reminder that Jimothy and all other raccoons are wild animals. Have you not seen Elf? Where he bends down to the raccoon going, "Do you need a hug?" And you know what happens in that moment. That's no joke.
I knew this was going to happen, right? That everyone was going to say, okay, Jimothy is in this neighborhood because the Seattle Times did a whole thing on him.
Yeah.
Which is where I first saw it on Instagram. So I knew that people were going to go, and the people who live in the neighborhood are probably annoyed with all the cars and the folks coming to try to track down Jimothy, but just let him be.
Leave Jimothy alone.
Leave him alone. And yes, to Jason's point, like I know raccoons are super cute. We had that, the video out of, was it Texas, where they were paddleboarding and it was flooding and they saved the raccoon.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Right? So
we've had a drunk.
We're in a raccoon.
We've had a drunk raccoon story where a raccoon broke into a liquor store and remember, drank a bunch and then like passed out.
Yeah.
Each state has their own raccoon. Don't touch them. Don't feed them.
Admire them from afar.
Yes.
That's what I suggest.
But justice for Jimothy.
He's cute. Justice for Jimothy. He's cute.
Only find him in my yard.
Not gonna be good, huh?
I'd let him be.
He'd be coming after your wife's tomatoes.
Don't touch the tomatoes. Don't touch the cucumbers. Stay away, Jimothy.
Stay away. But you're cute. You are cute. You got that going for you. All right, stay with us. We'll be back.
Flood advisory and flood watch is in effect around the Carolinas as the heavy rain leads to pooling and ponding in the low-lying areas, rising water levels. We'll detail your forecast coming up.
If I have to avoid the vegetables and the fruit, I will do so.
The nationwide outbreak of foodborne illness is changing shoppers' buying habits, where they're turning now to get produce for their families.
President Trump attending the dignified transfer of 4 service members killed in Iranian attacks. How the fallen are being remembered for their sacrifices as the U.S. intensifies its attacks in the Middle East.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Thursday morning, everyone. Welcome into our 7 o'clock hour of Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski. Julian Sador has left the building. Special assignment.
Sayonara. I'm meteorologist Ted Fate with your pinpoint weather forecast. Hopefully he brought the umbrella with him wherever he's going.
Yep.
Because we have those scattered showers that are going to be moving through today.
Mine is hanging in the hallway because it's one of those where you might go out now, it's dry, but in 4, 5, 6 hours, the end of your workday, you could be coming home in the rain.
That's true.
Mine is in the car, which never does me any good.
No, especially in the back seat, because then you have to go around outside to get it.
I know,
Take your own advice.
Take it with you.
We got to get the little ones.
Yeah.
That's my problem. Is I have the really big one that I
Same here.
stole from the station.
Stole
is a bad word.
Well, you just borrowed it indefinitely.
It was provided to me, and I never gave it back.
It was volunteered to you, and you continue to hold on to it until it's needed. That's all. You're just keeping it handy. Taking a look around, keep that umbrella handy yourself as we have those mostly clear skies. No drops on the lens as of right now from Independence Boulevard, Monroe into Uptown or our tower camera out of West Charlotte. We are mostly dry with the rain to our north along the I-40 corridor. Flood advisory will be in effect until 8 p.m. Mecklenburg County. Areas east will be in effect for that flood watch until 8 a.m. on Friday. I'm looking at your flood advisory indicated by that light green where the heavy rain is now pushing over Salisbury, impacting I-85, and then tracking north and east as we could see some of those impacts on our major thoroughfares throughout the morning. So pooling and ponding in the low-lying areas possible. We have some showers now moving over our South Carolina counties, York County into the I-77 corridor. Some of that rain will develop out of upstate South Carolina, impacting our drought conditions, which are still sitting at level 4 and 5 out of 5 just out north and west of Raleigh, level 3 and 4 out of 5 around the Queen City. Water vapor satellite imagery shows the moisture very much locked in place over the Carolinas. That's going to play into the rain chances today along that stationary front. High pressure builds out of the Midwest. Low pressure system. This is Tropical Storm Bertha tracking west. Still looking at a widely disorganized storm. Notice not symmetrical at all as the center of rotations off to the north, just off the Louisiana coast, heading towards Texas. It's going to impact Galveston, Houston, as a tropical storm later this afternoon around 3, 4 o'clock, potentially making a second landfall, becoming a tropical depression and a remnant low tracking west towards Mexico. I'll break down more of your forecast close to home and what we could expect temperature-wise with a look coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you. The national cyclosporiasis outbreak is growing by hundreds of cases, and people here in North Carolina are now changing their shopping habits. There are more than 11,500 cases nationally, with 560 of those in North Carolina, 29 of them in Mecklenburg County. Queen City News anchor Caroline Boyer shows us how people are protecting themselves from the foodborne illness.
When Charlotte area shoppers leave the grocery store these days, the items in their bags look a little different than usual. They're avoiding certain produce to hopefully avoid getting sick.
Raspberries, blackberries,
bag
lettuce,
lettuce, bag greens, all that prepackaged packaged food we've been avoiding right now.
Those foods are staying on the shelves for now as many grocery store goers try to minimize their chances of getting cyclosporiasis. It's an intestinal illness known to cause severe diarrhea.
It definitely does make me think twice. I don't know. It's like you gotta really just be careful on what you're eating.
State health officials have linked many of North Carolina's cases to lettuce, parsley, and cilantro.
If I buy something, I want to be able to wash it and, take care of it before I eat it.
While fear of getting the parasite is prompting some to quit buying produce altogether,
If I have to avoid the vegetables and the fruit, I will do so.
others are heading to local farmers markets for their needs.
The weekday traffic's picked up quite a bit.
Tony Ivester with Hilltop Farms tells me he's fielding lots of customer questions about cyclosporiasis.
There's always the risk, you never know, but we're doing everything we can to mitigate that.
His products come straight from Shelby, and very few people handle them en route to the Charlotte Regional Farmers Market.
You're running less of a risk by not having it shipped in or brought in and sitting in a truck for God knows how long. The fresher the better is what I would say.
Whether you're buying produce from the grocery store or from a local grower, health experts recommend you thoroughly wash fresh fruits and vegetables, even though that may not eliminate Cyclospora. In Charlotte, Caroline Boyer, Queen City News.
Overnight, the United States carried out its 12th straight day of airstrikes on Iran. U.S. Central Command says the strikes are intended to degrade Iran's ability to threaten vessels in the Strait of Hormuz and other regional waters. Iranian state media reports U.S. missiles struck the western part of the country. They also say 2 people were killed in a missile attack near the Iraqi border. Meanwhile, Yemen's Iran-backed Houthi rebels say early Thursday they had attacked 2 Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea. Wednesday, President Trump said America will destroy a bridge or power plant each time Iran shoots at a ship in the Straits. Meantime, the bodies of the 4 service members who were killed in the war with Iran are now back on U.S. soil. President Trump attended the dignified transfer ceremony at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware, saluting as the men and women were carried off the plane. 2 of those soldiers were stationed at Fort Bragg. 30-year-old Michael Swinton of Fayetteville and 25-year-old Tyler Feehan of Hawaii. This is the 3rd ceremony President Trump has attended since the war launched in February. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says he is open to talks with Iran, but doubtful of any outcomes.
Unfortunately, so far, even though we have reached agreements, they have not kept their commitments. And as the president stated earlier today, I guess, today Washington time, yesterday our time here now, the problem we're having right now is that they're not serious about talks. If they're serious, we're serious. If they're not, then we will do what is necessary to protect our interest and also the interest of our allies.
President Trump says he wants to intensify the ongoing strikes. Remarking about the ceremony, Trump called it the toughest thing he has had to do as president.
Time is 7:08 right now. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members are not saying what came out of yesterday's special meeting where they discussed personnel matters. That closed board session comes as they continue to conduct an investigation into district operations under Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill. Officials put Hill on paid leave last month while they looked into, quote, administrative and operational oversight. Hill has served as CMS superintendent for 3 years, with her contract running through June of next year. She has said she welcomes the review, but that she was not informed on what prompted the investigation. This morning, 1 man and 4 juveniles are behind bars in relation to a deadly shooting in Albemarle. Police say they arrested 18-year-old Yasir Davidson on murder and attempted robbery charges in relation to the March 25th shooting that killed a 23-year-old woman. The 4 juveniles face the same counts, with 3 of them also facing conspiracy charges. All 4 are also in custody without bond. Ted, how are we looking? What's kind of the timing looking like for this rain today?
Yeah, we're looking at really an all-day impact, but mainly later morning, early afternoon for some of the scattered showers to move in. Winds are out of the southwest, 7 miles per hour right now, upper 70s temperature-wise. There's the cooler air to our north, I-40 corridor, seeing a cooler start by 3 to 4, even 5 degrees. We're slightly warmer over uptown, but that's just going to transition us into the upper 70s and low 80s before settling in the 70s for most of today. So we've already felt some of the warmest temperatures that we'll feel today. 70s on tap through your late morning, early afternoon. Scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms will be something to watch out for as our day looks at impacts. Late morning for the highest rain potential, and then in the afternoon again, looking at these scattered showers and isolated downpours impacting your afternoon. So a high of 81 likely already being felt. Winds out of the southwest, 5 to 10, or anywhere from 3 to 8 miles per hour, rather. We have a good chance of those showers rolling through and sticking around tonight as we drop down into the 60s overnight, heading into your Friday morning. Those cooler temperatures stick around through the weekend. Upper 70s Friday, back into the low 80s Saturday, upper 80s Sunday. Our normal highs this time of year typically land near 90 degrees. We're going to be slightly above that for the first half of next week. I'll break down more of our overall setup and how long the rain sticks around here coming up with a look at your forecast in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
All right, Ted, thank you so much. Let's take a look outside at Pinpoint Traffic. Rush hour officially kicked off 10 minutes ago. And we are seeing cars are looking good. This is 77 north and southbound. Northbound coming into the city is on the right-hand side going under LaSalle. Looking good, not seeing too many brake lights being tapped. Moving at about 60, 65 miles an hour. As we look around the Crown this morning, for the most part, things are looking good. Again, we're seeing volume pick up. We've got a number of secondary road incidents, so they're not causing delays. Just minor headaches if you happen to be in these parts of town, but again, nothing major. We are seeing volume build from out west, Gastonia to Belmont. You're under 15 minutes, though. We'll take it, right? Let's go to the east side of town. Ted said we might be getting rain up in the Kannapolis area, Concord, that northern stretch to the northeast part of the city. So for now, we're not seeing it affect traffic coming down 85, but we'll be watching that throughout the morning. You're good coming up Independence Boulevard from Monroe. Out west, here is a look at 85. Coming around the curve near Hickory Grove, the Belmont Abbey exit before you cross the river. Moving pretty well so far. Down near Carowinds, here's 77 north and south. Right near the 485 split. Here's out near the airport, 85 Billy Graham Parkway. Taking that exit on Billy Graham, it's looking good so far. 45 Inner and Outer and Park Road and Independence Boulevard. All those stretches so far looking good. We'll keep monitoring and piggybacking off of the rain and what Ted says is coming in town and how that could affect your morning commute coming up. May Kay, good morning.
Good morning. Well, you know, it's still all the buzz, a beach buzz gone wrong. Coming up, the Cloché flyover that went viral when a Navy Blue Angels pilot flew too close for comfort over beachgoers. I'm May Kay Beeler. So how low is too low? As a flight instructor, I'll tell you what the federal aviation regulations say. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Well, it is a beach buzz gone viral. It happened when a U.S. Navy Blue Angels pilot flew an unexpected ultra low altitude pass over beachgoers. Yeah, you've seen the video in Pensacola, Florida. This happened last week, sending beach chairs and umbrellas flying in the wake. A lot of people just dumbstruck.
Some people are, and you got other guys out there yelling like, woo, do it again. It thrilled so many people, like I said, but clearly terrified others. Igniting this debate now on social media, Trump administration officials praised the risky flyby while safety officials frowned at its recklessness.
I think Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said the flyovers will continue until morale improves. Chief Transportation Correspondent and seasoned pilot, as well as FAA flight instructor Mackay Beeler, joins us now to talk about the regulations when it comes to things like this, right? So the pilot allegedly said that, yeah, that's my bad.
Yeah, and he did not try to shift blame. So according to a report, it was just a mistake. He miscalculated the turn. Quote, he didn't make excuses. That's what Republican state lawmaker Michelle Salzman, she's a military veteran. Her district includes Pensacola. That's what she wrote on social media of a conversation she had with the pilot. She said in part, quote, he simply talked about the miscalculated turn, something no pilot ever wants to experience, especially one who has dedicated his life to flying at the highest level of precision. More than anything, he talked about the weight he's been carrying since that moment, end quote. Now, the pilot is part of the U.S. Navy's elite flight demonstration squadron, handpicked Navy and Marine Corps aviators. You know, they fly air shows that showcase aviation excellence in the Boeing F-18 Super Hornet. So the risky flyby happened as the team kicked off the Pensacola Beach Air Show week with a flyover called Breakfast with the Blues. Well, that's when the unnamed pilot strayed a bit off course, a bit too low over the crowd. Navy Captain Adam Bryan, the commander of the Blue Angels, said the incident represented unsafe conduct. Quote, we never intend to fly over the crowd that low, and we will heavily debrief it to ensure that we continue on with safe flight demonstrations and that we learn from those different things that happen, end quote.
Man, and this is the top pilots of the top pilots.
Yes,
Like,
all
I
the
mean,
best.
the percentage
Yes.
of those that can pilot, and be a part of the Blue Angels, it's really incredible. Was it legal what he did, or just bad call? It was not legal.
Not legal. No, so there are FAA regulations in place that dictate certain altitudes and areas where such maneuvers are allowed and where they are not allowed. So I don't want to get in the weeds with this, but there's an FAA Code of Federal Regulations, Part 91119. It prohibits pilots from flying directly overhead or lower than 500 feet over spectators. It's estimated this pilot was at 40 feet. Yeah. All right, there's a 500-foot rule for FAA-approved passes, climbing or level non-aerobatic flight directly over spectator areas must be no less than 500 feet above the highest point of the area. Now, typically, aircraft pilots must remain above 1,000 feet over any congested area, over any open-air assembly of persons, which is what this was. Now, it's different if you're over the water, right? There are exceptions, like a designated aerobatic box. You'll find that at air shows. That's a sterile environment. There's a show line where pilots cannot cross to protect the air show spectators. So pilots can get waivers for other situations, but according to reports, the Blue Angels did not have a waiver. So the stray pilot was flying illegally, by mistake, in a way that potentially could have harmed spectators. Because there's just not enough, God forbid something happens.
Right.
There's not enough altitude.
These rules are there for a reason, right?
Yes,
And
to
it's all
protect
safety.
us.
Exactly. So, as cool as it looked, disciplinary action for this pilot?
So, you know, the military is investigating, and they said it's a debrief. It's a no-ego debrief. We're not there to slap your hand. We're just talking what went wrong. Now, the FAA has a different program, a compliance program. If they find out you had no criminal intention, you've got a great record, you just made a mistake, they will just give you some remedial training.
Okay.
So more than like, it was a debrief, no ego, what happened, okay, let's not let it happen again.
Yeah, it's not
By the way, if you've never been to an air show,
you should go.
you gotta go.
Incredible.
It's the most patriotic, heart-pounding, thrilling, exciting family fun you can ever imagine. And
I
the
agree.
biggest one in the world's going on right now, Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Okay.
Ooh,
AirVenture.
There you go.
Love it. The Blue
That's
Angels
so cool.
are incredible to watch.
Yes.
So if you have the chance to see it,
Yeah.
go ahead and do that. McKay, thank you.
7:20. Excuse me. This weather coming in. Maybe not the best time to go to an air show or fly in an air show.
We don't have the best visibility today, and we also have the showers that's going to be moving through, which is going to play into some flood concerns as we head into your later morning, early afternoon. Right now, the heaviest rain along the I-40 corridor, tracking towards the I-85 corridor north and east of Uptown Concord into Salisbury. You're seeing some of the heaviest rain with a few lightning strikes embedded in that. Zooming out, radar is showing that there's a little bit more moisture out west, and that's going to continue to travel east, coming out of eastern Tennessee towards the Carolinas. Still playing into what will be pop-up showers and isolated storms that develop through your afternoon. So we see the red on your map indicating where rising water levels could be. Your flood concerns are pooling and ponding in the low-lying areas. That pushes south as we approach Friday. The stationary front will sag further south a little bit, giving us some drying and clearing conditions around the Queen City for the end of the work week. High pressure builds out of the Midwest. Tropical storm Bertha travels west towards Texas, and we stay here underneath that stationary front, which will play into this active setup of the scattered showers, isolated storms that will move throughout the day. Clouds and radar showing this afternoon, still looking at an isolated storm or two. Dinner time and into your evening looking wet as well. Drying out overnight into your Friday morning, still looking at a few isolated light to moderate showers that will stick around throughout your afternoon on Friday, just intermittent, more scattered and more isolated in nature, so more dry than wet for the end of the work week. In terms of our totals, I'm looking at what could be 3/4 of an inch, maybe an inch to an inch and a quarter. Further south and east could see up to 2 inches, if not more, with those downpours setting up and sticking around a little longer. Our flood concerns will be in the green shading from Iredell County into Mecklenburg County, Cabarrus County, and further north and east towards Raleigh-Durham, heading into your Friday morning. Temperatures currently in the low 80s, mid to upper 70s. We'll stay hovering there for the most part today. Not really going to budge too much. Likely already felt some of the warmest temperatures of the day, with our overnight lows settling into the upper 60s, mountain counties upper 50s, low 60s, with that 7-day forecast showing 80s through the weekend. 90s return first half of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
7:25, good Thursday morning. Looking at a beautiful shot here of the New York City skyline. The sun coming up on the buildings there. Man, what a gorgeous start to the day in the Big Apple. Now, on the flip side of that, the futures, they're looking ugly. All in the red. The Dow's down 180 points. S&P, NASDAQ well into the red. Now, we are more than 2 hours from opening bell. Things can change. Let's take a look yesterday how things ended. Also the same. Down. The Dow down 6 points, though. It's down worse today. NASDAQ, S&P also in the red. So we'll see what's going on. We will join our business correspondent, Jane King. Coming up later in the show, she'll join us live from the New York Stock Exchange around 8:25.
Well, a Missouri man is making a case to be an Olympic diver after a wild attempt to escape police. Check this out. He didn't even hesitate. He was just like, whoop. This happened.
I mean, what?
And the car's still going. This happened in Stone County. This video shows deputies chasing the man onto the Kimberling City Bridge. The man slows down and with, as I said, very little hesitation, just whoop, goes right over for the plunge. Deputies estimate the drop was about 40 feet, though. The suspect was caught about 200 yards away from where he went into the water. Deputies say the suspect still had some fight in him, though. He headbutted several of them as he was pulled into the squad car. It looks like a cartoon. But
You're
Ted,
right.
I heard you talking with Julian about this, right?
Yeah.
In our earlier hours. You think he over-rotated a little bit?
Over-rotated. I mean,
Now, so you're judging the form of going over the bridge.
correct.
Okay.
I mean, he committed right off the bat, right?
I mean, there was no hesitation going in there, and it was just like a whoop.
Just went right in. I think he overcommitted, right? Because right here you see the door is going to open. His legs come apart towards the end of the jump.
Right.
So right here, little over rotation right there.
A little
I think I
bit.
saw a little twist in there,
Little
too.
twist.
40 feet, y'all. That's
That's a lot.
unless you have a perfect entry into that water with those hands, you know, like you see on the Olympics. I mean, you're going cannonball or a belly flop, you're going to be in some serious pain.
I told that looked like a back flop to me. Yeah.
Oh, I think you're right. Yeah, if you over rotate.
I don't know which one's worse.
But listen, by the time the cops pulled him out of the water, he goes on to continue headbutting them before he makes it. This guy's not giving up. Not giving up. It doesn't pay to do crime, kids.
I give it a 6.
Don't do this. Don't do it. He's going to get 10 years or more in prison for what
That's
he's
right,
going to get.
yep.
All right, coming up on 7:30 this Thursday morning, we will be right back.
We are tracking a flood watch for the Queen City and surrounding areas with rounds of heavy rain moving through on this Thursday. We'll break down how long the rain sticks around coming up with a check of your forecast.
ICE agents accused of unlawful arrests in the Queen City. We're hearing from the attorney for 2 Charlotte women who say they were terrorized during an immigration enforcement sweep.
And a warning from the Catholic Diocese in Charlotte this morning why the bishop is urging parishioners to avoid chapels associated with one branch of the faith.
7:30, happy Thursday. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm Annie Satowski.
And I'm Jason Harper. Great Thursday morning. We appreciate you spending time with us. Joyanne Sedora has left on special assignment today. Let's get over to meteorologist Ted Phaeton because we haven't talked about cooler weather and rain in a while. But as you're looking at the radar, it's almost like it's going around the Queen City.
Yeah. It's just to our north. It's been there all morning long. It's going to stay that way for the most part before the stationary front tracks further south. So as we have a live look over uptown, mostly cloudy skies, not seeing the abundant amount of rain quite yet, but we do have rain chances that will play into your morning and afternoon. So keep that in mind as you head out the door. Some of the scattered showers moving through, but has been dodging the Queen City and uptown for the most part. Now we still hold on to a flood advisory for Mecklenburg County, even north and east towards Rowan County and Iredell County, heading into Thomasville, Greensboro, and Asheboro. Our flood watch will linger till tonight, and then even further east of I-77 until tomorrow morning. Here's where the heaviest rain is set up, right along that I-85 corridor, pushing into Concord and Salisbury, and even further Lancaster, Rock Hill, York County, seeing a few spotty showers as well. Notice more of those widespread impacts slowly starting to move in as that moisture increases over the Carolinas. So we'll have some of the spotty showers and storms fixed for this Thursday, kicking off your Thursday morning. I'm looking at level 3 and 4 out of 5 when it comes to your drought conditions, with the severe drought over Charlotte, still seeing the extreme drought north and east with the exceptional drought, level 5 out of 5 just outside of Raleigh. Water vapor satellite imagery shows we're in the bullseye here with that moisture locked in place along the border of North and South Carolina, playing into your rain chances today. All while high pressure builds out of the Midwest. Tropical storm Bertha continues to track west, leaving the coast of Louisiana, impacting the Texas coast now from Corpus Christi up through Galveston into Houston. Temperatures are going to be on the moderate side in the 70s and near 80 degrees today, close to home. We'll break down your overall forecast and what to expect with another check coming up here in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right. Thank you very much, Ted. Appreciate that. Couple things to show. One, we're going to piggyback on some of the rain that Ted was just talking about. We're going to show you exactly where that's happening up in Concord. But right now, I got a couple of issues happening around town. If you're coming down or headed up towards Lake Norman, either way, this is a 1-2 punch, right? So we've got one accident is in the right lane, 77 southbound. That's near the Samford Road exit, a very busy exit there in Huntersville. That's affecting southbound traffic across the interstate. Excuse me. If you're headed northbound going towards Huntersville, towards Lake Norman, pardon me, we have an accident there too. Get that cleared up. I got traffic going on in my vocal cords as well. All right, let's take you just north of Uptown. Look at this. We got brake lights. This is 77 southbound. If you're coming down from 485, trying to work your way into the heart of Uptown, this is going under LaSalle. The minute you go around the curve, hitting some major brake lights there. So we'll keep monitoring that through the morning. On the west side of town, a little bit of traffic, about 20 minutes to get from Gastonia to Belmont on 85 northbound. On the east side of town, let's take a look at some of those drive times. Here's the problem. Ted's been mentioning the rain. It's north of the city. If you're coming out from Concord on 85, you're going to be dealing with it. Look at this. This is our first video of traffic in the rain in a long time. And so this is right at 85 in Concord Mills Mall. So be prepared for that. Let's flip it around the other side of 85. Dry. This is out in Gaston County. About to cross the river. This is right near the Belmont Abbey exit, so just be prepared for that if you're at the North-South Carolina state line. For now, you're good as you work your way up 77 near Carowinds. If you're headed to the airport, we don't expect any delays or cancellations just yet. Check with your app and your airline, but as far as getting there, not too bad, less than 40 minutes. Coming up from Rock Hill, down from Cornelius, you're good from Uptown. We'll give you another update and monitor that rain and your commute coming up at the top of the hour.
An encounter between a pair of Charlotte women and immigration agents is now the focus of a lawsuit seeking millions of dollars in damages. The women claim they were assaulted and wrongfully detained while they were legally monitoring immigration operations. This all happened during Operation Charlotte's Web. That's the Border Patrol's November sweep in the Queen City. Our chief political correspondent, Andy Weber, spoke with the women's attorney, who claims her clients didn't break a single law.
They were followed by immigration agents. They were assaulted, held at gunpoint. Their car window was smashed, and they were arrested and detained for hours.
That encounter and subsequent arrest of two Charlotte women is at the center of this newly filed claim seeking more than $2 million in damages from Border Patrol, ICE, and Homeland Security. Attorneys for the pair say on November 17, 2025, Kristen Roos and Tatiana Rossini got word of agents carrying out operations in East Charlotte and began to follow what they believed to be a federal vehicle, at times honking their horn and blowing a whistle to alert others of CBP's presence.
Kristen and Tatiana were engaged in First Amendment protected activities. They did not commit a crime. They did not even violate a traffic law.
Roos and Rossini eventually left, but then were followed by federal agents, which is when this encounter occurred. Agents smashing their car window and arresting the two. They were taken into custody, given criminal citations, and released some 4 hours later. Their attorney says those charges were eventually dropped.
They seek accountability for the harm that was caused by immigration agents and the government officials that ratified the behavior of these agents and allowed for something like this to not only happen in Charlotte, but happen across the United States.
Border Patrol acknowledged a Queen City News request but did not comment on the claim. At the time of the incident, agency leaders argued that similar arrests were lawful because civilians were interfering with operations and assaulting their agents. The immigration agencies named in this claim have 6 months to respond. If they fail to respond or deny the claim, attorneys for Roos and Rossini will file a lawsuit in federal court. Reporting in Uptown, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
There are now more than 11,500 cyclosporiasis cases around the country and 560 of them here in North Carolina. People are even changing their eating habits due to the outbreak. State health experts have linked many of the North Carolina's cases to lettuce, parsley, and cilantro. So instead of buying bagged greens and berries, some shoppers are choosing farmers markets, believing those products could be fresher.
Always the risk, you never know, but we're doing everything we can to mitigate that. You're running less of a risk by not having it shipped in or brought in and sitting in a truck for God knows how long. The fresher the better is what I would say.
Wherever you buy your produce, health experts recommend thoroughly washing fruits and vegetables before you eat them. It doesn't completely squander the chances of catching the disease, but it does help wash away some of those parasites. Otherwise, you can cook the produce to kill them. The maker of Ozempic, Novo Nordisk, is suing competitor Eli Lilly. It's accusing the company of false advertising when it comes to its weight loss drug. They say Eli Lilly is using outdated studies to show Mounjaro and Zepbound can lead to more weight loss over Ozempic and Wegovy. Novo Nordisk wants Eli Lilly to remove all of their advertising and conduct a corrective advertising campaign.
The Bishop of the Diocese of Charlotte is making a plea to Catholics following the Society of St. Pius X. He's asking them to return to the Catholic Church they once knew. One of those parishioners tells Queen City News reporter Matt Stell he and other followers believe they've done nothing wrong.
This is the 6-page letter written to Catholics in the Diocese of Charlotte. Bishop Michael Martin says attending St. Anthony of Padua Catholic Church in Mount Holly or any chapel associated with the Society of St. Pius X should be avoided.
But the bishop says the door back to the Roman Catholic Church remains open.
He's not talking to me. I'm not uncertain in the least about my place in the church. I'm a Catholic who's just trying to save my soul.
St. Anthony parishioner Jim DePiante tells us he means no disrespect, but he finds Bishop Martin's letter laughable.
I believe it's all done in fear-mongering and ain't scared. I know where I stand before God and man, and I'm not scared in the least.
The plea from the bishop comes just days after Pope Leo officially declared the Society of St. Pius X, or better known as SSPX, in schism with the Roman Catholic Church and formally excommunicated a group of SSPX bishops that were consecrated without the Pope's approval earlier this month.
They're in essence treating this society now as a group that is on the outside of the Catholic world.
SSPX followers strongly believe in traditional Latin Mass and returning to the teachings of the ancient Catholic Church. In his detailed letter, Bishop Martin calls on SSPX followers within the diocese to pray and consider returning to full communion with the Catholic Church, telling followers that the Church does not desire punishment but reconciliation.
But I'm not out of communion with Rome.
In the letter, Martin goes on to say that any baptisms, confirmations, marriages, or confessions that took place at SSPX chapels like St. Anthony will have to be carefully reviewed by a priest or a tribunal within the diocese to determine if they are valid.
Since we don't even think we've left the church, which we haven't, then what does it mean to go back into something you've never left and jump through these absurd hoops that no one has to jump through?
Duke Divinity Professor Peter Casarella has worked with Bishop Martin and tells us the bishop likely believes this is the best attempt to restore unity to the local church.
He's reaching out to them. He's the good shepherd. He doesn't want them to stop their faith. He doesn't want to kick anybody out.
In Mount Holly, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
A Massachusetts mother accused of killing her 3 young children says she cannot be held criminally liable. Chief Legal Analyst Collie Rhodes joins us to talk about why she's blaming doctors and if the argument could get her a lessened sentence. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
(7:44). Welcome back, everyone. Jury selection is underway in the Lindsay Clancy murder trial, with 12 of the 18 required jurors now seated. Clancy is accused of killing her 3 children in their Massachusetts home back in 2023, with prosecutors saying the act was planned.
However, Clancy's defense attorneys argue she was suffering from postpartum depression and a severe psychotic break brought on by over-medication, making her not criminally responsible. The defense is also asking the judge to limit testimony from first responders, saying repetitive accounts could prejudice the jury. Now, the latest update that we have is that they need to see one more person for this jury.
Okay, and so that coming in this morning, bringing this idea to the top here. Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rose joining us. And Khalif, I want to talk about this. Two kind of different things with this topic. It's not so much about innocence, guilty, pleading insanity. We can talk about that in a minute. But what we were talking about earlier is this, how difficult it's been to try to find jurors because of the emotional situation that these jurors are barely making it through the questioning process. And they start crying and dealing with their own anxieties. How difficult is that to find jurors that aren't going to be impacted by the details?
Extremely. Let's be clear. Anytime you're trying to put a jury together to impanel it and you have to talk about the loss of life, death at all, it's going to be hard. When folks start hearing the facts, the emotions are going to come in. We are human beings. And so if it's children involved, even more so. I mean, I remember sometimes looking and listening, because I'm always watching the jurors and we're making selections, and you can see, okay, they're not going to make it, and so the judge, any judge that I've ever been in front of that's doing this process will go out of their way to at least allow them to go through that moment, but still see, okay, is this person able to sit on this jury? Can they be fair and impartial? Are they able to put any bias aside that they may have or bring to the table? Are they able to follow law as given to them, instructed by the judge? And if they can do that, even if they are emotional, they'll still be impaneled. The problem with a lot of the emotional component is sometimes it's just uncontrollable. I mean, if the tears are flowing down while you're talking, you're probably not listening to the other side because you're dealing with something, reflecting on something maybe that's connected to that type of case. And so you're trying to avoid those situations, but just crying alone doesn't remove you or discredit you or stop you from serving on the jury, but it definitely makes it hard.
So talking about this defense, right? Obviously, this is a tragedy and horrific on so many levels. There are gaps in the healthcare system when it comes to postpartum care. This, though, is this woman, her lawyers say, saw many doctors, right? She even spent several days at a psychiatric hospital before this. So we know that medical malpractice and suing and blaming medical professionals is extremely hard, but do they have a case here because of the amount of time she was seen?
You're all over it. And so a couple things. This case won't come down to how this happened. It will be why. Do we have intent or do we have some type of postpartum? And it's not postpartum depression. Because there's psychosis, which is a total difference. That is a smaller percentage. There will be extreme similarities between the two. They'll have a lot of similar features, but the difference between the psychosis and the depression is the psychosis, there's this disconnection from reality, and that's going to be crucial to this aspect. In terms of do they have a case, obviously the family is suing some of the medical professionals. that's going to be a battle of experts. Just like in this trial, you'll have experts that will come in and testify about the limits and how that psychosis would have impacted her during this event. What I can say is during the trial, it's going to be the same way. You're going to say, did the medical professionals use the proper standard of care? Were they checking the medical charts to recognize that the medication she was being given maybe had a negative impact on some of the other medication that she was given? She was a medical professional herself as a nurse. And so there's so many different layers on here. When you're looking at this case, you added additional hurdle when adding a civil complaint to this.
Kind of personal question here. Can practicing attorneys be on a jury? I've never really thought about that. And as a father and an attorney, do attorneys make good jurors?
Two parts. Yes, they can easily be on there, but oftentimes they're not. I've had a couple members of my juries that were attorneys, but they may be a criminal case, but they were like a tax attorney, someone that was extremely disconnected from this type of practice. I'm okay with that type of person being in there. Why? Because they're going to bring a logical, analytical reasoning to this thought process. They'll understand the law, and that will be fine.
Can separate the emotion.
Right, they can separate the emotion. They can listen to the facts. They can follow what the judge is saying. So those are the types of things that I want someone like that, especially when I'm having something as complex as this type of psychosis as a defense.
All right, so again, we need one more jury member to be seated, and then the trial will continue. Khalif, thank you.
Coming up on 7:50 this morning, we know rain is marching just north of the Queen City. Ted, at some point, is it going to readjust the path and kind of hit us?
Yeah, it's going to slowly start to Back further south as we head into your later morning hours, we're going to track the impacts that we'll see here close to home. Southwest winds 7 miles per hour, temperatures in the upper 70s, dew points in the low 70s. We still see the Queen City in the distance, so at the very least, fog not a major issue here around Charlotte. There are some of the light rain that's pulling south towards Mecklenburg County, a little bit of the moderate rainfall over Lancaster, pushing further east, eventually towards Chesterfield County, southern Union County, getting those impacts as well. So we'll continue to track that moisture over the Carolinas, playing into your rain chances for today. Not going to be a complete consistent rainfall all day, but we will have enough of those intermittent impacts that warrants you having the umbrella on hand. So we have the flood concerns in that red shading for pooling, ponding in the low-lying areas. Some of the creeks and streams could see those water levels rise as the stationary front dips further south. As we head into your Friday to finish off the work week, that red indicating still where our flood concerns will be for parts of Georgia, Alabama, and South Carolina. Tropical Storm Bertha pushes west here, pushing into Texas while we have that stationary front over the Carolinas. High pressure building out of the Midwest. I'm expecting us to keep that rain chance for most of your Thursday, heading into your Friday, starting to dry out as we approach the weekend. But your timing looks to be late morning into the afternoon, scattered and spotty in nature, tracking further south as we head into your Thursday evening, giving us some relief for our mountain counties for the wet weather. But still Friday, we'll hold on to a few pop-up showers, isolated storms as we head into the end of the work week. By Saturday, we're going to start drying out even more, but I'm thinking we get 3/4 of an inch to maybe 1.25 inches around the Queen City area south and east. Higher totals could be upwards of 2 inches in some spots. Still holding on to our flood advisory. That will be sticking around for this evening, and then east of I-77 into your Friday morning. Temperature-wise, we're in the mid-70s to even upper 70s and near 80 degrees. That's going to be where our highs are for today. Not going to get much warmer as we sit in the 70s for most of this afternoon. Lows tonight will bottom out in the 70s, upper 60s for uptown, more in the way of the upper 50s, low 60s, mountain counties with that 7-day forecast hosting those low 80s for Saturday, more in the way of the upper 80s Sunday, and 90s return heading into early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning, and we still have 2 hours left to go. Here's a preview of what's ahead in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. The Carolina Panthers kick off training camp this morning. The team's of veterans reported for camp yesterday at the bank, and we'll get a first look at how the team is shaping up for the season. Carolina Sports Live's Casey Funderburg joins us live from training camp coming up in our 8 o'clock hour. And if you've been feeling a little more anxious than normal lately, sometimes it's more than just stress or just hormones. If you're a woman, it could be perimenopause. Dr. Deb Matthew, America's Happy Hormones doctor, joins us at 8 o'clock with some answers that you might be asking the questions to, plus a special screening that you won't want to miss coming up this weekend. And a decades-old cold case now has a new lead after 24 years. A warrant has been issued for a new suspect, but this time it's law enforcement. Chief Legal Analyst Kali Frodes joins us in our 9 o'clock hour to discuss the new details in the case. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Thursday morning, everyone. Welcome into the 8 o'clock hour of Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski. Julian Storr off for the rest of the day.
I'm meteorologist Ted Phaeton with your pinpoint weather forecast, and we're going to be looking at those rain chances ramping up here throughout the morning. Scattered showers right now all around the Queen City.
Yeah, we were looking at the traffic maps a while ago. Traffic camera, the one up in Concord, coming down 85. I mean, it's just raining like crazy up there.
That's what's
but nothing here in Charlotte yet.
Nothing here in Charlotte yet. Some of the heaviest rain up towards Concord, Cabarrus County, up towards Rowan County. They have a flood advisory in effect right now as water levels start to rise. Flood watch for our surrounding areas. That includes Mecklenburg County. So just be on the lookout for the rain. Even if you don't see the drops right now, you could see it coming later on in the morning into the afternoon.
Okay.
So, as you get your day started, we look around the crowd. Our tower camera out of West Charlotte showing the Queen City in the distance, or the silhouette of which, a little hard to see, a little hazy this morning. Plane landing at Charlotte Douglas International. Our Arlington camera showing the Queen City, and I have Independence Boulevard moving at a speed limit pace. Bottom left-hand corner, bottom right. Good morning to you folks out in Monroe. As we take a look at your flood watch, that's going to be for Mecklenburg County and for areas north. There's the flood advisory that I mentioned, highlighted in that lime green shading. That's where we could expect to see those creeks and streams rising in water levels as of right now. Same goes with the pooling and ponding on the low-lying areas. Concord catching a little bit of relief. Salisbury still seeing some of the brunt of that heavy rain, with the I-40 corridor seeing the worst of it. Some of the showers over York County, over Lancaster, south of Monroe, seeing those scattered impacts here this morning, which will again stick around late morning, early afternoon as well. Drought conditions continue. We'll get an update this hour in terms of how the drought progressed from last week into this week. I'm looking at, again, your extreme drought in the red, exceptional drought in the darker red shading, and we will be holding on to the moisture in the atmosphere. Water vapor satellite imagery showing that rain focused right over the Carolinas. I'll break down more of what our temperatures look like in a glimpse at your forecast heading into the weekend with another check coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, thank you very much, Ted. Appreciate that. Well, some of that rain that Ted's talking about, we're going to show you here from the cameras in just a second. Overall, not too bad. Volume is building, especially coming down from Lake Norman near Huntersville. A couple of issues on 77 north and south, but other than that, not too terrible. Let's show you drive times coming in from Gaston County, down from Lake Norman. Again, we had an earlier accident near the Samford exit in Huntersville. That's cleared up, but still slow coming down. You're looking good coming up from Rock Hill. Other side of town, it is slow coming down 85 from Kannapolis, although it doesn't show it here from this image. We do have an earlier accident up near Kannapolis, 85 south. Coming up from Monroe, you're good. Now let's show you the rain on the roads. Look at the spray coming off 85 near Concord Mills. Ted just said a little bit of relief with the rain coming down, but the roads are already wet. So the damage has been done. We haven't had rain in a while. Those roads are going to be slick. Be aware of that. In the heart of Uptown, here's 77 traffic slowing down. 77 south around the bend under LaSalle, trying to get into the heart of Uptown. Gaston County, not too bad. This is near the Belmont Abbey exit 85 northbound. Down near Carowinds, you're looking pretty good on 77 north near the 485 split. So coming up, we'll give you drive times to the airport and another look at your traffic around 8:30. Annie?
Overnight, the U.S. carried out its 12th straight day of airstrikes on Iran. U.S. Central Command says the strikes are meant to degrade Iran's ability to threaten vessels in the Strait of Hormuz and other regional waters. Iranian state media reports U.S. missiles struck the western part of the country. They also say 2 people were killed in a missile attack near the Iraqi border. Meanwhile, Yemen's Iran-backed Houthi rebels say early Thursday they had attacked 2 Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea. Wednesday, President Trump said America will destroy a bridge or power plant each time Iran shoots at a ship in the Straits. And the president is honoring the lives of service members recently killed in the war with Iran. He attended a dignified transfer Wednesday at Dover Air Force Base. The number of deaths since the start of the war is now up to 18. 2 of those soldiers killed last weekend were stationed at Fort Bragg. 30-year-old Michael Swinton of Fayetteville and 25-year-old Tyre Feehan of Hawaii. Governor Josh Stein has directed all U.S. and state flags in North Carolina to be flown at half-staff in their honor through tomorrow night. Reporter Justin Moore spoke to people in the Fort Bragg community who are remembering First Lieutenant Feehan and the impact he had.
These boots are still waiting outside of First Lieutenant Tyler Feehan's home in Fayetteville, waiting for him to come home. His family says they represented his presence while he was deployed. Now they represent a heartbreaking loss. The 25-year-old was killed Saturday during an Iranian attack at an air base in Jordan. On Wednesday, Feehan and 3 other soldiers returned to American soil during a dignified transfer ceremony.
We're going to honor them, and one of the hardest things to do. For me, it's one of the hardest things to do as a president.
To the Army, he was a leader. To his family, he was TiVo, a son who chased adventure, a leader who believed in serving others, a young man who planned to marry his fiancée Claire after returning home. His parents tell CBS 17 they're praying for those service members who are currently serving this country. They're also heartbroken, but proud beyond words. They say no parent could have asked for a better son, and carrying Fehan's legacy forward is now their purpose. They're also asking that in remembering him, people pause to see the good this country still holds, rather than what divides it.
8:05 right now. Several major pieces of legislation, including parts of the voter ID bill, the Save America Act, are moving on to the Senate.
House lawmakers passed a $1 trillion defense spending bill and limiting congressional stock trading.
News Nation Washington correspondent Gabrielle Caracciolo joins us this morning to explain the latest. Gabrielle, good morning.
Good morning. There's a lot packed into these pieces of legislation, including money for the Pentagon and the war with Iran, and incentives to states in the form of grants for any states that pass voter ID requirements.
House Republicans delivered.
Speaker Mike Johnson and House Republicans are celebrating. They passed a nearly $1.15 trillion annual defense policy bill, a budget bill aimed at avoiding a government shutdown this fall, and a partial ban on members of Congress trading stock. Included are parts of the president's voting bill, the Save America Act.
Americans demand a few things that are common sense. They demand secure elections. They want a strong national defense capable of countering our adversaries. They want a Congress that plays by the same rules that they do. These are not big things to ask.
Democrats disagree.
Funding bills are one of the few levers that Congress has to express the will of the American people. And the will of the American people right now is that they want us out of this war yesterday.
I proudly voted no because we are not going to sabotage mail-in voting in this country.
The votes come as House lawmakers prepare to head home to their districts where they'll have to make their case to their constituents.
House Republicans will return to their districts armed with a proven track record of success and in these new legislative victories.
I think that right now, the most important thing before the country right now is for Democrats to win the midterm elections.
And House lawmakers are also likely to vote on another war powers resolution today before heading home to their districts for a 5-week summer recess. They're not due back here until August 31st. Jason, Annie.
Well, Gabrielle, before we let you go, now that these bills have passed the House, where do things stand in the Senate?
Well, unlike the House, the Senate is here next week and the week after, but there are much tighter margins in the Senate. One of the reasons for that, outgoing Republican Senator Thom Tillis has said that he is going to do everything in his power to slow the wheels of government and stop any legislation that has pieces of the Save America Act attached to it. So while this is a win for lawmakers on the House side, those Republican lawmakers, none of this is guaranteed to actually become law.
All right, Gabrielle Caracciolo reporting live for us from Washington. Thanks so much.
2 men are facing charges in connection with a multi-vehicle crash in Matthews that left one biker dead. Investigators accuse Ryan Faulkner of making a left turn in front of victim Jonathan Hill back on July the 1st that started the crash. When Hill's bike collided, he was thrown off of it before they say the second suspect, Swukwe Zhang, then ran him over and left the scene. Another person involved in the crash went to the hospital with minor injuries. Both suspects faced a judge earlier this week. This morning, they are out of jail on bond. Voters in Union County will soon decide whether to build a new jail. This week, commissioners approved a bond referendum to go on the ballot this November. Voters will be asked if they will allow the county to use a general obligation bond to pay for the project. If approved, the property tax rate would increase 3.11 cents per $100 of value. The new facility would have around 500 beds. The project would also repurpose a nearby administrative building for staff training and operational support.
A North Carolina police officer has been named a suspect in a 22-year-old murder case. 16-year-old Josh Davis was killed in January 2004 while walking along a road in Garner. His death was initially classified as a hit and run, but now it's being investigated as a homicide. New warrants name 4 Oaks police officer Megan Potter as a suspect. Records show Potter admitted to driving a stolen car connected with Davis's death, but not at the time of the incident. Officials say she's no longer cooperating with investigators. Potter has not been charged with a crime, but is on unpaid administrative leave and has been demoted from her position as a detective. Well, you've always handled stress well, so why are you suddenly so anxious, irritable, and you can't sleep? Coming up, Dr. Deb Matthews explains why perimenopause may be one of those overlooked parts of the picture. Ted?
And we are tracking that stationary front right over the Carolinas, providing the showers that will impact your Thursday, lingering into your Friday, all while Tropical Storm Bertha heads west towards Texas. I'll break down your local forecast and a glimpse at the weekend here, coming up after a short break. You're watching Queen City News Now as we take a live look over Independence Boulevard, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
It's so empty and it's so lonely, and you feel like there's nothing out there. You really suffer and you don't know how to communicate because you don't know what's happening.
I feel steady in my soul, I feel peaceful in my soul, but why is my body, why is my mind becoming an enemy to me?
It's called perimenopause, and it may be a hidden reason behind your anxiety, irritability, or even your insomnia.
Dr. Deb Matthews, a good friend of ours here, the medical director at Signature Wellness, but more importantly, America's happy hormones doctor, joining us to talk about what it is, what you can do about it, how to manage it. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate this. You were here back in February. We were talking about this. We could actually do this every week because I'm sure you get flooded with questions, or husbands and boyfriends, whatever, going, listen, she needs help. What do we do for her? Why is this such a difficult thing to talk about, or at least diagnose?
Yeah. You know, when people think about menopause, we think about hot flashes and we think about changes in menstrual cycles, and that's true. But 10 years before menopause, changes start happening, and a lot of these changes are things that are not obvious. They sneak up on us. Irritability, anxiety, our hormones are going chaotic, and it's really difficult to know, is it me or is it my hormones? And doctors don't really have tools to be able to properly diagnose this. So some of the really common things that we see are just becoming short-tempered. You know, one minute you're totally fine, and the next minute you've completely lost your mind because somebody loaded the dishwasher wrong.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Or the anxiety. Like, if you've always had anxiety, well, fine. But if this is something new, you were fine before, and now all of a sudden you're just panicking over little things, then this could be something that's due to hormone shifts. Another really common one is not sleeping. So maybe you can fall asleep, but then at 2 a.m., at 4 a.m., you're lying wide awake, you're going over the grocery list and all the things that you need to do, and then you're totally exhausted when you wake up in the morning. And if you go to your doctor to complain, I just don't feel like myself, what are they, what we are trained to do is we are trained to give you sleeping pills or anxiety pills or antidepressants or birth control pills if your periods are off. But if we're not really addressing the right underlying problem, we don't get the best results.
And that's where someone like you comes in. But so for anyone who might be watching this, they think, I'm too young for perimenopause, I'm too young for menopause. What kind of age range are we talking about? Not to maybe scare people, but just to say, hey, this is something that you might be noticing, even if you think you're too young for it.
Yeah. Well, the average age of menopause is 52, and menopause is just the day 1 year after your last period. But perimenopause can start happening 10 years ahead of time. So anytime between the ages of 35 and 45, you can start heading on into perimenopause. And listen, if you're 36 years old, who the heck is thinking about menopause? And so if you're feeling irritable, if you're anxious, if you're not sleeping, if you've lost your libido, if you're tired all the time, if you can't focus, if you can't find the word that you want to say, if you feel like, am I getting ADD? Like, what is going on here? It's really hard to kind of put 2 and 2 together and even think, maybe it's my hormones.
And this is also hard too, because a lot of times women may have just had a child, right? So if you have a child at 34, 35, can you go right into perimenopause?
Well, hormones don't always just bounce back the way that we think we should. But if you're have a toddler, you're sure not thinking about menopause.
Or you're thinking you're tired because of that.
Because you have a toddler, right?
Oh my gosh. So my story is at 37, I had 4 children and I was a doctor and I was so exhausted and I was shrieking at my kids and feeling like a guilty mom, but I'm not thinking about menopause. I got 4 little children. I'm in my 30s. And so it's really confusing, even as a doctor, because sadly, we have not been taught about menopause in medical school for a long time because there was so much fear about hormones. And we now know that the fear is unfounded and the attitudes about menopause are very much changing, but perimenopause is still sort of this big sort of unknown for doctors, and doctors haven't been given the tools to really properly deal with it, and therefore they're not really diagnosing it, addressing it. And so even today, a really common scenario is a woman walks into her doctor's office and complains, I'm not sleeping, my mood is off, I'm anxious, I'm irritable, I don't feel like me, this does not feel normal, I don't feel like myself. But doctors don't have the language to talk about it. They don't have the tools. And so what ends up happening is maybe some lab work is done and you're just told everything is normal, or you're told this is just your age. But women are left feeling dismissed. We're left to feel like it's all in our head, and it doesn't have to be that way.
I want to make sure we mention this screening that's coming up Saturday, because this might help, may not answer all your questions, but to get the conversation going. Tell me about Balance, a Perimenopause Journey that's coming up with a live panel discussion Saturday.
Yes, so this movie is going to be screened 6:30 on Saturday at 9189 Studio Gallery. One of the filmmakers, Sadhvi Sadali Shri, is actually coming in. She was so passionate about her frustrations in going through her menopausal journey or perimenopausal journey that she actually created a whole film about it, and she's going to come and talk about it. We have Venus Kennedy, who is with Charlotte Women's Counseling, who deals with a lot of women going through this. One of the hosts is Jennifer Moxley from Sunshine Media Network. We will have a screening of the movie. We will be doing a Q&A, answering your questions. You will likely see yourself in the movie. Bring your friend, your sister, your spouse who needs to understand what's going on. I think it'll be a really great event.
Fantastic. Dr. Matthews, thank you so much for joining us as always, and can't wait to see that panel. All right, it is 8:18. Let's get a check of our forecast with meteorologist Ted Phaeton. Ted, we know we're going to be dodging showers quite a bit today and into tomorrow.
Yeah, dodging the showers today as the rain will be moving through. We'll have some of the pockets of heavy rain that's going to continue to move through. As a matter of fact, let's put this clock into motion, see how the last hour has progressed in terms of that rain being focused along the I-40 corridor. Some of the showers pushing through York County, Rock Hill, into parts of Lancaster, while we still see the flood advisory north towards Salisbury and Iredell County. I expect the rain to stick around for most of the day, that moisture making its way towards High Point into Raleigh, Durham area. We'll still stay on the wet side this afternoon with your flood concerns impacting the red shading and that stationary front tracking south as we head into your Friday. That's going to pull your flood concerns even further south. I'm looking at overall high pressure building out of the Midwest. Stationary front here through the southeast with that tropical storm Bertha still tracking west towards Texas. So close to home, we'll keep the cloud cover for your Thursday. Pop-up showers and isolated storms move through at late morning, early afternoon. Could see a few isolated downpours before we have the clearing skies overnight into your Friday. Friday will usher in another round of what could be an isolated pop-up shower or two. More dry than wet on Friday, so today will be the wetter of the two, giving us 3/4 of an inch of rain. Further south and east could see closer to an inch, if not more, closer to 2 inches in some spots, with that flood watch in effect until this evening. East of I-77 holding on to the flood watch through your early morning hours on Friday. Our temperatures drop into the upper 70s, low 80s. I'm looking at low 70s I-40 corridor. Today's highs land in the low to mid 80s with those 60s in our mountain counties. Lows will be in the upper 60s as we approach your early morning hours on Friday. Again, today already feeling some of the hottest temperatures of the day as we stay in the 70s through the afternoon, rebounding into the 80s Saturday and Sunday. 90s return Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week. Annie?
All right, Ted, thank you. Here's a live look over New York City. We're going to check in with Jane King live from the New York Stock Exchange to check out those stock futures. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
$8.24. Welcome back, everyone. Fertilizer prices are dropping, giving farmers a profit boost, and the House passed the stock trading ban bill. Jane King's live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good Thursday morning.
Hi, Jason. Happy Thursday to you. And as we get closer to the open, we're getting a little more ugly for the start of the markets here today. The Dow down 400 points now. So got a few problems. One, of course, Iran. Oil prices are up this morning. It's increasingly looking like this is going to escalate. And also Tesla and Google out with their earnings last night, both spending a ton of money on AI build out, and investors losing a little bit of patience with how much money is being spent there. So those stocks are down this morning too. Now the House passed a GOP-backed congressional stock trading ban, overcoming months of delay. The bill would allow members of Congress, their spouses, and dependent children to hold on to stocks they already own, but prevent them from buying new ones. Now Republicans added a voter identification provision, which eroded some Democrat support. So the stock trading bill with the voter mandate will go to the Senate, where it's unclear what will happen at that point. And farmers are getting a break. Fertilizer prices have tumbled as nitrogen costs sink. Now, despite the recent correction, fertilizer prices are still quite a bit higher than they were a year ago. Jason, back to you.
Hey, listen, I'm sure if you're in the farming community, part of that family, you will take any break when it comes your way. So that is good news.
Absolutely.
Jane,
yeah.
thank you so much. Appreciate that. Have a great hour. We'll join you coming up at 9:30 right after the opening bell. Thanks. Okay. You're watching Queen City News. We're expecting a little bit of rain here in Charlotte anytime. Farmers in our area, I'm sure, joyful about that. We'll be back.
Welcome back, 8:30. Happy Thursday. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Happy Thursday, guys. Julian Sador has gone home for the rest of the day. Meteorologist Ted Phaeton standing by with his umbrella in his car and not on his person. So the advice today with the rain coming in any moment now, Ted, the advice would be what?
Do as I say, not as I do.
As you like to say, keep that thing on you.
Yeah, keep that thing on
Yep,
you today.
keep it locked and loaded.
Listen, the showers are going to be intermittent in nature. Could be heavy at times, so you'll want to have that umbrella. Don't be like me, where the heavy rain comes and you're looking out the window, waiting for that window so you can shuffle really quick to the car, and you get wet anyway, and then your seats are wet, and you have that like the damp drive home because you left your umbrella in the car. I'm done. Off the soapbox. Taking a look from our tower camera, we see the Queen City in the distance, sitting in the upper 70s temperature-wise. Won't really budge too much. We'll be in the 70s throughout the afternoon. We've already felt the warmest temperatures of the day, so our highs have already been reached, and now we are looking at that flood watch, which will be in effect for our counties highlighted in green. Along that I-40 corridor areas east, we still have the flood advisory in effect north towards Salisbury, where we have some pockets of heavy rain moving through. To our south, York County into Lancaster, Chesterfield County, seeing some of the moderate to heavy rain, continuing to stay dry over Uptown and Gaston County as we still usher in some of that moisture out of upstate South Carolina, western North Carolina, still under the bullseye for what could be some of those showers moving through throughout your afternoon and evening. Update on your drought conditions. How about this, y'all? We're heading in the right direction. A little bit of the improvements, less red, showing a little bit less of the extreme drought. Still holding on to level 3 and 4 and even 5 out of 5 north and west of Raleigh, but we are going to be slowly improving, and the rain we get today will certainly be an improvement as that plays into an update that we'll get next week. So water vapor satellite imagery shows the moisture very much locked in here over the Carolinas. Stationary front overhead, high pressure building over the Midwest with that tropical system pushing towards Texas. We'll have another look at your forecast here coming up in the next 10 minutes. Annie?
All right, Ted, thank you. We're following some breaking news this morning. Some parts of our viewing area are starting to see the impacts of this morning's rain, Ted. Old Moxville Road right here in Iredell County is closed right now due to some standing water. If you know the area, this is close to Davis Hospital. Deputies are asking drivers to be safe because they say there is high water on several roads in Iredell County. So we're starting to see that rain coming down, and that could make for a messy commute. Let's get over to Jason with a look at how our roads are looking right now.
Well, not so good, Annie. Thank you very much. An earlier accident up near Huntersville on 77 southbound is cleared off to the shoulder, but causing a lot of slowdowns coming down from the lake. Now we're hearing there's a major accident on 85 South. Some reports are saying all 3 or 4 lanes potentially closed before Sugar Creek if you're coming down from the University City area. So we're going to continue to look into this. That just popped up, but we're showing major slowdowns. You're down to 10, 20 miles an hour. And with that rain starting to come a little further south from Concord, that's going to be affecting people. And so if you see those brake lights, you got to stop early because it's so much harder to stop when you've got wet roads. Now, let's quickly show you drive times. The slowest is coming down from Mooresville in that Lake Norman section. Coming in from Gaston County and Rock Hill, you're not too bad. Now, the other side of town, we had some issues coming down from Concord. They're improving. Coming in from Albemarle, Monroe, you guys are all in good shape. We'll show you the wet streets, the wet interstates. This is near Concord Mills Mall. The rain has kind of slowed down a little bit, but the roads are still wet. You can tell from this dark shot. So that spray is going to kick up. Make sure those wipers are working. We still have dry streets here in Mecklenburg County for now, so just be prepared for that. Here's a shot at 77 north and south. Outside our studios in West Charlotte, look how slow this traffic is. This is 85 northbound on the left. Coming in from Gaston County into Mecklenburg County, really slow. Down near the state line, you're looking pretty good near Carowinds. And then here's quickly drive times to the airport. Check with your airline. We don't expect delays right now at the airport, but just check with your app. It is slow, like I mentioned, coming down from the Lake Norman area, almost 45 minutes to get there. We'll wrap up your pinpoint traffic coming up at the top of the 9 o'clock hour.
The national cyclosporiasis outbreak is growing by hundreds of cases, and people in North Carolina are changing their shopping habits. There are more than 11,500 cases across the country. 560 of those are in North Carolina, 29 of them in Mecklenburg County. Queen City News anchor Caroline Boyer shows us how people are protecting themselves from the foodborne illness.
When Charlotte area shoppers leave the grocery store these days, the items in their bags look a little different than usual. They're avoiding certain produce to hopefully avoid getting sick.
Raspberries, blackberries,
the bag lettuce, the bag greens, all that prepackaged packaged food we've been avoiding right now.
Those foods are staying on the shelves for now as many grocery store goers try to minimize their chances of getting cyclosporiasis. It's an intestinal illness known to cause severe diarrhea.
It definitely does make me think twice. I don't know. It's like you gotta really just be careful on what you're eating.
State health officials have linked many of North Carolina's cases to lettuce, parsley, and cilantro.
If I buy something, I want to be able to wash it and, take care of it before I eat it.
While fear of getting the parasite is prompting some to quit buying produce altogether,
if I have to avoid the vegetables and the fruit, I will do so.
Others are heading to local farmers markets for their needs.
The weekday traffic's picked up quite a bit.
Tony Ivester with Hilltop Farms tells me he's fielding lots of customer questions about cyclosporiasis.
There's always the risk, you never know, but we're doing everything we can to mitigate that.
His products come straight from Shelby, and very few people handle them en route to the Charlotte Regional Farmers Market.
You're running less of a risk by not having it shipped in or brought in and sitting in a truck for God knows how long. The fresher the better is what I would say.
Whether you're buying produce from the grocery store or from a local grower, health experts recommend you thoroughly wash fresh fruits and vegetables, even though that may not eliminate cyclospora. In Charlotte, Caroline Boyer, Queen City News.
Overnight, the United States carried out its 12th straight day of airstrikes on Iran. U.S. Central Command says that the strikes are intended to degrade Iran's ability to threaten vessels in the Strait of Hormuz and other regional waters. Iranian state media reports U.S. missiles struck the western part of the country. They also say 2 people were killed in a missile attack near the Iraqi border. Meanwhile, Yemen's Iran-backed Houthi rebels said that early Thursday they had attacked 2 Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea. On Wednesday, President Trump said America will destroy a bridge or a power plant every time Iran shoots at a ship in the Strait. The bodies of the 4 U.S. service members who were killed in the war with Iran are now back on U.S. soil. President Trump attended the dignified transfer ceremony at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware, saluting as the men and women were carried off the plane. 2 of those soldiers were stationed at Fort Bragg, 30-year-old Michael Swinton of Fayetteville and 25-year-old Tyler Feehan of Hawaii. This is the 3rd ceremony President Trump has attended since he launched the war in February. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says he's open to talks with Iran, but doubtful of any outcomes.
Unfortunately, so far, even though we have reached agreements, they have not kept their commitments. And as the President stated earlier today, I guess, today Washington time, yesterday our time here now, the problem we're having right now is that they're not serious about talks. If they're serious, we're serious. If they're not, then we will do what is necessary to protect that, our interest and also the interest of our allies.
President Trump says he wants to intensify the ongoing strikes. Remarking about the ceremony, the president called it the toughest thing that he has had to do as president.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg's school board members are not saying what came out of yesterday's special meeting where they discussed personnel matters. That closed board session comes as they continue to conduct an investigation into district operations under Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill. Officials put Hill on paid leave last month while they looked into, quote, administrative and operational oversight. Hill has served as CMS superintendent for 3 years, with her contract running through June of next year. She has said she welcomes the review, but that she has not been informed about what prompted the investigation.
Coming up on 8:38, the Carolina Panthers training camp is officially underway in Uptown with the Black and Blue, hoping to build off of a division-winning season last year.
That's right. Veterans made their way into Uptown to join the rookies who showed up earlier this week.
Carolina Sports Live's Casey Funderburg joining us live this morning from camp with everything you need to know. Good morning, Casey.
Yeah, the Carolina Panthers returned to Bank of America Stadium today, and what head coach Dave Canales is saying is going to be the toughest preseason yet, and they're wanting to keep that momentum going from that NFC title from last season. However, coming into camp this year, they're going to have to do it without a couple of guys. Now, coming into the season, the offensive line was a big question and whether or not they would have enough people and enough depth with the line, but now Taylor Moton is going to be sidelined indefinitely with a blood clot in his lung. Rookie Monroe Freeland is expected to fill the right tackle spot in his absence. Freeland will waste no time, though, getting acclimated to the NFL and just the true speed of the pro game. Now, fellow lineman Robert Hunt, who is expected to be healthy this season, says Moton is in good spirits and even playing a new position as camp begins.
It'll be new to him. We'll see how he reacts. But, I mean, obviously, he knows we got his back, and we'll tell him that. But I think he's in a good place. Timo will be here every day coaching like he's a coach. And we're out there, we're going, and we do this like a little Andy drill. The rookies are doing their deal. And he's yelling at them. He's on a bike. Get down. Get lower. You need to be lower than that. You need to be – and I'm like, okay. So they can be ready for him to be low-key kind of coaching.
Now, even though there have been questions about that offensive line, there is depth there, so they should have enough guys to shuffle in and out during the preseason. J.C. Horn is also another player who will not be starting the preseason. He has stitches in his foot, but they said it's only going to last a couple of weeks, so he should be here before everything ends. But today's the first day of camp, so we're going to recap everything later tonight on Carolina Sports Live at 11. But until then, in Uptown at Bank of America Stadium, I'm Casey Funderburg.
All right, Casey, thank you very much. We'll chat with you later on this morning. And Panthers fans, listen, it is time to take notes on the key preseason dates for the Black and Blue. You should just take a screenshot right here, right with your phone. So FanFest, the only open practice for fans, that's coming up Friday, July 31st. That's next Friday at Bank of America Stadium. Carolina will then open the preseason against the Arizona Cardinals in Canton. That's the annual Hall of Fame game on August 6th. The Panthers also have the treat of opening the new Highmark Stadium in Buffalo as they take on the Bills August 15th. Joint practices will follow during the final 2 weeks of the preseason, one in Jacksonville, Florida, again in August 19th, and then another one here in town with Houston. That will be August 26th. Football season is almost here, folks. May-Kay, good morning. What's coming up?
All right, attention aspiring pilots, cabin crew, and airline maintenance workers. The odds of landing your dream job have just increased thanks to good news from the world's largest aerospace company. I'm May-Kay Beeler. Coming up, a report you don't want to miss. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
right, attention aspiring pilots, cabin crew members, and technicians. The odds of landing your dream job just went up thanks to some good news from Boeing.
All right, the aerospace giant just released its 2026 pilot and technician outlook. It forecasts what the aviation industry will need globally over the next 2 decades, and the future looks bright.
All right, Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot Maykay Beeler is here to talk about what is in this report. Maykay.
All right, so good news. The numbers are impressive and promising. So whether your heart is in flying the airplane, maybe caring for passengers in the back part of the cabin crew, or maintaining the aircraft, making sure it is safe, your odds of living your dream job, yes, they've just increased. So according to the new report released days ago to coincide with the EAA AirVenture in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, the world's largest air show flying and pilot convention, well, projections indicate the industry will need more than 2.4 million new pilots, technicians, and cabin crew members by 2045, and that's to meet the global traffic demand. Ooh, that means 674,000 new commercial pilots, 728,000 maintenance techs, and over 1 million cabin crew members to fly and maintain the global aviation fleet. That's over the next 20 years.
All right, this is pretty significant news here, Maykay. What's behind, you think, this global demand?
So, you know, the long-term demand has been growing, and so the fleet growth, passenger demand, higher passenger demand. So all of this is just keeps getting better and better. So the need to drive for trained personnel. So the jet maker said approximately 2/3 of the projected hiring will replace workers who are leaving the industry due to the retirement and attrition. The report focuses exclusively on commercial aviation or the airlines. It does not include business aviation or civil helicopter demand.
All right, so is this report similar to years past?
It is. Now, I remember reporting this on it last time, so it's a modest increase, so things are still going up across the 3 workforce categories. So Eurasia and China are expected to account for the largest share of new personnel.
All right, so if you are someone interested in being a pilot, flight crew technician,
yes.
How do you get on this career path?
Okay, so you know, military is a great way to go to get that experience as a pilot or a technician. Also, you can start as a general aviation pilot. Go to the local flight school in Concord or Monroe. Or
I bet you know a flight instructor.
I know a flight instructor, and start with a discovery flight to see if you love it. You can go to colleges like Embry-Riddle and get a degree in aviation. There are all sorts of ways you can get started. How about being a flight attendant? There are schools actually that train you how to prepare for the interview, to go over regulations, and so you already have a step up before you go to the interview. So education is huge. You want to be a maintenance technician. Great job being an A&P airport or airplane and power plant mechanic. Go to a local tech school, community college. Get educated, be prepared. So these opportunities are there for you, and they pay well. So go to school.
And job security, I would think, because AI is not going to take a lot of those specific things, at least for now.
Well, you do have the Spirit Airlines that.
Well, that is true. That is true.
But you can always then go to another airline.
Well, and that's what we try to tell our daughters as they're trying to find their footing in the world of a career is try to be the best and don't ever stop learning at whatever field you're in.
Exactly.
You will always be useful. Someone will always snag you up.
Always
exactly. I can tell you as a pilot, we are always learning. Always learning. A flight attendant would be a great job, and God bless the technicians that keep our planes safe.
You're right.
Lots of jobs out there. Stay in school, folks.
All right, Maykay, thank you so much.
Perfect. All right, it may not be the best looking weather out there to fly, Ted. We're not seeing delays or cancellations at the airport, but what are you seeing?
Yeah, I see that they fly in all of it. I'll start there, but we have high pressure that's building out of the Midwest, the stationary front. That's going to give us those cloudy skies, some of the scattered showers moving through, and there's that tropical system, Tropical Storm Bertha, tracking west with winds at 45 miles per hour, bearing down on the Texas coast. I'm expecting this to dissipate into a remnant low by Friday morning, likely pushing into parts of Mexico by the time we get to the weekend. Still holding on to tropical storm status through this afternoon, making landfall again by Galveston, south of Houston, a remnant low as it approaches parts of San Antonio. Bertha will dissipate into a remnant low as it crosses into Mexico. Moisture still stays abundant over the deep south from Texas into Louisiana, kicking some of that moisture up towards the Carolinas. Your flood concern stretches from southern Texas all the way to Louisiana. We'll have our own flood concerns with those showers coming ahead of that cold front through this afternoon and evening. Winds will be picking up, looking at up to 40+ mile-per-hour winds towards southern Louisiana, playing into the storm surge that will impact the coast all the way down towards Galveston. So you're looking at a tropical storm warning in that blue shading from Louisiana into the Texas coast. Rain chances heading into your weekend come down. Thursday looks to be the wettest, and then we start drying out as we approach your Saturday and Sunday. 90s return early next week, getting us closer to normal for this time of year. Your weekend forecast shows those low 80s Saturday, more in the way of the upper 80s on Sunday. That's where we'll, again, bring down those rain chances ahead of the 90s that come back into play heading into early next week. This morning, temperatures in the upper 70s really won't budge too much when it comes to your afternoon temperatures. Likely going to stay in the 70s all day long. Winds come out of the northwest at about 5 miles per hour. I'm looking at your dew points in the low 70s as we have a cloudy and a quiet start to your Thursday. The showers move through this afternoon and evening, tapering off overnight into Friday, staying spotty in nature Friday afternoon. Upper 70s turn to low 80s heading into the weekend before those 90s return just in time for Monday of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back. An iconic piece of pop culture and Star Wars history just sold at auction for a record price. Luke Skywalker's lightsaber from The Empire Strikes Back sold for $3.75 million.
Worth it.
Get this, the movie prop even comes with Luke's severed hand
from
his iconic battle with Darth Vader. Heritage Auction says the price is the highest ever for a Star Wars prop. The seller and buyer's identities are unknown.
Whoa.
That It's pretty cool.
That's pretty. I mean, it's still someone with too much money, but that is really cool.
1,000%. It's just like,
absolutely.
What? I have all these millions. What do I spend it on?
Enough money.
That looks cool.
Just enough.
Oh, just enough. Sorry.
Just enough money.
Just enough money. Does it work? Would you pay more if it didn't? Would you pay less if it didn't work? Like,
I'm not familiar with the technology used.
Well, you got to hit the button, and then it goes.
But like, what's the made out of?
Well, it's like.
Lights?
Well, first it's a crystal.
Yeah.
Okay, that's in the base of the saber.
Oh boy, we should have never.
It's a laser.
Oh, okay.
Cuts through everything.
How would you,
Lucas about this?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, cool.
How would you display this in your home? I get how you might display the actual lightsaber. What about the left hand? What do you do with that?
It's on Luke.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's not on Luke anymore.
Oh, the severed one.
The
Yeah,
severed
I don't know.
one. I mean, is it just like propped next to on your fireplace?
So I would have the big screen, and right underneath it would be the prop.
Okay.
Right, and then on the side, I'd have the severed hand as the remote holder.
Oh, okay.
That's a good one. I like
right
it.
There, we're done. I can't
That's it.
compete with that.
Yeah. We
I
can't.
love that. Oh my gosh. All right, we're going to think about that. Chew on that and digest it for a moment. We'll be back right after this. If you take an allergy medicine, listen up. You might want to check your cabinet. The FDA has announced a nationwide recall of 4 lots of 5 milligram cetirizine hydrochloride tablets. That is the generic version of Zyrtec. This is due to a possible cross-contamination with a heartburn medicine called ranitidine. For people who are allergic to the heartburn medicine, this mix-up could really cause a serious, even life-threatening reaction. Now, no illnesses have been reported so far, but consumers should stop using that medication if it has an expiration date of October 2028. So check that on the bottle. The company's already contacted customers who were impacted by email to arrange returns. Coming up on our 9 o'clock and final hour, parts of the city have seen rain, parts are waiting on the rain. We'll get that timeline from Ted coming up next.
City News starts now.
Good morning, everyone. Hope you're having a great start to your Thursday. Ted is welcoming you in with fervor and excitement. It is our 9 o'clock and final hour. Don't blame him. We're ready to go as well. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Sataski. Julian Sador off for the rest of the morning.
I don't know who I am right now.
You're that excited.
I'm that excited. I'm just focused on the time. No, I'm joking. Meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast this morning. Dodging some of those rain chances today as we have the scattered showers locked in for the Carolinas.
It's going to be like that all day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Till this afternoon and evening, unfortunately.
For the weekend booty riders, shot right there does not look so promising out at Charlotte Motor Speedway. But we got thousands of people coming to Charlotte, arriving in Charlotte tomorrow for the 24 hours of booty that will end Saturday night. Chances of rain that weekend?
Chances of rain come down as we approach the weekend, so that's the good news. The difference 24 hours can make, pun intended, because you see the drops on your lens right now over Concord, up towards Cabarrus County, Charlotte Motor Speedway. I don't expect the showers and the rain to be as widespread heading into your Friday, but we still hold on to those rain chances heading into the weekend. I know, that's why you want to download the Pinpoint Weather app to stay up to date on the latest. Our flood watch will be in effect through the I-85 corridor, I-40 heading north towards Highway 321. Concord, Salisbury, Statesville holding on to the flood watch until this evening. Now, the heavy rain is just south of I-40, starting to track towards uptown a little bit. We haven't seen too much rain around Charlotte. Our South Carolina counties had some of the light to moderate showers, which is now pushing east towards Chesterfield County and eventually towards the east parts of North Carolina. So Fayetteville, Raleigh dealing with their own cluster of rain. We have some of that moisture still funneling in out of the western Carolinas. A little bit of improvement in our drought conditions, but still level 3 and 4 out of 5 around Charlotte. We're looking at level 5 out of 5 north and west of Raleigh, while our water vapor satellite imagery keeps us under the bullseye for what will be those impacts of the showers and that moisture sticking around here for your Thursday. High pressure to our north, tropical system over the Gulf. We have the stationary front here close to home. I'll break down your overall setup and your forecast. We'll talk temperatures here coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Annie?
All right, Ted, thank you. We're staying on top of that breaking news we brought you not too long ago. Some parts of our viewing area are starting to see the impacts of this morning's rain. Old Knoxville Road right here in Iredell County is closed right now due to standing water. If you're familiar with that area, that's close to Davis Hospital. Deputies are asking drivers to be safe because they say there is high water on several roads in Iredell County. So again, if you see those road closure signs, take them seriously. Do not go around them. And even more breaking news, here's a live picture from Eastway Drive in Northeast Charlotte. Medic is telling us one person was hurt in a multi-vehicle crash near the intersection with North Tryon Street. And that is all we know about this right now. But as you can see, 2 vehicles being loaded up onto that tow truck right there. That happened obviously within the past couple of minutes here. So we will check on what exactly happened with police. But as you can see, traffic being a little bit impacted this morning. But as we bring in Jason here, we know the roadways are getting a little bit dicey out there, right?
Yeah, Annie, it just kind of depends on where you are. This is a look at that crash that we were just seeing from Trevor Beck, our photojournalist. Eastway, the westbound lane is what has been blocked. But from what we just saw in that video, cars are being loaded up on the tow truck. So hopefully in the next 10, 15 minutes, they get it clear, they get the westbound lane open back up, and that will help folks that are working their way into Uptown. Now, as we pull out, got a couple of issues. 77 coming up from South Carolina, slow inside the 45 loop. 85 south, still, we're dealing with what we heard earlier. 3 of the 4 lanes were closed coming down from University. That red is now extended all the way up almost to 485, past University, past West Mallard Creek Church Road. So you're really slow trying to come down 85 this morning. So just be aware of that. Drive times overall, slow from an earlier accident coming down from the Lake Norman area. You're looking good coming up from Rock Hill, in from Gaston County. Other side of the city, a little bit slow coming down from 85 from earlier rain. If you're coming in from Albemarle or Monroe, you're actually in pretty good shape. Let's take you up to Concord. The rain's been off and on. The roads remain wet this morning, so that spray is going to be all over the interstate and the cars in front of you. So hopefully your wipers are in good working order. Closer to town, streets are dry here. This is 77 approaching Uptown, going under LaSalle Street. Outside our studios, we've had slow traffic coming out of Gaston County all morning long, all 4 lanes northbound. Really slow here in Mecklenburg County. Down there, Carowinds, you've been looking good, honestly, all day long. It's right at the 45 split. 77 there. Independence Boulevard had a little bit of rain. That is now going away. So, again, just don't speed today. The rain, if it hasn't been your way, it will be shortly. Annie?
An encounter between a pair of Charlotte women and immigration agents is now the focus of a lawsuit seeking millions of dollars in damages. The women claim they were assaulted and wrongfully detained while they were legally monitoring immigration operations. This all happened during November's Operation Charlotte's Web here in the Queen City. Queen City News Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber spoke with their attorney, who says her clients didn't break a single law.
They were followed by immigration agents. They were assaulted, held at gunpoint. Their car window was smashed, and they were arrested and detained for hours.
That encounter and subsequent arrest of 2 Charlotte women is at the center of this newly filed claim seeking more than $2 million in damages from Border Patrol, ICE, and Homeland Security. Attorneys for the pair say on November 17, 2025, Kristen Roos and Tatiana Rossini got word of agents carrying out operations in East Charlotte and began to follow what they believed to be a federal vehicle, at times honking their horn and blowing a whistle to alert others of CBP's presence.
Kristen and Tatiana were engaged in First Amendment protected activities. They did not commit a crime. They did not even violate a traffic law.
Roos and Rossini eventually left, but then were followed by federal agents, which is when this encounter occurred. Agents smashing their car window and arresting the two. They were taken into custody, given criminal citations, and released some 4 hours later. Their attorney says those charges were eventually dropped.
They seek accountability for the harm that was caused by immigration agents and the government officials that ratified the behavior of these agents and allowed for something like this to not only happen in Charlotte, but happen across the United States.
Border Patrol acknowledged a Queen City News request but did not comment on the claim. At the time of the incident, agency leaders argued that similar arrests were lawful because civilians were interfering with operations and assaulting their agents. The immigration agencies named in this claim have 6 months to respond. If they fail to respond or deny the claim, attorneys for Roos and Rossini will file a lawsuit in federal court. Reporting in Uptown, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
A North Carolina police officer has been named a suspect in a 22-year-old murder case. 16-year-old Josh Davis was killed back in January 2004 while walking along a road in Garner. His death was initially classified as a hit and run, but is now being investigated as a homicide.
New warrants name 4 Oaks police officer Megan Potter as a suspect. Records show Potter admitted to driving a stolen car connected with Davis's death, but not at the time of the incident. Officials say she is no longer cooperating with investigators. Potter has not been charged with a crime, but is on unpaid administrative leave and has been demoted from her position as a detective.
Joining us now is our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. Cold cases are always difficult. A lot of evidence takes time to be processed, and it's great when you have a break. But when we talk about something like this, how complicated does it get when it's involving a police officer who is involved with the case?
I mean, extremely complicated just because there may be personal connections to the folks that are investigating it. But it's just like our previous case, we talked about being able to set aside that personal, set aside your emotional connection, and just follow the facts. I say it all the time, that data is the new gold. Your data, you can't run from it. You can try, but you can't. So a number of things that they're connecting her to this event is from her phone. They were saying that she stopped cooperating. I mean, that's what I would recommend her to do as her attorney. If they believe that you are a person of interest, you don't need to make any statement. Even if you are 100% innocent, any statement that you use can only hurt you. So always my recommendation is to walk away from any voluntary statement. What I would say is that, so then they ask for her phone, they get a search warrant. They're saying that the phone is telling other information that is helpful in this case. People may think I can delete it, I can remove it, I can try to hide it, but that forensic evaluation that's done on the phone most of the time is going to find something unless you totally destroy that device. But if you still have it, they can find it.
What are some of the biggest challenges for both the defense and prosecutors when you're looking at 20 years worth of an investigation? You're already talking about the digital evidence, but witness testimony, that's something you're dealing with people's memories, trying to go back that far. Is that problematic for both sides?
Time definitely is undefeated, and in these types of cases, it doesn't help. I mean, as a defense attorney, I like time because now if your statements that you made 20 years ago, 15 years ago, are drastically different than you make today while I have you on the stand, then now I can potentially introduce some doubt, and hopefully that doubt becomes reasonable. Now a jury is able to say, you know what, I'm not going to find this person guilty. So for me, that's extremely helpful. On the other side, it hurts the investigation because that's a long time. Technology has changed. A lot of information has changed. The way we do things has changed. And so you're looking at a stolen vehicle that this person was in 20 plus years ago. What time were they in? That's extremely relevant to this case. Not I was in this stolen car 6 months before it occurred, but was I in the car on the day that this occurred? That's something that is going to be hard because the vehicle may not even be around anymore.
And it's interesting, why were you in that stolen vehicle, right? And that's the main question they're not getting answers to.
Yeah, I mean, and again, if I was nerd, they're not going to get answers from me. If I'm the client and you're suggesting that I was involved in some type of crime like this, specifically a murder, there won't be any the only way that you'll piece your case together will be from the physical evidence that you either found in the car or the digital evidence that you found on my phone, something like that that points me and puts me in that location. But it can't be from the horse's mouth because it is. I mean, if it is at trial, that's extremely hard to overcome.
You didn't have Ring cameras, black boxes, GPS, all these things that we take for granted you didn't have back then.
We're talking about 2002, right? Yeah. You're talking about iPhones weren't even out.
They weren't.
Yeah. So, all right, a lot to do with the cold case. Khalif, thanks. 9:10, Ted, the timing of rain looks like, depending on where you are in Charlotte, you've been hit with the rain.
Yeah, depending on where you are. North of Uptown has seen some of the showers. York County, South Carolina counties saw some of the raindrops earlier as well. 77 degrees now, north winds. I told you we'd be cooling down throughout the day. We've already felt some of the warmest temperatures. You're looking at a cooler start now, anywhere from 2 to even 7 and 8 and 9 degrees cooler than where we were this time yesterday. So that plays into the upper 70s, even low 80s, Monroe into Wadesboro that we're feeling. 60s in our mountain counties. Highs aren't going to be too different than what we see right now as those 70s linger all the way through the afternoon and evening. The chance of those pop-up showers and storms lingers throughout most of today. I'm looking at the highest chance of rain from your mid-morning into the afternoon as well. So we are going to continue to track that as highs land in the low 80s with winds out of the southwest anywhere between 3 to 8 miles per hour. We'll keep an eye on those rain chances and have more coming up in the next 10 minutes.
All right, Ted, thank you. The black and blue are getting ready for you. Training camp is underway with the arrival of the Panthers veterans. Wednesday, we'll head live to Uptown. After the break, we'll have a look at some early takeaways. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
It is 9:14. Welcome back. Panthers training camp is officially underway in Uptown with the Black and Blue hoping to build off a division-winning season from last year.
Veterans made their way to Uptown to join the rookies who showed up earlier this week.
Carolina Sports Live's Casey Funderburg is in Uptown live outside of camp with everything you need to know. Good morning, Casey.
Yeah, good morning, guys. The Panthers are returning to Bank of America Stadium today for their first practice on what head coach Dave Canales is saying it's going to be the toughest preseason yet. Now, like you guys just mentioned, they're trying to keep that momentum going from that NFC South title, but they're going to have to do it at the start of camp without a couple of starters. And coming into the season, there were questions about the offensive line and some of the depth there, but now they're going to be without Taylor Moton, who is sidelined indefinitely with a blood clot in his lung. Rookie Monroe Freeling is expected to fill in the right tackle spot in his absence. Freeling will waste no time getting acclimated to the NFL and just the true speed of the pro game. Now, fellow lineman Robert Hunt is expected to be healthy this season and says Moton is in good spirits and even playing a new position as camp begins.
It'll be new to him. We'll see how he reacts. But, obviously, he knows we got his back, and we'll tell him that. But I think he's in a good place. Timo will be here every day coaching like he's a coach. And we're out there, we're going, and we do this like a little indie drill. The rookies are doing their deal. And he's yelling at them. He's on a bike. Get down. Get lower. You need to be lower than that. You need to be – and I'm like, okay. So they can be ready for him to be low-key kind of coaching.
Now, the good thing is there is depth at that offensive line position, even though there might have to be some movement. Having Robert Hunt back will be big. If Brady Christensen is back and healthy, that'll be big for the offensive line. Now, they will also be without J.C. Horn to start the preseason. He got stitches in his foot, but he's only supposed to miss these first couple weeks, so he should be good to go by the time they start playing games. But today is that first day of practice, so we're going to have all the sights and sounds coming up later tonight on Carolina Sports Live. But until then, in Uptown at Bank of America Stadium, I'm Casey Funderburg.
Casey, can't wait for all that. Stay dry out there. Appreciate it so much. All right, listen up, Panthers fans. Maybe you want to grab your phone and take a screenshot of this right here because this is you're going to want to take notes on all the key preseason dates for the Black and Blue, starting with FanFest. That's the only open practice for fans. That's coming up next Friday, July 31st. That will be at Bank of America Stadium. Carolina will then open the preseason against the Cardinals up in Canton, Ohio. That's the annual annual Hall of Fame game. That's August 6th. Panthers then will have the treat of opening the new Highmark Stadium in Buffalo as they face the Bills August 15th. Joint practices will then follow during the final 2 weeks of the preseason. One down in Jacksonville on the 19th of August, and then another one here in Uptown with Houston on August 26th.
Well, if you loved all the World Cup action and you just don't want soccer to end, you're in luck because the MLS returned to action. Charlotte FC hosting Atlanta United last night. At first, it did look like Charlotte was in complete control, but our rivals from down 85 fought back to a 2-2 draw. Carolina Sports Live's Gia Lancey has the recap.
The last time Charlotte FC took the pitch for MLS action was over 60 days ago. So the goal against Atlanta United was to hit the ground running and continue the momentum they had before the World Cup break began, and to start off this second half on a high note, which is exactly what they did in the first half. They were knocking on the door to start, but in the 16th minute, it looked like Archie Goodwin was going to get it to the back of the net, but it was Kerwin Vargas who gave the Crown the upper hand and a goal for Charlotte FC. And then Liel Abada doubled their score right before the second half. Starting fast and strong was exactly what head coach Dean Smith wanted for his squad.
I thought we played well. I thought we created some really good chances today. It's certainly 1 or 2 points that got away from us tonight. But there was lots of positives in terms of the chances that we created.
But it was a tale of two halves. The second half started okay, but Atlanta United were able to equalize, suppressing the energy the Crown had in the first half.
I was disappointed with 2 or 3 of the chances they had first half. I didn't think our fullbacks, didn't stay with our centre backs close enough, and they allowed gaps for players to run through. But we always looked a threat on when we got the ball and had chances to score more goals today.
Well, not too much time to dwell on this because they have to get right back to work to prep for the New York Red Bulls on Saturday. Reporting from Bank of America Stadium, Gia Lancey, Queen City News.
Coming up on 9:19 here on this Thursday morning, we're tracking some of those scattered showers moving through the Carolinas, really just stagnant over parts of Iredell County further north. Looking at some of the rain that's going to stick around heading into your mid-morning and even into the afternoon. Zooming out, we still see the flood concerns extending towards the eastern parts of the state. A lot of that moisture traveling along that stationary front, which will be focused right over the Carolinas and the Queen City. So red on your map indicates where we're watching for your flood concerns, pooling and ponding in low-lying areas. That's going to pull south a little bit as we head into your Friday for the end of the week, impacting northern Georgia, Alabama, and the East Coast towards the Outer Banks and the low country of South Carolina. High pressure builds out of the Midwest. We're tracking Tropical Storm Bertha pushing west towards Galveston and Houston, making landfall later this afternoon yet again. Stationary front over the Carolinas will continue to pull the cooler air into the Queen City with those scattered showers lingering through your late morning, early afternoon. We'll see an isolated downpour or two, some rumbles of thunder as those storms traveling along the I-85 corridor exit overnight into your Friday. We'll have mostly cloudy skies for the end of the work week, but isolated showers come back, more scattered and isolated in nature for the end of the work week before we start to dry out a little bit heading into your weekend. Overall, 3/4 of an inch to maybe 1.25 inches of rain possible around the Queen City. Further south and east could see higher rainfall amounts, over 2 inches in some spots. That's where we have our flood watch in effect. That's going to push easter for the eastern parts of the state. And of course, watch for any flood concerns south of Uptown as we head into this evening. Temperatures in the upper 70s, low 80s, Charlotte and surrounding areas, low 70s, I-40 corridor. Highs won't be too far off of this. Looking at those 80s for your afternoon highs or your morning highs, really, as we felt that early in the day. Overnight lows upper 60s, rebounding in those 80s through the weekend. 90s return early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
With so many online accounts, it can be easy to forget your password. You're not supposed to have the same one for everything, but a new secure solution from Google may be the answer so many people can diversify their passwords. They might be looking for this. A new feature, Selfie, is designed to let you use a selfie video to securely sign in and recover accounts if needed. It uses multiple layers of security to prevent hackers from using fake photos or videos that impersonate you. Google says your video is stored securely, used only with your consent and for sign-in, and you can delete it at any time. Huh.
All right. Yeah, that's a good response to that. This morning, health officials, this is not about lettuce for once. We're talking about don't feed, don't approach or interact with raccoons. Don't do it, Annie. No matter how cute Jimothy is right here, this is going on a new craze. So he's the raccoon. He's got a short spine syndrome. It's a rare congenital condition. So he's a little smaller, kind of more hunchback than other raccoons. And people say he kind of is just funny looking, but people have gone crazy. He's gone viral. People are visiting the neighborhood now, but they're getting too close. Experts say raccoons can be dangerous to humans, especially if you corner it or you stress it out, it can carry dangerous bacteria. So just a reminder, Jimothy, all of the raccoons that you encounter, they are still wild animals.
Leave them alone. All right, we'll leave you with that. We are heading to a break. You're looking live over New York City. We'll have a check of how Wall Street is doing shortly after opening bell with business correspondent Jen King. .30, happy Thursday. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us. Julian off for the rest of the day. That's meteorologist Ted Phaeton. It is Thirsty Thursday, not because we're hot and thirsty, but for once, We're getting rain. The ground is thirsty.
The ground is very
and it
thirsty.
is getting very well hydrated.
Very
At
well
least parts of
hydrated.
it are right now.
We have the rain on tap, and Mother Nature's going to be serving it all day, just intermittently scattered and all around the Queen City as we head into the afternoon. But we need it.
We do. Some possible flooding, though, that we need to be aware of?
Yeah, low-lying
potentially?
areas. The heavy rain has really been parked to our north along the I-40 corridor. Rowan County seeing the flood advisory here this morning. So wherever those showers set up and stick around for an extended period of time, that's where we are going to be seeing the potential for the pooling and ponding in low-lying areas and those water levels to increase as we head into your afternoon. So right now, mostly cloudy around the Queen City. We have those counties highlighted in green indicating where we have the flood advisory set up. That pushes east of Uptown where more of the rain will be seen. And even as we switch to radar, you can see the same path where the showers have focused. And the heaviest rain, the yellow and the orange, indicating the aggressive rainfall continues to track further east towards Asheboro and Greensboro this morning. Now, radar shows more of that moisture to our west. We're catching some of the scattered showers for the late morning, early afternoon. Our drought conditions improving. That's the good news. And the rain that we get today will also help us slowly climb out of the deficit that we find ourselves in. Still looking at level 4 and 5 out of 5 for the drought conditions in that red and darker red shading. Our water vapor satellite imagery shows that moisture locked in over the Carolinas. The green on your map indicating where that moisture will be, and that's triggered by the stationary front providing us the rain chances with that tropical storm Bertha still tracking west, aiming towards the southeast coast of Texas. Winds are at 45 miles per hour. Likely will be dissipating into a remnant low heading into your Friday. I think it can make landfall near Galveston around 3 o'clock later this afternoon and then become that tropical depression early Friday morning, dissipating into a remnant low by the time it crosses into parts of Mexico. We have the moisture all across the south and into the southeast, that flood concerns from southern Louisiana into Texas. I'll detail more of our local flood concerns and what our rain chances look like for the end of the work week coming up in the next 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, thank you. Eli Lilly's next generation of weight loss shots clears another hurdle.
And oil prices are spiking again as the Iran war escalates.
Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and today's opening numbers. Jane, how are we doing 1 minute after opening bell?
Yeah. Well, hi, Jason and Annie. So rough start. We knew it would be. The Dow at the moment down almost 600 points. Brent crude. So Brent is the oil that's more of kind of a global market. When we talk about U.S. oil, we talk about West Texas Intermediate. Brent crossed $100 a barrel this morning. So there is this growing sense of escalating tensions with Iran. This could become an even more of a full-blown war. The president's on Truth Social this morning talking about retaliation for Houthi attacks. So definitely the market's some nervousness about where this is going at this point today.
And Jane, Eli Lilly, the drug maker, that company is seeking approval now to sell its next-gen weight loss drug?
So it said it would file for approval of the next generation obesity drug. It's called retatrutide. In the first quarter of next year, it succeeded in 2 more late-stage trials. So the drug delivered significant weight loss and also improvements in blood sugar levels. So based on the data, the company says it believes it has what it needs to file for approval globally as a potential treatment for obesity, knee osteoarthritis pain, and obstructive sleep apnea.
All right, Jane, defense stocks are getting a lot of attention as the war in Iran heats back up.
Sure are. Lockheed Martin, which makes fighter jets, helicopters, satellites, lifted its sales and profit forecast as the Defense Department replenishes weapon stockpiles. And Raytheon, that company makes Patriot and Tomahawk missiles, just landed a $3.4 billion deal with the U.S. Navy.
All right, Jane, thank you so much. We appreciate your reports. As always, we'll catch up with you dark and early tomorrow morning.
Okay.
9:33, we have some new breaking news out of Southwest Charlotte. Charlotte-Mecklenburg police say a 5-year-old girl drowned in a neighborhood pool. According to a CMPD report, officers were called out to a community center on Newbridge Road last night just after 9 o'clock and found that child unresponsive. This is in a community not far from Shopton Road West. Police say the 5-year-old girl was taken to the hospital but did not survive. Her name has not been released yet, and we don't have any details about what led up to this. But according to the report, no charges have been filed. Overnight, the United States carried out its 12th straight day of airstrikes on Iran. U.S. Central Command says the strikes are meant to degrade Iran's ability to threaten vessels in the Strait of Hormuz and other regional waters. Iranian state media reports U.S. missiles struck the western part of the country. They also say 2 people were killed in a missile attack near the Iraqi border. Meanwhile, Yemen's Iran-backed Houthi rebels say early Thursday they had attacked 2 Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea. Wednesday, President Trump said America will destroy a bridge or power plant each time Iran shoots at a ship in the strait. And the president is honoring the lives of service members recently killed in the war with Iran. He attended a dignified transfer Wednesday at Dover Air Force Base. The number of deaths since the start of the war has now reached 18. Now, 2 of those soldiers killed last weekend were stationed at Fort Bragg. 30-year-old Michael Swinton of Fayetteville and 25-year-old Tyler Feehan of Hawaii. Governor Josh Stein has directed all U.S. and state flags to be flown at half-staff in North Carolina in their honor through tomorrow night. Reporter Justin Moore spoke with people in the Fort Bragg community who are remembering Lieutenant Feehan and the impact he had.
These boots are still waiting outside of First Lieutenant Tyler Feehan's home in Fayetteville, waiting for him to come home. His family says they represented his presence while he was deployed. Now they represent a heartbreaking loss. The 25-year-old was killed Saturday during an Iranian attack at an air base in Jordan. On Wednesday, Feehan and 3 other soldiers returned to American soil during a dignified transfer ceremony.
We're going to honor them, and one of the hardest things to do. For me, it's one of the hardest things to do as a president.
To the Army, he was a leader. To his family, he was TiVo, a son who chased adventure, a leader who believed in serving others, a young man who planned to marry his fiancée Claire after returning home. His parents tell CBS 17 they're praying for those service members who are currently serving this country. They're also heartbroken, but proud beyond words. They say no parent could have asked for a better son, and carrying Feehan's legacy forward is now their purpose. They're also asking that in remembering him, people pause to see the good this country still holds, rather than what divides it.
2 men are facing charges in connection with a multi-vehicle crash in Matthews that left 1 biker dead. Investigators accuse Ryan Faulkner of making a left turn in front of the victim, Jonathan Hill, back on July 1st. That started the crash. When Hill's bike collided, he was then thrown off of it before they say the second suspect, Xiuquei Zhang, then ran him over and left the scene. Another person involved in the crash went to the hospital with minor injuries. Both suspects faced a judge earlier this week, and as of this morning, they are out of jail on bond. Voters in Union County will soon decide whether they can build a new jail. This week, commissioners approved a bond referendum to go on the ballot this coming November. Voters will be asked if they will allow the county to use a general obligation bond to pay for this new project. If approved, the property tax rate would increase 3.11 cents per $100 of value. The new facility would have about 500 beds. The project would also repurpose a nearby administrative building for staff training and operational support.
The Bishop of the Diocese of Charlotte is making a plea to Catholics following the Society of St. Pius X. He's asking them to return to the Catholic Church they once knew. As one of those parishioners tells Queen City News reporter Matt Stell, he and other followers believe they've done nothing wrong.
This is the 6-page letter written to Catholics in the Diocese of Charlotte. Bishop Michael Martin says attending St. Anthony of Padua Catholic Church in Mount Holly or any chapel associated with the Society of St. Pius X should be avoided. But the bishop says the door back to the Roman Catholic Church remains open.
He's not talking to me. I'm not uncertain in the least about my place in the church. I'm a Catholic who's just trying to save my soul.
St. Anthony parishioner Jim DePiante tells us he means no disrespect, but he finds Bishop Martin's letter laughable.
I believe it's all done in fear-mongering and ain't scared. I know where I stand before God and man, and I'm not scared in the least.
The plea from the bishop comes just days after Pope Leo officially declared the Society of St. Pius X, or better known as SSPX, in schism with the Roman Catholic Church, and formally excommunicated a group of SSPX bishops that were consecrated without the Pope's approval earlier this month.
They're in essence treating this society now as a group that is on the outside of the Catholic world.
SSPX followers strongly believe in traditional Latin Mass and returning to the teachings of the ancient Catholic Church. In his detailed letter, Bishop Martin calls on SSPX followers within the diocese to pray and consider returning to full communion with the Catholic Church, telling followers that the Church does not desire punishment, but reconciliation.
But I'm not out of communion with Rome.
In the letter, Martin goes on to say that any baptisms, confirmations, marriages, or confessions that took place at SSPX chapels like St. Anthony will have to be carefully reviewed by a priest or a tribunal within the diocese to determine if they are valid.
Since we don't even think we've left the church, which we haven't, then what does it mean to go back into something you've never left and jump through these absurd hoops that no one has to jump through?
Duke Divinity Professor Peter Casarella has worked with Bishop Martin and tells us the bishop likely believes this is the best attempt to restore unity to the local church.
He's reaching out to them. He's the good shepherd. He doesn't want them to stop their faith. He doesn't want to kick anybody out.
In Mount Holly, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Crews are investigating what caused a North Carolina church to collapse. This happened Tuesday night in the town of Farmville. That's in the eastern part of the state. The town's mayor says there was a structural failure that caused the back end of the Macedonian Missionary Baptist Church to collapse in on itself. Fortunately, though, no one was inside the church at the time. Authorities say losing such a historic piece of the community is unfortunate, but the town will be there to offer any support that the congregation needs.
So we're going to work with the church and the owners here to be able to determine what next steps are and how they're going to continue with demolition, and the town will work side by side with them on that.
The church collapse also caused a gas leak, prompting first responders to evacuate nearby homes. People have since been cleared to return home. May-Kay?
All right, well, it is still all the buzz, a beach buzz gone wrong. Coming up, the cloche flyover that went viral when a Navy Blue Angels pilot flew too close for comfort over beachgoers. I'm May-Kay Beeler. How low is too low? Well, as a flight instructor, I'll tell you what the federal aviation regulations say. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Stay with us.
It is still all the buzz, a beach buzz gone viral. It happened when a U.S. Navy Blue Angels pilot flew an unexpected ultra-low altitude pass over beachgoers in Pensacola, Florida last week, sending beach chairs and umbrellas flying in its wake.
Thrill seekers absolutely loved it. Others, though, terrified, igniting a heated debate now online. Trump administration officials praised the risky flyby, while safety officials frowned at its recklessness.
Chief Transportation Correspondent, seasoned pilot, and FAA flight instructor Mackay Beeler joins us to talk about the regulations, especially with something like this. But the pilot said this was an honest mistake.
Yes, an honest mistake, and he didn't try to shift the blame. So according to reports, it was a miscalculated turn. Quote, he didn't make excuses, end quote. That's a Republican state lawmaker, Michelle Salzman. She's a military veteran whose district includes Pensacola. That's what she wrote on social media of a conversation she had with the pilot. She said, in part, quote, he simply talked about the miscalculated turn, something no pilot ever wants to experience, especially one who has dedicated his life to flying at the highest level of precision. More than anything, he talked about the weight he's been carrying since that moment, end quote. So the pilot is part of the U.S. Navy's elite flight demonstration squadron, handpicked Navy and Marine Corps aviators. You know, they fly air shows that showcase aviation excellence in the Boeing FA-18 Super Hornet. Now, the risky flyby happened as the team kicked off the Pensacola Beach Air Show week with a flyover called Breakfast with the Blues. That's when the unnamed pilot strayed a bit off course, too low over the crowd. Navy Captain Adam Bryan, the commander of the Blue Angels, said the incident represented unsafe conduct. Quote, we never intend to fly over the crowd that low, and we will heavily debrief it to ensure that, one, we continue on with safe flight demonstrations and that we learn from those different things that happen, he said.
So while there's this disagreement of, I thought it was cool, but it might be dangerous, was it legal?
It was not. It was not. So the FAA has regulations in place, right, for our safety. It spells out certain altitudes and areas where such maneuvers are allowed and where they are not allowed. Don't want to get in the weeds with you, but FAA Code of Federal Regulations Part 901119 prohibits pilots from flying directly over head of a crowd or lower than 500 feet over spectators. There is a 500-foot rule, 500-foot rule. So for FAA-approved passes, climbing or level non-aerobatic flight directly over spectator areas must be no less than 500 feet above the highest point of the area. Now, some reports say this pilot was as low as 40 feet. We know he was low. I don't know if he was that low, but that's really low. Now, typically, pilots of airplanes must remain above 1,000 feet over any congested area, over any open air assembly of persons, 1,000 feet. There are exceptions, like a designated aerobatic box at air shows where maneuvers can take place. It's a sterile environment. There is a show line that pilots cannot cross. That's to protect air show spectators. Pilots can get waivers for other situations, but according to reports, the Blue Angels did not have a waiver, so the stray pilot was flying illegally, yes, by mistake, in a way that potentially could have harmed spectators. Because Annie, you can imagine, you're that low, if something goes wrong.
It could be catastrophic.
It could be catastrophic.
In so many ways. So let's talk about any disciplinary action that might happen here.
Right. So it's a military operation. The NTSB is not involved. The military said they had a no-ego debrief. So what this means is they sit down and they talk. It's not pointing fingers. What happened? What were you thinking? How can we prevent this from happening again? The FAA has a wonderful compliance program. If you're a pilot who made a mistake and you didn't make it out of criminal intent, you have a good record, you haven't been reckless in the past, they will just give you remedial training. They're not going to punish you. So with the military, from what I understand, it's just a no-ego debrief, and probably some type of action was taken. I don't think this pilot flew in the next practice runs. My son flew in that air show at Pensacola, so I'll have to, he's an air show pilot, I'll have to ask him if that other pilot flew. But anyway,
Yeah,
from what I hear, no disciplinary action, but just
Okay.
a chalk, let's not let this happen again, what went wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, anyone can make a mistake, but thank God nothing happened.
Yeah.
All right, Nikkei, thank you. 9:48, here's some breaking news out of Uptown. The Carolina Panthers and Bank of America just announced that they are extending the naming rights for Bank of America Stadium. And they just released these brand new renderings of what the stadium will look like after a $1.3 billion enhancement project. There it is. The city of Charlotte is contributing $650 million of that total price.
Now, Tepper Sports and Entertainment says that it will cover all cost overages and maintenance of the project. Some of the new features would include a 500-level social patio, dynamic scoreboards that you can see there, enhanced seating, and other new features that the team says will make Bank of America Stadium a year-round destination. This is not firm, there's no firm date here on when upgrades will begin, but this is a big step. Well, there you have it. No dome. I don't hear a dome or see renderings of a dome. So rain between now and then, Ted, still going to affect wherever you sit.
Yeah, still going to affect wherever you sit. But luckily, the weather's mostly nice here in the Queen City as when it's cooperating. Today, we're getting the much needed rain along the I-40 corridor, now south towards Iredell County into Uptown. Scattered showers just south of Charlotte, heading into Mint Hill, Pineville, parts of Ballantyne. Seeing some of the rain as this is tracking east towards High Point into Raleigh, Fayetteville, and Greenville, North Carolina. Our storm potential is going to provide some of the pooling and ponding in the low-lying areas, leading to the flood concerns for our counties highlighted, the states highlighted in that red. That's going to pull south as we head into the end of the week on Friday. I'm holding on to that stationary front over parts of Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina. Clouds and radar gives us high pressure in control over the Midwest. Stationary front crossing the border between North and South Carolina with those showers pushing east. Tropical storm Bertha traveling west towards Texas, and we still sit under the cloud cover and the wet weather throughout the afternoon. So more of the rain moves in late morning, early afternoon. I'm looking at the spotty showers playing into this evening. Our showers and the rain tapers off. Cloudy skies stick around as temps fall into the upper 60s, rebounding into the 80s or upper 70s on Friday with, again, some of the light scattered showers sticking around for the end of the week heading into your Friday evening. 3/4 of an inch to maybe an inch around Uptown, more than an inch south and east of Charlotte. Could be an inch and a quarter, if not 2 inches in some spots. I'm looking at your flood advisory, or your flood watch rather, in the green shading with the flood advisory to the north and east, the pooling and ponding in low-lying areas leading to those flood concerns as we sit in the upper 70s, low 80s, matching what our highs will be for today before overnight lows settle in the upper 60s heading into your Friday morning. 7-day forecast shows that we'll hold on to those upper 70s, low 80s Friday into your weekend. 90s return early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Taking one last look at your pinpoint weather forecast where we have those temperatures in the low 80s here as you head out and about. We will be looking at the scattered showers and storms rolling through, likely impacting your late morning, early afternoon, and could pack a punch with some of the pooling and ponding in the low-lying areas possible with some of those flood concerns. We will be in the upper 70s as we head into Friday to finish off the week. Rain tapers off overnight, but still could see a spotty impact or two with those showers scattered in nature on Friday. Drying out as we approach the weekend, low to mid and upper 80s, 90s finishes off or kicks off your work week Monday through Wednesday.
All right, Ted, really quickly before we toss it positively, Charlotte. Last week we had a story about whimsy maxing, right?
Yeah,
and we joked because Jason is doing 24 hours of booty tomorrow, right? That we said we're going to give you some tassels, right? Or you needed tassels for your bike.
For my bike?
So we got you.
Oh, no.
We got this for you, and they light up. So it's a midnight ride.
What? Are you kidding me?
No, I don't. I haven't tried turning them on yet. But they're somewhere in there.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. But
I
thought
these were like I thought these were like my earplugs or something. Look how cute those
you
could
can
look.
do that as well, but put them on your bike. There's a blue option, but I gave you pink because it brings out your eyes.
Oh, why? Thank you. Bring out the red. The red in my eyes when I wake up early in the morning.
Exactly.
Are these the directions? Immediately recycle or dispose of batteries according to local regulations.
That's not helpful, Ted.
I don't care about local regulations right now. That's the last thing on my mind.
But we wish you luck.
Thank you.
You're going to ride tomorrow, so good luck to all the riders out there. And it's going to be cooler, but like Ted said,
Whimsy Maxon coming at you for 20. Y'all ain't ready for this. Man, thank you. I cannot wait to share these with the rest of our city. Oh, my. All right. Listen, we got just enough time. Girls, what's coming up here on Positively?
Give me a J. Jay, you got your J.
There you go.
Okay, so Queen's Feast starts tomorrow. If there's one thing Liza and I are going to do, it's
eat. That's
right. So we got some open rice on our show. We're going to tell you all about Queen's Feast and how you can get involved.
And we're also going to be talking about Dracula, the Comedy of Terrors. They've extended to August 16th, so we've got more shows from them coming up, so we're doing it.
Liza, listen to Matt with a J. Jay, you got your J, you got your J. Give me an A.
Hey.
All right, Jason.
We won't make all the letters. That's okay. We'll see you tomorrow, guys. Have a good one.
Well, a story we couldn't believe, and you're not going to either. How the script flipped for a local Charlotte eatery, and sadly, not in a good way.
And the thrill seekers can rejoice again as one of Charlotte's most beloved attractions reopens. Let's talk Fury.
And we've got a new edition of I See You. See how you do when we tackle the World Cup. Oh gosh. Happy Thursday. Good morning. Welcome to Positively Charlotte. I'm Alicia Quarles.
And I'm Liza Mahachek, and I'm still stressing about the fact that we're going to have to recognize soccer players.
I was our producer Joey. He set us up to fail. We don't know no soccer players. Like, okay, let's just see. But maybe you'll do better than us, so make sure you tune in, play along. Okay, well, in news that nobody saw coming, a group of brothers and business owners are being charged with arson. The owners of Surefire Neighborhood Market in Camp North End were arrested following a 2-year investigation into the mysterious fire that burned down their OG Rock Hill location.
We've actually interviewed them on our show before, but the community really rallied behind them after the fire. So the news is sure to sour some memories of visiting the beloved Rock Hill Eatery. But really unfortunate.
Yeah, we were all shocked by this one, so we'll just keep you posted on the developments.
Yeah. Well, continuing on with local news, if you've been missing a good thrill in your life, good news for you. Carowind's signature ride, Fury 325, has reopened. The world's tallest Giga Coaster was shut down since July 7th after a routine maintenance inspection reportedly uncovered a foundation issue on the ride. Parent company Six Flags says Fury resumed normal operation following the successful completion of a, quote, comprehensive foundation-related improvement and inspection.
The company also said, quote, unforgettable experiences begin with uncompromising safety, and every decision throughout this process was guided by that commitment. So guys, get out there, have a good time this summer, and tell them Positively Charlotte, we sent you.
That's right.
All right, hockey fans, you'll be happy because we have some news about a new home. So fresh off winning the franchise Stanley Cup championship, the first one in 2 decades, the Carolina Hurricanes, they're launching their own regional sports network. The team announced the new network will become the exclusive local television home for Hurricanes hockey starting with the 26-27 season. Now, Hurricanes Holdings LLC, the franchise's parent company, is set to oversee all aspects of the network, including production, distribution, sales, and marketing.
Hurricane Holdings CEO Brian Fork said that we're thrilled to launch our own sports network and provide consistent access to Hurricanes hockey for our great fans more than ever before. And the organization will have the freedom to deliver innovative programming that strengthens the connection between the team, its fans, and its community partners. So do you think that this is going to get some more people from the Queen City into hockey?
1000%. I got to tell you, when I watched their victory parade, I'm like, they are so entertaining.
Yes.
Their team is so entertaining. I would watch them read a phone book.
I mean, seriously. And also, I think that, especially when you've got a team that wins, people want to get on board with that.
People like winners.
No, we love a winner.
All right. That drive to Raleigh.
That's right. Okay, well, the other week, we took you behind the scenes to Dracula, a comedy of terrors, happening at the Booth Playhouse. Since so many people have loved this creepy comedic play, they've extended their run to August 16th, and there's even more opportunities to see it now. We got a chance to check out their costumes with a backstage look.
Hi, my name is Tristan Rains. I'm the costume designer for Dracula, a comedy of terrors. Here we have some costumes from the show. Our costumes have been in development for the show since about 2018. Something really exciting about this show is that we've done so many productions of it that we've been able to try new things and sort of see what works. Anytime I start designing a show, we start with research, so that it was really important for me to have the show grounded in a Victorian silhouette, but then within those silhouettes find sort of the fun sort of campiness of the costume and the character. So this is our Mina costume. Something that's really exciting about all of our costumes is they're built to look like they are lots of layers and they're super period, but they're actually just built sort of together, and they layer on top of other costumes. So underneath this, although when it's on our performer, it looks like a full gown, he's actually wearing multiple costumes that he changes into later underneath it. And so everything's been sort of rigged together and to build sort of what this overall look is. But there's a lot of really cool hidden tricks. Our costumes are built all over the world. So we have costumes from London and Canada, and all of our makers in New York and all over the country come together to build all the different pieces. There's little tricks like we needed to be able to hear, so we've put little holes in all of our hats so that on top of the wig, our performer can hear. So there's little tricks like that, or hidden pockets. So you can come see the show. She's got all these, this is our kitty dress with all these little hidden pockets to pull things out of. And this again gets just layered on top of multiple other costumes. This is probably one of my favorite costumes, just our Lucy costume. So something that we really wanted to work on when we were developing the costumes is how do we take the main character an actor is playing and deconstruct the costume. So you'll see here, like for instance, we have this white lace here. Well, that's because a quick change, she couldn't actually wear the blouse that's underneath it, so we actually fake it so that it looks like she's got a blouse, but then she can quickly go into her wedding dress at the end, and it kind of makes the quick change go quicker. But again, highlighting a lot of the artists, Blackheath's in St. Louis, Missouri, who builds a lot of our costumes. So we're really, really lucky that way. This is another really fast, quick change. So at the end, we have a wedding and we rig everything into a jumpsuit. So there's just a giant zipper up the back, and he can completely get inside of this without taking any clothes off. And we just zip it up. And then we keep the jacket functional, although we fake out the cuffs so that he can just slide that over the top and it looks like he's got a whole other costume on.
And when we come back, Gen Z is good at a lot of things, including pretending, apparently. See how they're keeping undercover on the clock.
And a culinary celebration is heading your way. We are talking to our friends from the Queen's Feast coming up.
You're taking a live look at West Charlotte before the rain hits. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We'll be right back after this short break.
Welcome back to Positively Charlotte. Backyard bashes are one of summer's biggest entertaining trends, and as Americans look for easy ways to gather with friends and family without the stress of elaborate planning, it's a great option for people. So here to help is Food Network superstar, winner of Chopped and Beat Bobby Flay, Chef James Bricione. It's so great to have you today, Chef. Thank you so much for joining us. So tell us a little bit about why people get so fired up about the outdoor entertaining, no pun intended.
Well, they do, you know, and for me, great outdoor entertaining starts with great food, and that's the inspiration behind my book, The Flavor Matrix. It's all about showing how we can take simple ingredients, bring them together to create incredible flavor. You know, and summer's the perfect time to fire up the grill, serve some easy dishes, make some great drinks that bring people together, and today I'm sharing all the ways to make your next backyard bash memorable.
So for us here in the Carolinas, it gets real toasty, so we always need a drink. What's a fun way to shake up your summer drink menu?
You know, I love to shake up the drink menu with a little something unexpected, like the original pickle shot. It's a low alcohol pickle flavored vodka. I use it to make the original pickled lemonade. You just mix original pickle shot with fresh lemonade, a splash of sparkling water, serve it over ice with a lemon wedge. It comes in original dill and spicy dill, which is absolutely amazing in a Bloody Mary too. So it has no artificial flavors, colors, sugar, or gluten, and with less than 40 calories per serving, it's a light, refreshing cocktail. It's absolutely perfect for summer.
I also hear that pickle juice is good for hangovers. So actually, you're kind of doing the 2-for-1 special then. That's perfect. So tell us a little bit, another must-have item that you have on your menu.
Well, for me, another must-have is again, we're going to go unexpected, right? We're going to bring some exciting, bold flavors that people weren't necessarily expecting. And whether we're talking about appetizers, mocktails, barbecue sauces, or desserts, I'm reaching for amazing prunes and Plum Good from Sunsweet. They bring unexpected flavor and freshness to every spread. Sunsweet amazing prunes are sweet, savory, and they pair beautifully with bold spices and smoky heat like these Asian-style ribs glazed with a sweet and spicy sauce, or chicken brushed with a smoky chipotle barbecue sauce. Sunsweet Plum Good is light and crisp, and it makes a perfect mocktail. A little soda water, a squeeze of citrus, just like that, and it's the perfect refreshing drink for a hot summer day.
Sounds delicious. Okay, so what's a simple way to take the stress out of getting ready for a backyard bash?
Yeah, listen, you know, as a restaurant chef, I'm all about mise en place, right? Having everything in its place. So that means getting your food ordered and getting all of your ingredients on hand, getting all the supplies you need, which is why I love Paze. They make online shopping quick and easy. It's offered directly through your bank or credit union, and it provides a streamlined checkout experience with added security because your card number is not shared with merchants. So at checkout, you just select Paze and enter the phone number associated with your bank account. Now through September 10th, you can earn up to $100 in statement credits on each eligible purchase at merchants like Domino's, Dunkin', and Wendy's. Paze.com/offers to learn more about that.
So do you have any other tips to create the perfect backyard bash?
Absolutely. I grew up on the Gulf Coast. I live there now. So we're going to bring some fun Southern flavors in more unexpected ways to the grill. Recipes from my book, The Flavor Matrix. We start with a bacon and watercress butter on top of oysters on the grill. Finish those off with some crispy breadcrumbs, then a coffee rub pork tenderloin with some fresh peaches and soy. Fun flavors to make backyard bashes delicious.
Man, that sounds delicious. I'm going to have to add those to my menu for myself. So thank you so much. Where can we go for more information, James?
Yes, and thank you. tipsontv.com. More information on all the great things we talked about today.
Awesome. Thank you so much, James.
Thank you.
Well, research from the University of Chile suggests sugar substitutes such as sucralose and stevia could impact your health by disrupting the gut and affecting genes linked to metabolism and inflammation. In the study, mice were given artificial sweeteners and showed higher blood sugar levels in the first generation.
Experts say that these additives may change how the body processes sugar and could actually increase the risk of metabolism issues over time. So they stress that more research is needed, but recommended using sweeteners in moderation. Another study had researchers analyzing data from nearly 13,000 adults. They examined 7 sweeteners like saccharin, and those who consumed higher amounts of sweeteners experienced a 62% faster rate of cognitive decline.
And researchers say the decline was most severe among people who had type 2 diabetes. They say people with diabetes are more likely to use artificial sweeteners as sugar substitutes. So if you can have sugar, use it in moderation and stay away from the artificial stuff, please. Your body will thank you. I just feel like it just depends on your body, literally.
It's so true.
Some people can't take sugar.
That is very true, especially for folks with diabetes. But my thing is that there's a different taste between Coke and Diet Coke. And the same thing
Yeah,
goes
there
with
is.
like
It's
Pepsi
true.
and Diet Pepsi. So like there are some things in some drinks that you're drinking where you're like, I
can
just
taste
like
it.
this taste
Yeah,
more.
yeah.
And so it's kind of interesting, but I guess it's true. It's like anything. You have to have everything in moderation.
Everything.
It's very true. All right, well, there's so much good news coming out about GLP-1 medications, and this one will actually make your employer happy. A new study says that the use of popular weight loss drugs is linked to less worker sick leave. Researchers at Duke University found that patients who used GLP-1 drugs took 17% less long-term sick leave than people who didn't use the medications.
So medications such as Ozempic and Wegovy are found to reduce the risk of heart attacks and strokes. Researchers say those conditions are often the leading cause of long-term absences from work. Happy, healthy, and productive is what we want, definitely. It's interesting because the more that comes out about these GLP-1 drugs, it's actually like steadily good news.
Yes, I know. Seriously, I'm like, this is why. Like, there are so many different things that it's benefiting.
Yeah, it
so
seems to be wonder drugs. We'll see.
All right. Well, after we come back, retirement may be soon, but are you prepared? We take a look at what the experts say is the sweet spot to live comfortably.
Well, is it a live look at Uptown? I was about to say it's a live look at Uptown. You're looking at the rain. You're watching Positively Charlotte. It's cold outside, so just stay in and watch us.
Thanks for sticking with us here on Positively Charlotte. A new study says that Gen Z workers are pretending to work. Business software company Software Finder says 66% of employees and 73% of Gen Z managers admit to faking productivity at work. The study says that 80% of workers under 28 spend 5 hours a week maintaining the appearance of productivity.
All right, this may include moving the computer mouse periodically or keeping a decoy document on your browser tab open at their desk. And researchers survey professionals, including remote, hybrid, and in-office workers. Workers say they pretend to work due to the general workplace culture and managers who focus on being in the office over productivity. That's interesting. Leslie, you're Gen Z. How do you feel about that?
You know what? I feel like it's not just Gen Z that does this. You know?
Yeah.
I don't think that it's just Gen Z that's doing this.
Yeah.
I think that there are certain people who are just doing that. I think especially for people who work from home.
Yeah.
No shade. But like, they're moving that mouse.
You know, my pet peeve is when I can spot you is when people reply all to something that didn't need to be replied all to. Like, but we know you're working.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
snap the email.
That's true.
Yeah, it's
we don't need to do that. All right. Well, there is a new magic retirement number. That's the amount of money that most Americans think that they need to have in the bank when they leave the workforce for good. According to a new study, most people believe that they need $1.2 million to retire in comfort.
And here's the sobering part, if that wasn't enough for you. Most people surveyed say they expect to retire with much less than that. Only 30% say they expect to reach that milestone. Stay positive, and we're all just trying to make it over here to retirement and make these dreams a reality. That's, this is a trip. I feel like most people are just like working to survive these days.
I know,
Jeez.
and that's the thing. That's what I was thinking about. I'm like, how are you managing to save $1.2 million?
I don't know.
When a lot of people are like, I can't buy a house.
Get to
like,
investing.
all
Like,
this
what do
stuff.
we do, Leslie?
I know. Well, also the other thing is that you think about a lot of these retirement communities as well, and those are expensive places to live. So
they can be up to $5,000 a month, and we visited enough of them. So you just think about it's hard. I think also with our generations, our parents' generations, I feel like it was different, but things are just getting more and more expensive.
More and more
it's
and
hard
more
for people
expensive.
to buy houses. So
I know it's true, and that's the other thing is that when you're doing these other things that typically would kind of be an investment, like buying a house, then you're able to save more. But
1000%.
So.
We talk about side hustles, don't we?
That's the truth. All right. Well, we've got more positivity coming up very soon.
Including the Queen's Feast. Open rice is in the house. We are so excited. I wish you guys could smell the studio, but you'll be able to see it right after the break.
And you're taking a live look over Independence Boulevard. It's looking gloomy out there, but we'll have some more sunshine and positivity after this short break.
Well, with the kids home for summer, between road trips, camps, and vacation, spending can creep up on families and really get out of hand. In fact, it can become a family-wide problem. Here with some advice on how to make the bleeding stop is my friend and one of the foremost shopping experts in the country, Trey Bosch. Hi, Trey.
Hey, so great to see you.
Good to see you as well. Okay, you're going to give us some expertise here because with everyday costs creeping up right now, what can families do to get ahead of it before that damage adds up?
Sure. So step one really is to look at those recurring monthly expenses. It's not like set it and forget it. Look at your Wi-Fi, look at your cable, look at your cellular plan. If you make little tweaks like switching from a bigger carrier to a smaller carrier, you can save significantly. I did this a couple years ago and I saved myself $150 a month. So these savings are significant, really worth doing.
Why and how has summer spending pressure become a multi-generational issue?
Yeah, so we're seeing at AARP, they ran some really interesting data, and they're finding that a lot of families are relying very heavily on grandparents. Grandparents are paying, on average, $2,600 a year to help out their families. And they're also providing a lot of free labor to help out with the kids. And one area where this is happening is that grandparents often treat the family to a family vacation. And those trips are falling by the wayside as folks are struggling financially. So I have some advice here. You know, if you're doing that big ticket, all-inclusive family trip and you can't afford it, doesn't not to travel. So look for discounted options. If you happen to be an AARP member, you can save 10% on flexible booking at Wyndham Hotels and Resorts. So that's a great savings for hotel. You can save up to 20% even if you book at least 7 days in advance. So that's a really great way to save. So maybe you don't do the all-inclusive, but you get the whole family together at a hotel and enjoy the pool and the buffet breakfast and all that good stuff and enjoy that quality time together.
Well, what are some other simple steps that each generation can take to ease the strain?
Yeah, so first of all, don't rely too heavily on your grandparents because your grandparents typically are retired and so their income is finite. So just be really careful about that. Try to make those trims on the things that we talked about, like that wireless cable, Wi-Fi. And then a really important pain point for people right now is gas. So we're seeing gas at over $4 a gallon right now. There are ways to save on gas if you're, for example, traveling to family members to get that free childcare. So first of all, look for gas stations that have cash options because they're deeply discounted. You can also use a credit card that will give you points or miles towards your purchase. Join any loyalty programs like Exxon Mobil Rewards is a really good one to take a look at. So use those tactics. And then lastly, don't fill up at that first gas station that you see. Shop around a little bit and look for the best prices.
Gas is certainly killing all of us. I miss my New York subway days some days. But how can dining and wireless reduce the financial stress rippling across the entire family? We're eating out this summer.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, dining is really expensive. So a couple things here, you know, if you're typically going out with your family and you're dining out a lot, consider eating at home, a barbecue, a potluck. That will save you quite a bit. You know, if you are going to dine out, maybe everyone contributes instead of one person picking up the check, or look for more budget-friendly restaurants versus a fancier, more expensive restaurant. Just those small tweaks can make a big difference.
That's perfect advice. Speaking of, we've got our restaurant week here in Charlotte. We're going to talk about how you can save there. Trey, as always, you're a wealth of knowledge. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Well, it's not a real sport until they make a movie about it. Scott Mance has the details about The Dink in today's Entertainment Report.
It is official. Pickleball is a thing because they finally made a movie about it called The Dink, starring Jake Johnson as a former tennis pro who learns to love pickleball. Jake Johnson, Mary Steenburgen, Ed Harris, Chloe Finman. This cast had a great time making The Dink.
Aesthetic perfection. She needs our protection. An epidemic is sweeping across our once great nation, and its name
pickleball. You made pickleball legit. by making a movie about it?
Now we're talking. You know, honestly, this movie came to me from the writer Sean, one of the funniest guys in Hollywood.
You go way back.
Way back. Here's your pickleball. In the garbage. This is a tennis club, lady. My name is Dusty Boyd.
You're crushing these old people, Dusty!
But most people know me as the Hammer.
If you don't have chemistry and you're working with Jake Johnson, that's on you.
Walk it off! You know, I think the paddle's bigger and the balls are bigger, and I think it's just a more friendly game. Like, you can't miss. It's a little easier. And easier on the wrist as we explore in this movie.
Easier to play. Easier on the wrist.
Gentle on the wrist.
I know pickleball is sort of dorky, but it's the fastest road back to tennis for you.
Come on in here. Let's bang one out.
As far as I know, it's the first pickleball film.
It is?
Yeah.
You made history.
Yeah. I'm glad it came out because, you know, pickleball, from what I understand, is still a growing sport.
This is about a lot more than just pickleball. It's about the decline of humanity itself. What can we even do? We can duel.
Like with guns?
Sadly, no. We settle it on the court.
Come on! I like to say it's a little like standing on a giant ping pong table. So it's a little easier to kind of at least get to the basics and hit it back and forth. It's also really social. It doesn't take itself too seriously.
Oh, I get it now. It's like tennis, but easy.
You're getting ready to lose.
I can't believe that this is happening.
The Dink drops on Apple TV this Friday, July 24th. From Century City, that's the Entertainment Report. I'm Scott Movie Mance.
80s movies fans are in luck. Amazon Prime Video has officially picked up a series version of RoboCop. The project has been in development since Amazon acquired MGM in 2022. It's been picked up for 8 episodes. The RoboCop franchise kicked off in 1987 with the first film starring Peter Weller as the half-man, half-machine law enforcement officer. So this will be exciting, very fun for fans of the show.
That's right. All right, guys, get ready to eat like royalty because we are literally with royalty. Queen's Feast is back, and diners can splurge smart as they treat themselves to 3-course meals at great prices during Queen's Feast. Charlotte Restaurant Week. It starts tomorrow. It runs through Sunday, August 2nd. And join us now is our friend Bruce Hensley with the Charlotte Restaurant Week and Jason Chung, who's the owner of Open Rice. Full disclosure, you know, I asked for Open Rice to come because it's one of my favorite restaurants. I love it. But first of all, tell us about Restaurant Week.
It starts tomorrow and runs through August 2. We have 122 restaurants in a 9-county area. It's basically a 60-mile radius. As far north as Hickory, as far south is Rock Hill, have some in Kings Mountain to the west, and in Cabarrus County to the east. All kinds of concepts, all kinds of neighborhoods, different municipalities. It's time to go eat.
It's time to eat. How do you decide which restaurants? Because this is Open Rice's first time participating.
We invite the restaurants and they commit to serving a 3-course dinner that's price fixed over a 10-day period. And the prices run from $30 all the way up to $55 in $5 increments. And it depends on which restaurant it is.
Okay, let's talk Open Rice, because when I moved here, my sister was like, you gotta try Open Rice, and I haven't stopped going. Jason, tell us about your restaurant.
So Open Rice, we opened about 2019.
Okay.
The first location we opened in Blakely, and about 3 years ago, we expanded to metropolitan location. So the whole concept is we really try to bring the authentic Chinese cuisine back to Charlotte instead of the American Chinese cuisine. Yes. So our restaurant, we feature a lot of like different variety of food, just like different fried rice, different stir-fried noodles. Many of those items we actually make in-house from scratch. Noodles, just like what we're going to show you later on, is the noodle we make in-house. And all the dim sum, which is well known in Asian community, is pretty much is like a lunch and brunch, all come in small dishes. And it just make everything from scratch.
Well, you brought a variety with you. You know that I usually eat your cast iron fried rice, the seafood. But you're going to actually show us how to make dim sum, right?
Absolutely. The dish we're going to make is siu mai.
Okay.
And you can see how I'm going to make it. Maybe one day you could just try it at home.
I love it. Okay, take us through it.
Okay, absolutely. So that's the wonton wrapper. If you don't want to make it yourself like we do, you could just go to Asian store, buy it. It's called wonton wrapper.
Okay.
Okay. And the ingredient we have right here has pork, shrimp, some salt and pepper, Chinese shiitake mushroom,
Okay. Oh,
and just a
yes.
little bit sesame oil.
Okay, so
and
that's
that pretty much
typical.
that's it. Okay. So what you do is you put all the ingredient inside, right in the middle of it. You hold it like this,
Okay.
and hold your hand just like
Like a little
this.
cup?
Little cup, yeah. And you just make sure you press it firm a few times, and that's it.
You make it look so easy. I told you I've made dumplings before and I was awful at it.
Yeah.
But Bruce, what else are you excited about for Restaurant Week? What do people need to know?
We have 12 new participants, and everything anyone needs to know is at charlotterestaurantweek.com. You can see who the restaurants are that are participating by alphabetized, by location, and by concept. So if you want Asian, or if you want Italian, or Mediterranean, that's all listed at charlotterestaurantweek.com.
I love it. And Jason, you guys have two locations. You've got Metropolitan, you've got Blakeney. For you all at Open Rice, why was it important to participate in Queen's Feast?
Well, we definitely heard a lot of good things about Queen's Feast, Restaurant Week, and we know Bush personally, so we just want to, just try it out and let a lot of customers really have a taste of Open Rice.
Yes.
So this time we only do it at the Metropolitan location, not the one in Blakeney location. We want to test it out, see how the traffic going to be before we can even consider the one in Blakeney.
Well, I feel like I need to test this out because while I am a Blakeney loyalist, you guys don't have the dumplings there,
Correct.
so the dim sum. So I just, I think I should try it. What do y'all
Yeah,
think?
absolutely.
Cheers. So good.
Good. It's really
So good.
juicy.
No, it's so juicy.
Really
It's so good. I
juicy.
love it. And Bruce, this is really a chance for people to eat at an economical rate because we were just talking with Trey about the importance of saving money this year.
Gives the diners a great opportunity to get outside of their typical geographic or economic footprint and go to a new concept, go to a new neighborhood, go to a new city. We have several up in Hickory that are participating. And restaurateurs, to his point, tell us that during Queen's Feast, they see an enormous amount of trial business. So people are getting out and trying new concepts, trying new areas, and if the restaurateur is able to convert just a small fraction of that trial business, they grow their income.
Well, you will because this is darn good. So what is Open Rice offering for Restaurant Week?
So, do you remember?
No, I don't.
You know that?
All right, you know what? I put you guys on the spot. You're offering good food. That's what's most
We
important.
do.
Absolutely.
So whatever you see right here, for example, that's a beef chow fun will be featured on the Queen Feast menu.
Yes.
So that's the dim sum,
Okay.
which is siu mai and the fried shrimp ball, and that's the dessert right there.
The
so
des-
you have
the sesame balls.
the fried sesame
Okay.
ball and the fried golden bun right there. So you can see that on our Queen's Feast menu.
And what's the state of, I guess, the Charlotte restaurant scene right now? Because I feel like we're growing and we're constantly getting great restaurants here.
We actually have too many restaurants keep opening up right now. So
It's never too many. Come on now. Come on now. We like to eat.
There's too many.
Well, gentlemen, I want to thank you so much. We have the info up on the screen right there, you guys, so you can see how long it runs. The prices are great, and I'll see you at Open Rice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, when we come back, we've got a World Cup-sized game of I See You. Are you ready? We are not. I know that. We will be right back.
We're live from the Charlotte Motor Speedway. You're watching Positively Charlotte.
Thanks for spending a bit of your day with us here on Positively Charlotte. Here's a story about an uninvited guest. A family in Florida got a surprising wake-up call when a massive alligator wandered right up to their front porch and refused to leave. So a security camera captured the 7-foot, 6-inch gator crawling out of nearby grass and walking directly towards the front door. Look at how fast he's moving, too. Sierra Wynn and her family watched the encounter unfold from behind a window inside their homes.
Well, Wynn called 911 and officers with the Palm Bay Police Department, they were the first to arrive on the scene. Now, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission did eventually come. They brought a trapper to remove the reptile from the neighborhood. No, thank you. Do not enter my home. Florida is so wild. I love Florida. It's a fun state, but my gosh, like the headlines out of Florida.
Can you imagine looking outside your front door and then
seeing
Big
Boy just rolling up?
Big ol' alligator.
Nope, hard pass.
Losing my mind.
Nope. I lose my mind when I see rabbits outside my door. You know, I'm from New York. I'm used to seeing roaches and rats. So
I mean, I feel like a pigeon. Like I
see pigeons.
You hate the pigeons.
Now I see deer and rabbits. I'm like, what is happening?
Like, where am I? All right. Well, in news about people who are famous for different reasons, the man who holds the most Guinness World Records has another one.
Stay calm, tiny adjustments, don't panic, don't blink, don't overthink it, definitely don't overreact. 195 rolls, 30 full seconds, balanced, world record back. And honestly, that should have been...
David Rush broke a new record by balancing 195 rolls of toilet paper on his forehead for 30 seconds. He was the original record holder when he balanced 101 rolls back in 2021, but someone broke that last year with 152 rolls. Now, Rush has broken more than 350 Guinness World Records, and he works as a corporate speaker. I've always said I believe that I can break one of these records because they're pretty stupid.
I mean, there's I feel like if you find something that's niche, and you're like, you know what, I bet I could do this. Like
I could do this. We could do this, Liza.
But here's my thing: is that that's quite impressive. But what I also will say, I wonder if you make any money for breaking a world record.
No, you get bragging rights though.
It's just bragging
rights.
Right?
You're in the Guinness Book of World Records.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
You're right, and he's in it 350 times.
Put that on your LinkedIn.
Yeah,
Boom.
seriously, that's right.
All right, guys, it's time for another game of I See You, where we try to guess the celebrity based on their eyes. Today's theme, Liza and I are scared, is going to be a little tough. It's the famous faces of the World Cup. If we've been paying attention, we should be all right.
I don't know if this is gonna be tough. But play alongside us at home. Let us know how you did on our socials. We're probably gonna embarrass ourselves.
Ooh. Ooh. Our producer said
round one, starting off really
famous
not strong.
French, that's not Mbappe.
Oh,
a famous French man.
I don't know.
Mbappe.
It's Mbappe.
All right.
Okay, boom.
All right.
All right. There we go. Very nice.
Thank you. Okay.
One down.
Okay.
More to go.
Okay, what else we got?
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yes, that is. Look at those eyebrows. They're perfectly arched.
There we go.
That was good, Liza.
Yes.
That was good.
Gotta go. Thank you.
That's right. That's right. Okay. We're doing good. 2 for 2.
This is not too bad.
All right, let's keep it going. What else we got?
They're giving us easy ones.
Oh, Messi. You know why? His eyes are very close together.
And also I think that if we didn't know Messi,
that would be pitiful.
That would really.
3 for 3. I'm proud. Bring our boy Holland up in here.
I know. I hope Holland's
next.
Let's see. Who's our next one? Holland.
We
Erling Haaland, our diva. I love him.
Yes, Holland. I'll embrace him
that
too.
picture specifically also, that's so funny.
Something else. Okay, I think it's going downhill. It's going downhill.
Okay.
Okay, who we got?
Oh,
no. Oh, what country? Ooh.
Oh, jeez.
Who's that? Look, it's a Brit.
Tatted up Charlotte phenom.
Ooh.
You know.
Christian.
First name Christian, we've been told.
He plays for the FC?
We don't know. We don't know this one. Okay, all right. It was Christian Pulisic.
We don't know.
Sorry, Christian.
Sorry, Christian.
Very sorry, Christian. Our bad.
All right, our bad.
We'll know next time.
Yeah, you're representing. Ooh, he looks so familiar. Oh, Cape Verde. That's the Cape Verde dude.
Oh, yes. The one you love.
Yeah.
He was
the former bus driver.
The goalie.
Yeah.
The goalie.
He now has a Nike contract.
I know. Good for him.
Yeah, we're happy for
the star
him.
that came out of that.
Okay, who else we got?
Who else?
Ooh. Oh, wow.
Oh, no. Give us a clue. What's our clue here? Let's see. A red card won't stop.
Oh, homeboy from the U.S. got the red card that Trump petitioned for.
Yes.
Yeah. I think.
Yes,
Balogun.
Okay. Yeah. You know what? You get that.
Yeah, we got that.
Yeah. Well, I'll give that to you.
Thank you. We're doing pretty good. Where's Shakira?
All right. Do we have more? Yeah. Let's get Shakira up there.
Ooh.
Okay. Oh, is that Jude?
Who is Jude?
No, it's not Jude.
Wait, I knew who that is. That's homeboy from Spain. He's 19.
Is he the 19-year-old?
He's named after, boom, Lamine.
Yes, boom. Lamine Yamal. There we go.
Liza, we have really been,
you know what? We've been locked in on the World Cup.
Okay, we're right.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, no. Oh, no. All right. See, this was...
What country?
Okay, he's not a K-pop star. He's a striker. Okay, I don't know.
We don't know.
You know. South Korea.
How would we know him?
All right.
Okay,
yeah, I don't... You know, that was hard. I want to know if soccer fans, how well they did on this, too.
We didn't totally embarrass ourselves. Oh, there's one more, apparently. Okay.
Wait, let's see. We've got a final one.
Oh,
that's Kane.
Who?
The one from Britain, right?
Who is Kane?
Harry Kane. I was going to say Henry Kane. Harry Kane.
Okay. I'm like, where's Beckham?
Really, mainly the reason why I knew his face is because of the picture where he's hugging Erling Haaland. Like it was.
Yeah. You know
2
what?
seconds ago,
Like first of all, the World Cup aired on our station, so we better have gotten some of these right. I'm proud of us, Mahachek.
I know. You know what?
We're versatile queens.
Yeah, exactly. We know sports, kind of, a little bit.
Sports.
We know a little bit of sports. Okay, well, if it's cute, we will put it on TV. And these things are downright precious. They're Dino Chicken Nugget hand warmers. They're inspired by those dino nuggets that the kids love to eat.
You get a full set that come in their own little snack box, and you'll have to do is pop them in the microwave. You've got instant hand warmers. They're on the Thurbia Studio website. You can heat them up in the microwave. And for all those inner children out there, the kidults, this is your time to be warm. These are so cute.
Adorable.
And unhygienic. Think about that. You hold them one time, but they're cute.
But I mean, here's the thing: is that like when you're going outside, especially in the winter, you need those hand warmers.
You definitely do.
And this is more sustained. This is good in terms of like less waste. You have a reusable.
They're better than those little ones that you have to smack.
I know,
with
seriously, the ones
inside.
that you gotta like smack around.
All right, guys. Well, guess what? The world has a new snail racing champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a big noise for Taylor Swift. Come on.
Are they moving?
I mean, you can hardly tell. Well, Taylor Swift beat out 270 other snails to become the world snail racing champion, winning by a singular inch. Normally, that's considered a close race, but in snail racing, it's like winning by a mile. So Taylor Swift crossed the finish line in 3 minutes and 13 seconds, which was the fastest run of the day.
Okay, we just be doing anything. I think people are bored.
I mean, also the other thing is, I feel like we're racing snails, which a snail race in and of itself is so ironic.
It's wild. Right.
You know, that's like a sloth race.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I don't even know if it's Americans. I think humans were bored.
You know, exactly. Yeah. We want things to entertain
do anything.
us.
Yeah. Okay. Taylor Swift, cute.
All right. Well, if you feel like you've been using the same old emojis for months now and you're looking for a fresh new update, it's time to add to your texting vocabulary. We will be getting a whole bunch of new emojis next year. Among them are a pickle, a cracking face, a lighthouse, and a meteor.
Okay, only about 30 new emojis are officially approved every year. They'll start being added to your phone early next year. So if you could have the perfect emoji for your everyday life, Mahachek, what would it be?
Oh, I feel like I want the one like the one emoji like that's doing the side eye where it's like looking, you know, like it's in trouble.
Yeah.
So there's one where like it's literally it's facing this way and then it's looking like this.
That one?
And so like that's what I want.
Yeah.
What about you?
Ah! I need one that goes like this. Ah! Because every day I'm like, what the heck is happening?
That was
like,
such a jump scare.
Every day it's like, I don't even know what's happening most times. I'm like,
is it Hudson and Harlow or just everything?
Life. It's Hudson, it's Harlow, it's
it.
driving in Charlotte.
It's driving in Charlotte.
It's life. I don't know.
It's so true.
It's adulting.
It's so true. Yeah. Endless problems.
Yeah.
And if you've got a problem, maybe we can solve it. So this is from Dear Abby. It says, I recently started dating a guy that I've known for 30 years. He's moved in and asked me to marry him, and our relationship is perfect except for anything having to do with social media. He has an account on TikTok using a very suggestive name.
He's following 500 women and has just as many following him. I'm worried this will lead to other things, and the fact that he hides this from me makes it worse. All the women he follows, I'm not even on his list, and that hurts me. Oh, is this a form of cheating, or because it's social media, should I not worry about it?
Kick that man out of your house.
Y'all need to be in counseling. You cannot marry a grown man.
You cannot marry somebody who doesn't follow you on Instagram.
Well, you can. I don't even care about that. But this grown man's following like 500 thoughts, and you're not worried about it. Like you better at least talk to him about it.
Okay,
it's a secrecy.
Here's my thing: is that if you are following 500 other women, and I'm not one of them, that's insane. Alicia,
you're
mean you can't marry somebody who is following 500 women and you are not one of them?
Old people don't be posting like that though. Like what are they like? We're like.
Okay, but so I'm sorry, you don't agree? You think that you would marry somebody who doesn't follow you on Instagram?
Well, no.
Exactly. Exactly. She's like, you guys can do it. I won't.
No, we're not. Do as I say, not as I do. First of all, girl, you're not changing him. You've known him for 30 years. That means he's a fully formed, grown man.
Yeah.
But secondly, I think he might be for the streets.
I think he might, you know what, and that might just be what's best for him. But here's the thing, is that also, I feel like if he's not talking to you about it, I feel like if you're in this situation and you guys have had conversations about it and you've addressed it, that's one thing. But the fact that he's not saying anything?
Yeah. It's a secrecy. It's like you do you follow whoever you want as long as you're honest with me about it.
Yeah.
But if you're over there with a suggestive account following 500 women, we got problems.
Yeah, you know, exactly. All right, well, there's plenty more positivity ahead, including a rare glimpse of a mythical creature taking to the sky. Sort of. We'll tell you all about it when we come back. Thanks for sharing an hour of your day with us here on Positively Charlotte on your Thursday. A model of a dragon from the Game of Thrones prequel, House of the Dragon, was seen flying in the skies above Glasgow, Scotland, ahead of the 2026 Commonwealth Games. Local outlets STV and BBC News reported the animatronic model was flying as part of the events related to the Commonwealth Games, which actually start in Glasgow today.
Now, this footage shows the model in the skies above Glasgow, and it honestly makes us more excited to watch House of the Dragon. Unleash my inner Targaryen, Khaleesi it up.
Yes, girl. Look at her. She has the knowledge.
Okay,
she
put
knows
me in the sky, breathe some fire. I love it.
Yes.
All right, guys. Well, as always, before we go, Liza and I want to share our closing thoughts with you. And here's mine. The best index to a person's character is A, how he treats people who can't do him any good, and B, how he treats people who can't fight back. And Abigail Van Buren. So basically, look at that. If you go to a restaurant, if you're on a date, look how somebody treats the wait staff.
Always.
Look how they treat a car attendant. Those are indicators. If you treat people who are on the serving staff just as good as you treat me, we're good.
I mean, that's one of my main icks. I'm like, if you are rude to people who work there, no.
Yeah. Our director just tried to shade me.
What did he say?
Nothing. He said, look at how
you guys don't get to know.
Look how the producer treats her staff, like queens and kings.
Like queens and kings, that's right. Okay, all right, here's my closing thoughts. True or false, certain snails can hibernate or enter dormancy for up to 3 years.
I believe this is true.
Yes, so it actually, during unfavorable conditions, surviving without food or water, they can do it for 3 years. So you know what, maybe that one snail that was going really fast, he just rested up for 3 years.
Snailer Swift.
Yeah, Snailer Swift, I think Snailer Swift.
I think today's a good rest day. It's raining outside, y'all. Stay warm. We'll see you back here tomorrow on Positively Charlotte.
Welcome into Turnkey on Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate in the Carolinas. We talk about the latest market trends, do's and don'ts of the industry, and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape that we call home. You may be thinking, well, I would love to have a home someday, but I can't afford it. That's the topic that we're discussing today. And to help us do that is Joan Good. She is the president of the Canopy Realtor Association and an active agent as well. You kind of wear two hats. I don't know how you manage your time, but you do it quite well.
Well, you're very kind, and thank you for having me back. My goal, Morgan, is to be the Alec Baldwin of your show. He's hosted Saturday Night Live more than anyone else. So that's my goal.
What is it when they reach a certain number? It's like there's a club for
There's
SNL,
a club,
right?
and yes, and I should know that, but I don't.
Okay.
Because right at his heels is Steve Martin.
Yep, exactly. All right, so maybe it's like the sixth timer. So you're well on your way to that. Today we're talking about affordability. And it's something that's on a lot of people's minds out there is housing isn't getting any less expensive.
Right.
There was actually a recent study released by Belk College of Business saying that affordable housing is critically scarce. Less than 2% are under $150,000 and about 18% are sold for under $300,000. So this, I think, is, Joan, I mean, it's what is on people's minds who are like, I want the American dream. I want to own a house someday. But then they see articles like this, and this was just released in November of last year, so fairly recently, and they get discouraged. What would be your message of hope to them?
So I am optimistic, although you are right. The average price of a home in the greater Charlotte area right now, the median number is $420,000. So individuals looking to purchase that home have to have a household income of $100,000. And that sounds so unattainable for so many. However, there's a multitude of options. We have condominiums, we have townhomes, builders are offering incentives. I think the outer lying areas, you'll see more building. Thank you for putting that up. Townhome building right now, attached homes, which that is really where I think first-time home buyers and actually our service workers, this is where nurses and police officers, we think of it as just first-time home buyers, but truthfully, it's the people that are making our city work each and every day.
Yeah. And we've noticed that there's been a huge effort to increase supply.
Yes.
And before the show started, you said, I hate to reference 2020 because it was like 6 years ago, but it's close enough in our memory banks that we always go back to 2020. Oh, remember when the market was crazy and there was like what was the inventory then? Half a month?
Oh my goodness. We were down to 1 day. So we had no standing inventory.
No inventory.
No inventory.
Yeah.
You put the sign in the yard, let the auction begin, no matter what. That was crazy. Unfortunately, the mindset of sellers is still that mindset of 2021. And buyers think as soon as the market starts to change, oh, it's 2008. I'm going to come in with these exceptionally low offers and the sellers are going to take it because they're desperate. We're not there, but where we are, Morgan, is becoming more balanced, which is healthy. More options for buyers. Doesn't feel that way when you're a seller, but it's good. It's a good, healthy market.
I was just looking at, Canopy releases all these great statistics every month, just kind of giving people an update on the market and where the local market stands. And in there, it says, despite the growing inventory and additional choices for buyers, sellers received 96.3% of their original list price. That's down just ever so slightly from 96.6% in May of 2025. But what stood out to me is this isn't they're receiving 120% of their list price. So buyers are offering below list price, or they're offering the list price of the home. And then during due diligence, they're negotiating maybe a lower price because maybe the inspection came back with something they didn't know. That's what that tells me.
That's the reality. And you're exactly right, Morgan. When buyers are viewing homes, now they have the time to make the decision, which we don't talk about that enough. But when there's very little inventory, 1 day's worth of standing inventory, there's no time to make a decision. There are no options. Now we have options. And while you're in the due diligence period, which you mentioned during inspections, one of the options might be, okay, so we paid and negotiated as a buyer a little more than we thought, but we didn't recognize when you look behind the walls, as an inspector does, if you will, we didn't recognize that there would be immediate expenses coming into this home. So they're going to try and negotiate some type of concessions to get that price down a little bit. And that's where you're seeing the 96% of closed prices. But what doesn't show up that we see on our MLS as realtors is that seller concession. And that's deducted from that number.
Right. And the seller concession, I'm seeing a lot more of that on the multiple listing service, which is MLS. So I'm seeing a lot more sellers are agreeing, okay, I'll give you $5, $10, whatever, $1,000 just to make sure this thing closes.
That's right.
Which they weren't doing before. Imagine that, negotiating the price of a home.
Oh my goodness.
What a novel concept.
What an idea. But it's true. There was really no negotiation when we were in the crazy world of it was like the wild, wild west. And now we're back to reality. We're going to negotiate all the way, like you mentioned, until the day it closes.
Yeah. It's never, I'm going to steal what you said before the show. It's never a seller's market and a buyer's market at the same time. How would you describe the market currently?
Oh, that's a great question. So for a seller, it very much feels like a buyer's market. But what we're moving toward is a balanced market. And a balanced market is when you have 6 months of inventory. We're at about a little more than 3 months
Three and
right
a
now.
half, something like
That's
that?
exactly
Okay.
right. So it is still considered, believe it or not, a seller's market. But what buyers feel is, again, we mentioned it earlier, there's more choice, there's more time to make that decision. So it's becoming more balanced.
So to that point, something else in this report that cannot be released is we are at the highest level of inventory for the region since September of 2016. I thought, okay, where were we in September of 2016? So it looks like the supply is at roughly 12,600 homes for sale. The pace of sales in 2016 was completely different than it is now. Much faster. I took a look at the rates, and the rates were between 3 and 4%. So I'm like, okay, that makes sense that it was still a very competitive market, still a seller's market, because the rates were low. People were buying, even though the inventory matches what we're seeing now. The rates didn't match what we're seeing now. Rates are mid-6s right now.
That's exactly right. And, you know, that is the conversation being had constantly. But if you look through history, and it's hard to do when we have recently experienced unprecedented 3% rates and below, 6.5 feels huge. But many, many people in the early 2000s.
It's not double digits.
It's not. You're very well said, because our grandparents and parents maybe bought homes in that double-digit range. But 6.5, you really feel that when you're looking at your monthly payment.
sales are down 1% year over year. But under contract, meaning you place an offer on a home, the seller says, yep, I'm accepting that offer. That means you're under contract. Under contract is up nearly 8%. Those two don't really seem to match. Closed sales down 1%, but under contract up nearly 8%. Does that mean that there are more buyers backing out of transactions?
Very well said. So what happens is we count under contract. You're under contract. Oh my goodness, you are in love. And in an instant, right?
Then you fall out of love.
Then you sort of go through a rough patch, as we say. And you have inspections and maybe it doesn't appraise. We never saw that previously in the crazy wild, wild west of real estate, but we're seeing that now. Homes are not appraising. And inspections may come back and there's a negotiation, which we started this conversation with, and it may go the buyer's way or it may not. The seller may not be willing to provide concessions or do whatever the buyer thinks is necessary in order to close. Buyers have no issue walking away from their due diligence because due diligence money has become something that is somewhat normal. It's not the crazy.
What's normal? I mean,
I know.
And again, comparing to, and I think this is a great question for someone looking to buy a home. Okay, due diligence. You're buying time to kick the tires, so to speak.
Right.
And you say, I'm going to pay what, $5,000 to kick the tires. During COVID, it might have been, what was the highest you saw during
$300,000.
Due diligence.
Due diligence.
Yeah, you're not backing out of that deal.
You're not backing out. That means I want it. I don't care what's wrong with it.
Right.
But I think, and people will always ask this, I'm sure you're aware, buyers will say, so what is a typical due diligence? And please know that real estate is all gray area.
Right.
So there isn't
Such a
anything
scale.
typical. However, what it was intended to be was a house payment. So you pay the seller a house payment to take their home off the market for 30 days to do your due diligence. And then COVID hit and it became crazy money, skin in the game. But if you think about that and if you look at what your house payment would be for that home you want to purchase, then that's a realistic number for due diligence. Again, as we started this conversation, everything is negotiable, and that's one of the items that are very negotiable.
So I think that's great for people to know that number. And that means that, you back out of it, that's what you're going to lose. You're not getting that back, at least in North Carolina.
Right.
So I think that's great for people to know. But again, it reflects how due diligence has changed, going from the extreme of putting down $300,000, there's no way I'm backing out, to now you get under contract and you're like, well, the max I'm going to lose is $2,000. And if there are issues that you just can't get past, then you lost $2,000 and you move on. It's a tough pill to swallow regardless. Losing money is never fun.
It's never fun. And you know what? It's tough for the seller too, because again, we were talking before the show started, then the seller has lost that time on market.
And then it's almost like it's stigmatized in a way. I hate to use that term because it's kind of like real estate term, but it is.
It actually is.
Someone sees that as, okay, they had a buyer drop out. What's wrong with it?
That's the first thing everyone thinks. And so it could be nothing. It could be they've literally changed their mind, found something else, but it could in all reality be something in inspections. If there is, the seller is required to disclose it, but 9 times out of 10, it's negotiating.
Well, and most of the time you see the disclosure at the bottom is, back on market due to no fault of the seller.
Right.
And that's a lot of times what you end up seeing. So dialing it back to affordability for obviously the buyer. As we mentioned, it's not typically a buyer's and seller's market at the same time. So sellers, you might want to pay attention to this as well. The median townhome sales price declined, and again, this is for our area, declined 2.4% to $350,000, while condo prices fell 4.8% to $295,000. Sellers might be sweating a little bit. Are we seeing, I guess on the seller side, they would call it a saturation in the market of townhomes? On the buyer's side, some real opportunity?
That's exactly Right, Morgan, well said. So builders are focusing more on density. They're not making any more land. So townhomes really is where we have the focus from builders. And one thing that an individual selling a home cannot do is give incentives that may be $10,000 off a new extra room. We're going to finish out the third floor, right? A townhome, a builder can do that. A seller has to take it out of their pocket, out of their proceeds. So in the outer areas of Charlotte, you are definitely seeing more inventory. Builders building, and buyers are, especially buyers that want affordability, we talk about so much, but want to get in maybe for the first time, or like we mentioned prior, they're our industry workers. They need something less than $460,000, which is the median price. So they're going to townhomes.
Well, not everyone wants the upkeep of a house, a single family home with a yard and all of that, and a townhome and or condo might be the perfect fit for them. So I guess if a buyer is listening to this and thinking, okay, I could probably, based off of those numbers, maybe I can afford a townhome or a condo, but is that the smartest investment then if we're currently seeing that they're almost depreciating a little bit?
Right. That's a great question. And you know what I always say to my clients is, are you buying this as an investor, or are you buying this as someone who's going to live in this property? And right. And that
it is an investment. I get what you're saying with investor, though.
Investor,
like
yes.
More landlord or.
And so you really can't put a number on the time that you spend there when you're not renting. That's a financial liability, if you will, paying rent versus paying your mortgage. I always say, do you want to pay your mortgage or do you want to pay someone else's? Right. And that's where you are. And then we have no way to know, really none of us have a crystal ball, when it comes time for that seller to sell, will the townhome or the condominium appreciate at a rate that you want it to? Because back to what we said originally, it's never a buyer's market and a seller's market at the same time. So hopefully when you're ready to move into something different, and it is truly a buyer's market because it is very cyclical, then you will have the upper hand, if you will, when you go to purchase. So back to your question, is it a good investment? All real estate is a better investment to own than to rent. So my answer would be yes, but I don't think you count on appreciation on anything. You really just can't count on it.
Well, and just taking appreciation out of it, I always think, okay, buying isn't always for everyone. You don't know the financial situation. You don't know if someone's going to move out of state, and maybe buying a house and paying closing costs and all that stuff isn't a good decision when you're going to pick up and move in a year or two. So I'll preface it with that, but rent is 100% interest. And when you pay your mortgage, a certain percentage of that is going to your principal, your equity. You're basically saving money.
Right.
And so I always think that is, to your point, you can pay someone else's mortgage or you can pay your own. Obviously, in the beginning, when you're making your payments, it's mostly interest.
Right.
And eventually, interest and principal cross paths at somewhere in the middle, but it takes a while to get to that point. All right, someone's looking to buy their starter home.
Right.
How much do they need? It's a loaded question, I know. I'm going to challenge you with this one.
That's fine.
How much do they need? Top concern right now, according to an article that I found online by CNBC, would be mortgage rates. That's the top concern versus economy, inventory, and prices. So we've talked about prices and inventory, but the main concern is our mortgage rates. That in mind, how much should someone try to plan to save for a home? How much should they plan for closing costs? What would be their all-in, obviously extracting from that their own personal financial details?
Right. Well, and I'm glad you brought that up because all-in weighs a lot of different factors, right? Certainly down payment. And everyone thinks, oh my goodness, I have to have 20% down. That is no longer the case.
Right.
So my advice would be definitely investigate all types of loans for your first purchase. And then you touched on this also. The affordability really ties into your financial standing. So $200 a month is the number right now that Charlotteans are paying for streaming services. So
I love that you brought up other expenses.
So that brings your buying ability down $30,000, right? So you've got to think about that. Your car payment, your student debt, all of that adds into what do you need to purchase a home. First, you need to get your finances in line. And so there may be some things you need to pay off before you can buy a home. But to specifically answer your question, if you were purchasing a median priced home, which is $460,000 in Charlotte, you would need a household income of $100,000.
So you mentioned this, and this is not something we discussed ahead of time, so I'm putting you on the spot. Student loan debt.
Yes.
This is going to be a very new territory for borrowers because all of a sudden that COVID relief that they were getting, that's gone. The payments have started back up. And I think I saw it was like 1 in 5 federal student loan borrowers are currently in default.
Yep.
Considering that, do you think that will severely impact housing?
I certainly think there will be an impact. I absolutely agree with you. But one thing we haven't mentioned that we're seeing a lot, once a student loan becomes the student's responsibility, we're seeing the bank of mom and dad come into play more than we ever have before because many, many people's parents have this huge appreciation that they're sitting on for years in their home. And what better way to invest your money than your children? So I'm seeing that more than I ever have before, Morgan. But I do think long term it will affect the ability for individuals to be able to purchase a home.
Okay, because when the loan officer is calculating things, they look at the debt to income ratio.
Correct.
That's what it's called. All your debt and what you're earning. And there's a percentage that they spit out, a cap, right?
Right.
Which is roughly 35,
it depends.
40%.
35 to 40, it
45.
depends, but I think we could safely say that. Yes.
Okay. So student loans, is that, and I probably should keep this for a loan officer, a question for a loan officer. I would think that that's factored into all that because that's a monthly payment.
So I do think so as well, and I am not a loan officer at all, and so I need to stay in my lane. But I know that all recurring expenses are absolutely factored in. That's why I brought up the streaming services.
Right.
That's something we don't think about, but $200 a month adds up.
I think that this generation, we're so spoiled. We have the iPhones. If we, depending on the person, you want to get your nails done, you go get your nails done. There are all these things that we do, pay for streaming services. My mom always goes back to when she was starting her barber shop. She said, I lived on generic tuna while I was getting started.
Right.
I don't know if our generation could do that.
I just don't think we could.
So if you need to cut back and you want to and you really want the house, there are ways to do it, but there are also sacrifices to be made. And I just don't know, looking at our generation, if we know how to do that. And you bringing up the streaming services is just a prime example of that.
I absolutely agree with you. It's been easy for so many years. that we're going to need to sit back and really tighten our purse strings, if you will. If your goal is to buy a home, and that is the greatest way to create generational wealth, so why would you not try? Why would you not put a little work into it, right?
Yeah, I agree. All right, Joan, is there anything that I missed? I know we had a whole bunch of talking points and we went off script a little bit today, which
we
I
always
totally
do.
love.
Which we always do. You know what? I think that one thing that we didn't say and probably needs to be said is that everyone says, are things affordable or not affordable? And I think the answer really lies somewhere in the middle. It's sort of nuanced. So it's affordable if you take care of, like you mentioned, some of your debt. It's affordable if you look outside what you were thinking. Maybe you're thinking a single family detached home, and a townhome may be the best option, or condominium, for where you are today. I think it's fair for us to say Charlotte faces affordability challenges, no question about it. But I think the two of us are optimistic. Interest rates are higher, but they're not 15%. They're actually historically low, which it doesn't feel that way. And it's all about really understanding your finances, knowing your options, knowing there are different types of homes out there, and working with a knowledgeable realtor and a knowledgeable lender who can help navigate all the resources available. We have down payment resource right in our MLS, and 80% of our listings have some type of down payment resource available to them. That's huge. That's huge.
It just underscores the importance of finding someone you trust to help walk you through that transaction. This isn't a sales pitch, but obviously you're making the biggest decision financially, likely, of your life. Why would you walk through that alone?
Exactly right. You need advice. And one thing I'd love to end on is, at the end of the day, a home is really so much more than four walls and a roof. It's where you bring your friends in. It's where relationships grow, memories are made, and futures are built. And our job as realtors is to make sure as many dreams as possible come true.
And buying your first home doesn't necessarily mean buying your forever home, but you'll still have a lot of memories regardless.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. Joan, thank you so much for coming in today. That's number 2, so we're closer to the 6 Timers Club, I think is what it's called. So
we've got to get to work.
We do. We'll have to make this a monthly occurrence. Really appreciate it. Thanks
Thank
so
you
much.
so much, Morgan. It's been a pleasure.
Likewise. And to everyone else out there, thank you so much for watching this episode of Turnkey on Queen City News Plus. We'll see you back here next time.
Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University, turning wildfires into a profit. That's what some individuals are doing during the LA wildfires in January 2025. We're bringing on applied climate scientist Caitlin Trudeau. She's with Climate Central. She studies wildfires, but her grandfather's house actually burned to the ground during this fire. Her reaction to hearing people were betting on it, what her thoughts are on that situation. Plus, tracking sargassum, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, joining us on the show today to talk about just how you can track this nasty seaweed as you prepare for your next vacation getaway. Also, Tropical Storm Bertha is turning in the Gulf. We're talking about why I'm actually expecting greater impacts here in the Carolinas, not necessarily from this storm, but from weather in general, versus what the Gulf Coast will see from Bertha. Details on that all coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University. And my friends, it starts right now. Welcome to the Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson here on Queen City News Plus. Always a big welcome to our YouTube viewers as well. We appreciate all the support you guys bring to the show, talking all things climate and weather on here. And if you want to get more information about climate and weather, head over to our website, qcnews.com. We also post some reels and Instagram clips as well. On IG, you can connect with me at WXBrandon9. Also, you can connect with me on X and on Facebook and our Queen City News pages, bring you all the information. So you can get some extra time with me as well. If this isn't enough, you want more, you can go to some of those social media pages as well and find me on there. I talk a little bit more in depth about some of the topics that we talk about on here. So definitely want to tap in with me over on those social connections as well. We've got some kind of interesting topics today. We'll talk about some sargassum seaweed coming up in a little bit, how you can track that for your next vacation. But first, I want to start with the California wildfires from January 2025. Back in LA, there were several wildfires that burned. This is one here. This was the Palisades fire. And unfortunately, it's come out that during these wildfires, people are making money off of them by betting on how much acreage would burn, what neighborhoods the fires would spread to, and even betting on when the fires would be contained. And while people were running for their lives, people are losing everything, people are losing their lives, there were certain people that were having fun with this. It's something that is new to the climate and weather world, betting on natural disasters like earthquakes, tornadoes, but even betting on simple stuff like temperature. And we're going to get into that. And we've got a guest today. Her name's Caitlin Trudeau. She is an applied climate scientist there at Climate Central. And Caitlin, you have a personal connection to the LA wildfires because your family was impacted by this. Just talk to me about your personal connection, and then we'll kind of get into more of the trading market aspect of the conversation.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me. So I am an applied climate scientist at Climate Central, and I actually lead our fire weather work. So I've always been interested in fires. I'm from a really fire-prone county in California in the foothills called El Dorado County. So I've been studying fires. When the Palisades broke out, I was glued to the TV that day. I was kind of just watching the news, and that was when I heard that there was another fire that started less than a mile from my grandfather's house in Altadena. And so we lost my grandfather's house in the Eaton fire that night, unfortunately.
And, obviously, very tough deal. I understand that you guys are still having the impacts from it. Your grandfather was okay during that, was actually away from the house when the fire happened, correct? Was able to was actually out just luckily.
Yes, yeah, he was up visiting us in Sacramento. So luckily he was not there, which would have been really bad because he's getting quite older. He lives alone and he has limited mobility. So it would have been really, really scary to have him there.
And Caitlin, obviously this is already hard for any family, whether, you lost your home or maybe you lost a family member. I know it's a tough thing for that entire community in general, even a year and a half afterwards. But then you hear about the aspect of people betting on these wildfires. When you look at websites like Polymarket, and this was just to look at some of the specific questions that people were asking on there. This one is, when will the Palisades wildfire be contained? People voting on different dates like January 12th, January 19th. And we're talking about $711,000 just put into this bet in general. And then you look at other questions like Palisades wildfire burns 10,000 acres by Friday. Also another one, how many acres will the Palisades wildfire burn by Friday? People were even betting on what neighborhoods the wildfire would spread to. Will the Palisades wildfire spread to Beverly Hills by Sunday? These are just certain questions that people were betting on with these trade markets. When you see this, what was your reaction to this when you first heard about it, knowing that your family's been impacted by it and your community down there has been impacted by these fires?
Yeah, so I actually didn't know what was happening while the fire was burning. I actually didn't find out until about a month ago. And it was upsetting. Yeah, it felt a bit dystopian. I kind of had this split screen image in my head where I can see on the left, literally like scenes we saw on TV that day, people like running for their lives with their animals, just like walking down the middle of the street surrounded by fire. And then on the other side, you see people who are betting and hoping things, burn longer, burn more, spread to this city, that city. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. And I think that as someone who studies fire, it's also very concerning because unlike earthquakes and hurricanes, it's very easy to start a fire, and most fires in the United States are started by humans. So it's concerning because it could possibly, give people some kind of financial incentive to start a fire, which could burn out of control very quickly.
You mentioned it really well, Caitlin. Most wildfires are actually started by humans, whether it's arson or maybe just an equipment malfunction with your lawnmower, or maybe you parked in the grass, your catalytic converter heated up the grass and caused the wildfire. Most of these are human caused. And, you also mentioned the earthquake and I believe the tornado aspect of it. And those are some of the other things that folks can bet on. You can bet on something as simple as temperature. Well, the temperature be in London or New York.
Yeah.
You bet on precipitation. Some of those things don't seem as harmless because I do that every day for a living. Here at the office, I'm betting on the temperature of Charlotte, how much precipitation we're going to see. But it does get a little bit more ominous when you're talking about earthquakes. This question here is like how many 7.0 or above magnitude earthquakes will we see in 2026? Will there be a 10.0 magnitude earthquake before 2027? As you mentioned, you can't control these, but it's like if that happens and you make money off of it, how do you celebrate? I don't really know. I just think it's a little bit like you said, it seems a little weird. Just what are your thoughts on the whole natural disaster of betting in general? I know wildfires is one thing. Anybody can go out and start a wildfire today and make money off of it. But what are your thoughts on some of the other aspects like earthquakes, tornadoes, and things like that?
Yeah, I think that I think unfortunately it kind of helps people kind of mentally disconnect from the reality that these are real people that are being impacted. Kind of puts it in a sense where maybe it feels more like a video game or simulation. When in reality these are real people losing everything, sometimes in their lives, losing loved ones, their pets. And so I think that it just kind of makes it harder for us to be empathetic, and I think it makes it easier for us to kind of dismiss these things and um I don't know, yeah, like see them in a different light where people are like excited that, an earthquake happened. People are excited that, there's been all this damage that has been done. And, maybe like with things like temperature, precipitation, those are, like you said, they're much more harmless. Like people aren't dying, they aren't losing their homes, their pets, their, everything they've worked for in their entire lives. So I think things like that are, I mean, I really know very little actually about betting and poly market betting and prediction markets, but from what I do know, it just seems like things like disasters where people are being killed, even people are being hurt, people are losing things they care about that they've worked for. I think that's rough. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely challenging. It's so much different than sports betting. I'll personally say I am a sports bettor. I'll bet on sports commonly during the week or like a basketball game, football game, and even in sports, there's things like injuries. Like if I bet on a certain running back to get under 30 yards and they get hurt on play one, then I'm probably going to win that bet. But not necessarily happy the player got hurt, and I couldn't control the player getting hurt.
Exactly.
That's another thing. But the thing is though, when I bet on a certain team to win, like if you bet on the New York Knicks to win the championship, you're probably going to be excited about that. And I just think it's just it's one of those things where it's like it's hard for me to put money on a 10.0 magnitude earthquake happening in 2027. It happening and then just being excited that I'm bringing in the money. I guess it's kind of hard, but like you said, maybe that disconnect just from the trauma of it. I do kind of want to wrap this up with this. Natural disasters, especially in weather, are happening more often due to our warming climate. There's certain things on here where people can bet on Category 4, Category 5 hurricane making landfall in the U.S., things like that. Unfortunately, due to our warming climate, we don't see more hurricanes, but we're getting stronger ones, and we're getting stronger winter storms and more severe weather around the country. In a weird way, do you think this could bring some sort of educational factor to the changing climate that we have? More people betting on these weather disasters might bring to light that there's more of them happening?
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that point being made a couple different times. I I just will say I'm skeptical. I'm not. It's not clear to me that people will connect these necessarily with climate change, let alone human caused climate change, or they'll just say it's a weather event or a natural disaster. Yeah, I don't really see how people would directly connect it if they're not already, interested in climate change, if they're not already following these kinds of things. They might just write it off as like a natural disaster, when really many of these are unnatural disasters because of the way we are warming our climate. Um, so yeah, I mean, there have been a lot of arguments that I've heard for like reasons why this could actually be helpful. I've heard people say that, it could kind of help us understand where fires spread. We already we're already pretty good with that. We have fire science is really well developed, and we have really great fire models. So I still am skeptical of that as well. But I mean, who knows? It's very new, and I mean, I guess you never know. But I'll say I'm skeptical.
And Caitlin, you are an expert in fires, applied climate scientist. You do a lot of fire weather research, and you know fire well. I would say you know fire well, an expert in fire, especially there in California. Is there any way as humans, anything we could do as humans to maybe help decrease the fire spread or the active wildfires that happen so commonly there in California, or is it just a naturally occurring thing?
Well, fire is a natural part of our, forest ecosystem. It's a really important part of any healthy forest ecosystem. So, you know, but I will say that the fires that I'm talking about when I say they're part of a healthy ecosystem, those aren't the kind of fires that we see now. The fires we see now are like mega fires, right? And, most fires are started by people, but climate change is making hot, dry, windy conditions, what we call fire weather, much more frequent. Some parts of the Western US seeing an additional 2 more months of these hot, dry, windy conditions now compared to the 70s. So we're really seeing climate change amp up the the conditions that basically set the stage for extreme fire behavior. Doesn't mean a fire will break out every single day. It just means that should a fire break out, the chances that it will be much larger and burn faster and hotter and be much more damaging, is really increasing. So I'd say, when it comes to what we can do, just in terms of like the immediate things, like being really careful as you go camping, making sure you're not throwing cigarettes out the window in the car, making sure that if you're driving a truck that you're not dragging any like metal or anything as you're driving, little things like that, just being aware. But I think, if we really want to get to the core of the issue, there's really no substitute for dramatically reducing our carbon pollution emissions.
Aylin Trudeau, thank you so much for sharing your story with us, with your family, and for coming on the show with us today, talking about a topic that not only is a personal connection for you, but is a personal connection for you from the community aspect too, just being there in California and spending a lot of time researching these fires. And I'm glad that your grandfather was okay during that. I know that you guys are still, healing some of the wounds from that fire, and then also, still picking up the pieces there. So I do appreciate you sharing your story and coming on the show with us today to talk about kind of the touchy aspect of people betting on the wildfire aspect of it. So thank you so much. We're going to get into sargassum now. Now, if you've never heard of it, it's kind of this gross looking seaweed that can entringe on some of our coastlines. And a lot of folks, you go on vacation, you're maybe on your honeymoon, or maybe you're just, out at the beach, you live there, and you see this kind of washing up below the beach. That is what we call sargassum. And it's something that's been around for a while now, but it seems like we're seeing it a lot more often here over the last several years. And as it washes up on the beaches, you're probably wondering, what in the world is this? And is it dangerous to me? And also, why is it maybe intruding my vacation a little bit? So good news for you. We do have an expert to chat about that today. We've actually had Dr. Matu Luinoff on the show before. He's an oceanographer with the National Ocean and Atmospheric Administration. Thanks again for coming on the show with us again. Just wanted to talk to you about sargassum again, because not only have you talked to us about what it is, but you guys at NOAA have a way to track it now. So when people are planning their vacations and trips, they'll be able to know where the highest sargassum buildup is. So just talk to us, remind us what sargassum is and how it could impact us on our vacations at the beach.
Good morning, Brendan. Thanks for having me back. So sargassum, it's a macroalgae that lives in the open ocean. And in the recent years, we've seen it a lot in the Caribbean region, in the tropical Atlantic region, between West Africa, extending to the Caribbean Sea, and into the Gulf. And with these large amounts of sargassum in the open ocean, some of it makes its way to our shorelines and our beaches. And when it piles up, it's too much. It's unpleasant. So that's what's been happening.
And when it piles up like this, is it dangerous to humans, or should we stay away from this?
So yeah, when it piles up in large quantities, it starts decaying, and there's this bad smell, the hydrogen sulfide that is generated. That's rotten egg smell, and that's a toxic gas that you want to stay away from it. But if it's small quantities of sargassum, it's probably fine. It's really when there's large quantities that start smelling bad, just stay away.
And there's a bigger phrase for this, right? It's like the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, that's the term for this geographical extension, this large area that covers between West Africa to the Caribbean Sea, and the Gulf. That is the new region where sargassum is now living. It used to be further north in the Atlantic Ocean, and there was a big shift in the location where sargassum is found around 2011. And since then, it's been growing in that very large area. And every year we see sargassum growing and being transported by the main current into our shorelines.
And why do you think we've seen such a big shift here over the last several years?
So since this big shift that I mentioned in 2011, the sargassum has been found in this new region, and it's found favorable conditions for growing. So that's more, enough nutrients, kind of warm temperatures that they like for growing. And there's a trend for larger quantities over the years, and this year is a near record year for the quantities of sargassum, especially in the Gulf region, and that encompasses South Florida as well.
I've got like a picture of marine life here. Looks like they're kind of feeding on the sargassum a little bit. How important is sargassum to marine life out in the ocean?
So yeah, that's a very good point, Brendan. So sargassum in the open ocean is not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing. It's a habitat for many species. We see here baby turtles, and there are also fish species that live in this sargassum and other marine life. So in the open ocean, it's a good thing. It's really when it piles up on the beaches that it's not good anymore.
Now, is there such thing as too much sargassum for some of the marine life?
So I'm not a marine biologist, but I don't think in the open ocean it forms, it expands over at the surface, and I don't think there's too much sargassum in the open ocean because it forms patches, and in between there's the open sea. So it looks like it's fine in the open ocean, yes.
And at the National Ocean and Atmospheric Administration, you guys now have a way for people to track sargassum, not necessarily just track it and where it is, but where it's piling up the most. I was actually looking at your website and tracking it myself. Just, if you're planning a vacation, if you're planning the big honeymoon or the big trip, many folks probably want to know where this is going to pile up. So this is the website that you guys have and that you guys have created here. Just talk to me a little bit about this website. I'm going to actually play it forward here as you're talking about it, and people can actually see some of the more popular tourist destinations where some of that sargassum's piled up. So why did you guys create this? And also, how can people find this?
So thanks, Brandon. This is an online tool. So there's a link, a website to access, and it is based on satellite observations. So satellites are really good at identifying in the open ocean where patches of sargassum are located. And based on the proximity of these patches to the coastline, we have an index of the risk of finding sargassum on the beaches from warning to medium or very high risk of finding sargassum. And that's a way to for people to have a first guess of whether there is a risk of finding sargassum on the beaches where they want to go.
Now, is this something that we're going to have to be dealing with for the foreseeable future, like 2030, 2035? Is there research that shows this might be something that lingers for quite some time or increases even more along our beaches?
So, sargassum, like we see these days, it's here to stay. This great Atlantic sargassum belt, that's the new normal, the new habitat of sargassum. And whether it's going to increase much or stay like this, maybe decrease a little bit, it's hard to tell, but it's not going to go away. We need to learn how to live with it.
All right, Dr. Linoff there at NOAA. I really appreciate you coming on the show again with us today and chatting with us about this, because it's something that a lot of folks, you're going on a tourist destination, the tour site. There's people that live along the Florida coastline. There's people that live in Puerto Rico and the Caribbean island and things like that. But some people like myself, if I'm going to the coast of Florida, or if I'm going to, maybe the coast of Puerto Rico or the Dominican Republic, areas like that, I'm probably not going to be used to that. So I think it's always good to bring some insight. And I guess I do have one more question for you as a North Carolina native myself. And I go to a lot of the beaches in North Carolina, the Outer Banks, also South Carolina, Myrtle Beach, Hilton Head area. Spent a lot of time there growing up as a kid and now. Talk to me about why I don't see that as common along the Carolina beach lines as I do further south.
So that's a good question. So sargassum is transported by the main ocean currents, and in the Gulf region, that's the loop current. The loop current transports sargassum along the Florida coastline, South Florida. That's the Florida current that then feeds into the Gulf Stream. So this image is very telling. You see the patches of sargassum follow the current, and South Florida is really close to the Florida current. That's why there are a lot of sargassum inundation along the Florida Keys and South Florida. But then the main current that becomes the Gulf Stream is more and more away from the coastline, and that means that there are fewer chances of finding sargassum along the coastlines as you go north along Florida and Georgia and the Carolinas, which doesn't mean that it's not going to happen, but it's less likely.
I promise I'll let you go right after this last question. My chief meteorologist here, Tara Lane, here at Queen City News, she actually went to the Amelia Island area. She got just a picture of the beach, obviously a beautiful scenery. It looked like a little bit of dirt, but she said there was actually a little sargassum there washed off in the distance. You were mentioning before our show here, that's not too bad.
Exactly. It looks a little bit of sargassum. I wouldn't be too worried, and it's probably okay.
I want to talk to you about Tropical Storm Bertha. Now, here in the Carolinas, no impact from this storm. You see the cold front that's draped across the Carolinas right now and pushing down to the south. That's actually going to keep Tropical Storm Bertha suppressed to the south. They can't go through that cold front, so the cold front's pushing it down to the south. Now, I think that's actually going to spare parts of the Gulf Coast as well. You look at Tropical Storm Bertha, most of the energy from this storm is focused offshore over the Gulf. 50-mile-per-hour sustained winds right now. Been dealing with some wind shear. It's got warm water, but the structure of it hasn't looked incredible. It actually probably looks more impressive this morning compared to what it's looked here on Wednesday, July 22nd morning here. So Tropical Storm Bertha, it's likely going to make landfall southeastern tip of Louisiana and then kind of skirt across the southern half of Louisiana as a weaker tropical storm through Thursday morning. So it makes landfall later tonight on Wednesday, and then Thursday morning, Thursday afternoon, just kind of skirts across the southern Louisiana coastline as a weaker tropical storm, and then eventually moves into eastern Texas, really southeastern Texas, as a tropical depression. Just kind of a ball of rain there. It just kind of weakens as it pushes towards San Antonio and Austin. It'll just be some rain for them. And honestly speaking, tropical storm warnings, you've got those in effect for Pensacola, Mobile, Alabama, Gulfport, New Orleans. Tropical storm force winds there. Definitely take it seriously along the coastline. If you have interest there, make sure your family, your friends are okay. Double check with them. Definitely not the worst storm that they've seen in history down there, but still, you're getting tropical storm force winds, not something you usually see every day. And then you also have the concern for big time waves and rip currents. But I want to point something out. We're actually going to be getting more rain here in the Charlotte area over the next 3 to 5 days than they will down there from that tropical system, because of that stalled frontal boundary. So here in the Carolinas, I think we actually have a higher flood threat here than they do in the Gulf Coast, just due to that stalled boundary along the coastline. I want to show you the flash flood threat. This is looking at really today's threat now. And look, you don't really have much of a threat at all down there along the Gulf Coast. But man, here in the Carolinas, level 2 and even level 3 out of 5 or 4 risk are filling in. Even towards Greenville, could be some significant flooding there. We've also seen significant flooding up in West Virginia due to the same frontal boundary. So I just want to point out, Gulf Coast, definitely thinking about this, folks, but don't be shocked if when you're looking at videos online, weather clips, you're seeing more flooding and more significant impacts over the Carolinas and West Virginia and Ohio from the system that we have draping across the country versus what our friends in the Gulf Coast see from Tropical Storm Bertha. I'm meteorologist Bray Lawson. Thanks for tuning in for another edition of Pinpoint Weather University. Always love a jam-packed show. Take care of yourself and each other to navigate the surf together.
Rain across the Carolinas continuing throughout the rest of your Thursday. I've got the latest on what we can expect on the Pinpoint forecast at noon.
All right, Andrew, plus a drowning investigation at a neighborhood pool in Southwest Charlotte. But we now know about the tragic incident that claimed the life of a child. And major upgrades now coming to Bank of America Stadium as the Carolina Panthers get ready for the new season. The big changes announced today to make the venue a year-round weekend destination. Well, good afternoon to you. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
First at noon, flooding concerns in the Charlotte area as rain continues to move through the regions. Looking live here at the dreary skies we're all seeing today. Flood watches are in effect for the majority of our viewing area through the evening. Let's get right over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Andrew, how long is this wet weather going to stick around?
I mean, likely through all the way into your Friday here, Alicia, across the Carolinas. We're going to be tracking more unsettled weather, scattered showers thunderstorms out there, some localized flooding as you were talking about. More wet weather possible on Friday. Also noticeably cooler temperatures. All this rain is going to have that effect of dragging down our temperatures, but also a cooler air mass moving in as well. Only 75 degrees currently here. Winds out of the east at about 8 to 12 miles an hour right now. There's those flood watches that Alicia was talking about here. Also, we do have some flood advisories as well around portions of the region here as we're still dealing with that heavy rainfall. It continues to move through. We're going to be seeing more and more of that here as we go throughout the afternoon hours. Pinpoint radar seeing that locally heavy rain in around portions of Union County, around Monroe, in around uptown Charlotte, farther off to the north and west. And this line of storms really just been training over the same area here for a period of several hours. All part of this slow-moving frontal boundary pushing through the Carolinas. Talking more about that and your weekend forecast, Alicia, with my Pinpoint 7-Day.
All right, thank you, Andrew, for the update there. Some parts of our viewing area are seeing the impact of today's wet weather, so state officials are now warning drivers to please be careful on the roads as heavy rain is causing flooding across the city that Andrew was just talking about. A photo right here. This shows the aftermath of the crash involving a tree and also power lines on East Broad Street at Beechwood Road. Leaders say if you don't have to be out right now, their best advice is just stay home until the conditions improve. Staying in Iredell County now, several roads are also closed due to today's heavy rain. The sheriff says that Murdoch Road near Troutman and Old Moxville Road near Davis Hospital are both closed due to all the flooding. You can be able to see it says road closed right there in plain sight. Stay off the roads in that area. And also with more rain and storms expected throughout the day, be sure to be able to download the Pinpoint Weather app. You can stay up to date with the weather alerts right down to your neighborhood. The app is free to download from the Apple App Store, and also you can find it on Google Play. Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police now investigating a 5-year-old's drowning in a neighborhood pool. Officers were called to Newbridge Road. This happening yesterday afternoon. So this is a neighborhood off of Shopton Road West. Authorities found a young girl who was just unresponsive. She later died at the hospital. No other details were released. 5 people are now facing charges in connection with a deadly shooting in Albemarle. Officers say that you can see Rick Asia Lyles died in March after she was shot near Heath Street and Elizabeth Avenue. Excuse me, that's Heath Street and Elizabeth Avenue. So this week, officials charged 5 people, including 4 juveniles, in connection with Lyles' death. The juvenile suspects have not been identified, but they are facing several charges, including murder. 18-year-old Yasir Davidson, you see right here, is also charged with murder and is being held without bond. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein now will be in Raleigh today to discuss investments and also raises for law enforcement included in the new state budget. He'll visit the Raleigh Police Department around 1 this afternoon, and that budget includes double-digit pay raises for some law enforcement. Also sets aside $40 million to give sworn law enforcement a bonus of $1,750. The national cyclosporiasis outbreak is now growing by hundreds of cases, and people in North Carolina are changing their shopping habits. So there are now more than 11,500 cases nationally, with 560 in North Carolina, 29 of them in Mecklenburg County. Well, Queen City News anchor Caroline Boyer now shows us how people are now protecting themselves from the foodborne illness.
When Charlotte area shoppers leave the grocery store these days, the items in their bags look a little different than usual. They're avoiding certain produce to hopefully avoid getting sick.
Raspberries, blackberries,
bag
lettuce,
the bag greens, all that prepackaged packaged food we've been avoiding right now.
Those foods are staying on the shelves for now, as many grocery store goers try to minimize their chances of getting cyclosporiasis. It's an intestinal illness known to cause severe diarrhea.
It definitely does make you think twice. I don't know. It's like you gotta really just be careful on what you're eating.
State health officials have linked many of North Carolina's cases to lettuce, parsley, and cilantro.
If I buy something, I want to be able to wash it and, take care of it before I eat it.
While fear of getting the parasite is prompting some to quit buying produce altogether,
if I have to avoid the vegetables and the fruit, I will do so.
Others are heading to local farmers markets for their needs.
The weekday traffic's picked up quite a bit.
Tony Ivester with Hilltop Farms tells me he's fielding lots of customer questions about cyclosporiasis.
There's always the risk, you never know, but we're doing everything we can to mitigate that.
His products come straight from Shelby, and very few people handle them en route to the Charlotte Regional Farmers Market.
You're running less of a risk by not having it shipped in or brought in and sitting in a truck for God knows how long. The fresher the better is what I would say.
Whether you're buying produce from the grocery store or from a local grower, health experts recommend you thoroughly wash fresh fruits and vegetables, even though that may not eliminate Cyclospora. In Charlotte, Caroline Boyer, Queen City News.
All right, good tips there. South Carolina Representative Russell Fry has officially filed to run for Lindsey Graham's Senate seat. So Fry held a news conference today in Columbia to mark the occasion, and he joins 5 other Republicans, including Representative Ralph Norman, who announced a run over the weekend. The primary will be held on Tuesday, August the 11th. Looking live here over at the nation's capital, so the House was narrowly passed a resolution to halt U.S. military action in Iran. And this all comes as the war has now escalated and the future of the conflict is increasingly uncertain at this point. The vote requiring congressional approval for the war comes as the Senate is expected to consider a similar resolution. That's happening later today. Now, though the votes forced by Democrats are largely symbolic, they're meant as a strong signal that the president's support is eroding as the war drags on. So House lawmakers also passed several other major pieces of legislation as Congress gets ready to leave Washington for its August recess. As Trevor Shirley reports right now, not all of that work is now expected to survive the Senate.
That includes a $1 trillion defense spending bill and parts of the SAVE Act, the controversial election security bill being pushed by President Donald Trump.
House lawmakers tried Wednesday to accomplish as much as they could as they head towards Capitol exits ahead of the August recess.
House Republicans delivered.
House lawmakers passed $1 trillion for the Pentagon and the war with Iran, along with parts of President Donald Trump's proposed election security bill, the SAVE Act, like grants for states that adopt voter ID requirements. The measures passed by House Republicans also include a ban on congressional stock trading.
Americans demand a few things that are common sense. They demand secure elections. They want a strong national defense capable of countering our adversaries. They want a Congress that plays by the same rules that they do.
But Democrats disagree, with little support for most of the Republicans' agenda.
Funding bills are one of the few levers that Congress has to express the will of the American people. And the will of the American people right now is that they want us out of this war yesterday.
Others say GOP lawmakers are working to undermine election security, not preserve it.
I proudly voted no because we are not going to sabotage mail-in voting in this country.
The votes come as House lawmakers prepare to head home to their districts, where they'll make their case to their constituents.
House Republicans will return to their districts armed with a proven track record of success.
However, much of what was passed, including parts of the president's election security bill, are not expected to survive the Senate.
House lawmakers return to Washington in September. Reporting in Washington, I'm Trevor Shirley for News Nation.
Well, Charlotte-Mecklenburg school leaders plan to be able to give the public an update on the investigation into Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill before the new school year. So the board, they met yesterday afternoon to discuss personnel matters in a closed-door session. The meeting came amid an investigation into district operations under Dr. Hill. So board chair Stephanie Snead now expects the investigation to wrap up in the next few weeks. Carolina Panthers at Bank of America Stadium now. They are extending the naming rights for the stadium in Uptown, and they just released brand new renderings of what the venue will look like after a $1.3 billion enhancement project. So some of the new features would also include a 500-level social patio. I mean, look at this, dynamic scoreboards, enhanced seating, and then other new features, all just state of the art. So no word on a firm date on when upgrades will begin. And staying with the black and blue now, the team just wrapped up its first day of training camp, of course, and Carolina Panthers linebacker Nick Scorton now was carted off the field this morning. So head coach Dave Canales spoke about the incident after practice today. Take a listen.
I was looking at the other side of the field. I just heard him go down. They're going to take him and go get imaging this afternoon, and we'll have more information on that. Yeah, they care about each other. This is whenever you're in a group of people doing something hard together. It's has a way of creating a special bond, and between all the workouts and going through a full season and off season and all that, you know, it means something to the guys, and I'm proud of that. I'm proud of the fact that, you know, the first thought in guys' minds isn't, you know, are we going to have Nick for the season? It's how is Nick doing, you know, and guys are checking on him. And so, again, as we have more information, we'll let you know.
And that was head coach Dave Canales there. We apologize there for the audio there and the shaky camera. So the second-year player had 5 sacks for the team last year. And, of course, we're going to keep you updated with any new information coming out on Queen City News today at 4 and also tonight on Carolina Sports Live at 11. A robbery plot at a Gastonia home takes a turn, prompting the alleged suspect to call police for help. Well, how new technology actually helped catch an alleged crook, all in a lie. Plus, a gun permit law stalled in the North Carolina General Assembly, what advocates are now pushing for, and why some say it could cause more harm than good. And a flyover making its rounds on social media. You know we got to talk about this one after a Navy Blue Angels pilot flew too close for the comfort of beachgoers. How low is too low, and what the federal aviation regulators now have to say about it.
And we're dealing with locally heavy rain across the Carolinas on your Thursday afternoon. I'll show you how long it's going to be sticking around. My pinpoint forecast next.
You're watching Queen City News at noon. Lots of rain here in the Queen City. It's a loud look over uptown right now. You're watching the most honored and the most local news right here in Charlotte. How low is too low? A beach buzz gone viral. It all happened when a U.S. Navy Blue Angels pilot flew an unexpected ultra-low altitude passover in Pensacola, Florida, sending beach chairs and umbrellas flying in its wake. So it comes after a similar incident earlier this month in South Carolina. So 8 Apache helicopter pilots were suspended after a July 4th beach flyover. That suspension has since been lifted while the maneuver thrilled a lot of people out there. It's actually igniting a heated debate on social media. So the Trump administration officials now praise the most recent flyby, while safety officials frowned at its recklessness. Let's talk about it now. Chief Transportation Correspondent and seasoned pilot and also FAA flight instructor, May K. Beeler, is here with us. I mean, when you saw the video and you look close, you're just kind of like, whoa, May K.
Yeah, and we're talking about the fighter jet, not the helicopters, to be clear. Yeah, well, you know, it was a mistake. The pilot didn't mean to do it and has apologized. He admitted it's a mistake. He didn't mean to shift blame. That's what he told the Republican state lawmaker, Michelle Saltzman. She's a military veteran whose district includes Pensacola, where this happened. That's what she wrote on social media regarding the conversation she had with the pilot. So she said in part, quote, "He simply talked about the miscalculated turn, something no pilot ever wants to experience, especially one who has dedicated his life to flying at the highest level of precision. More than anything, he talked about the weight he's been carrying since that moment," end quote. Now, the pilot is part of the U.S. Navy's elite flight demonstration squadron, hand-picked Navy and Marine Corps aviators. You know, they fly at air shows that showcase aviation excellence in the Boeing FA-18 Super Hornet. So the risky flyby happened as the team kicked off the Pensacola Beach Air Show week with a flyover called Breakfast with the Blues. Well, that's when the unnamed pilot strayed a bit off course, too low, over the crowd. Navy Captain Adam Bryan, now he's the commander of the Blue Angels, said the incident represented unsafe conduct. Quote, "We never intend to fly over the crowd that low, and we will heavily debrief to ensure that this never happens again, that we continue with safe flight demonstrations, and that we learn from those different things that happen," he said, unquote.
All right, so when you look at the situation here, was it legal, what he did?
It was not legal.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. We have federal aviation regulations, and they are in place to keep us all safe. They spell out certain altitudes and areas where such maneuvers are allowed and where they are not. So the Federal Code of Regulations, Part 91, 119, won't get in the weeds with the regulations, but it prohibits pilots from flying directly overhead or lower than 500 feet over spectators. It appeared the pilot was about 50 feet, okay. So there's a 500-foot rule. For FAA-approved passes, climbing or level non-aerobatic flight directly over spectator areas must be no less than 500 feet above the highest point of the area. And typically, pilots must remain 1,000 feet over any congested area or any open-air assembly of persons. There are exceptions. We have designated aerobatic boxes at air shows with a show line that pilots can't go past the show line because it protects spectators. Anyway, so there are regulations in place. Now, you can get a waiver for other situations, but according to reports, the Blue Angels did not have a waiver, and the stray pilot just by mistake acted illegally.
Yeah, all right, before we talk about disciplinary actions real quick, I got to ask you, I mean, as you said, he's having, this unnamed pilot is having emotional, obviously, things that are going on with him, because this is something that, this is like the best of the best doing an air show, making a mistake.
That's right, Alicia.
So I think there's that side of it. There's the other side of it, though, that I think we all want to be able to see these, like, Top Gun Maverick moves, you know, that are very, very close and very, very scary, as long as nobody gets hurt.
Right.
But I think that's what you're seeing there, that this was so, almost too close.
It was too close.
But kind of cool at the same time that you got to experience
it. It was very cool.
Yeah.
And as a pilot, I'm like, yeah. But as a flight instructor, I'm like,
right.
That's too low. Because you're so low, God forbid if something happened, people are going to get hurt.
That's the problem. That's the problem. The disciplinary action, though, real quick, can you tell us?
So, a good debriefing with the pilot, a no-ego debriefing is what the military calls it.
Oh, really?
Just so that doesn't happen again. Obviously, it wasn't done with criminal intention.
Right.
That would be different.
Right.
Or if this pilot had a bad record, which he would never be on the Blue Angels team if he had. So just, you know, a good debrief, and I'm sure there's other things we don't know about, but it wouldn't be a matter of losing your license.
Right, and just, I mean, when you talk about the emotion that pilots carry and the burden that you carry, I mean, you're showing people a show on the Blue Angels, of course, but you know, there is that level of, if something did go wrong, that's a lot of stress.
It is, but you're just focused on flying the plane.
Yeah.
You're totally focused. And unfortunately, he made a mistake. Thank God nobody was hurt.
Yeah.
And listen, if you haven't been to an air show, please go. It's the most patriotic, exciting, heart-pounding, best family fun you could ever have. Go to an air show. You'll love it.
You and your family the whole time, it's like you do this.
Yes, with your jaw dropped. It's fabulous.
Amazing. All right, make it, Bill. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coverage. Yeah. Let's talk about this weather we're seeing here at home. Lots of rain in our forecast. Take a live look here over West Charlotte as I bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew, also traffic very heavy there. We look over West Charlotte with this rain. People are asked to be able to kind of stay off the roads if you can today, though, right?
I mean, definitely a little bit congested there. I've driven on that road many times, so that's kind of a normal happenstance, unfortunately. But yeah, a lot of locally heavy rain out there across portions of the Carolinas. 75 degrees right now. Winds out of the east here about 8 to 12 miles an hour. Dew points currently in the lower 70s. Boone camera here as we get up in the mountains. They're also seeing a little bit of the shower activity. There's all the flood watches. We've got some flood advisories as well. That's kind of the little, sort of light green highlighted box here. Latest drought monitor come in. Not much of a change here from what we saw last week, though. This rain that we're seeing today is beneficial and will show up in the drought monitor as we get to next Thursday. Now, latest here with Pinpoint Radar. We'll zoom in a little bit closer. Portions of Union County here in and around Monroe, locally heavy rain. Farther off to the north and west, we get towards Stanley. Lincolnton also seeing some of this locally heavy rain pushing through. I'll put this in motion here over the past hour, so you notice it's not really moving all that much, and that's why we've been seeing some of the rainfall pile up here recently, is that these storms are just kind of training over the same area over a period of time. So we continue to see the rain slowly add up here, and this is going to be a good thing generally here, though sometimes you get too much of a good thing. I just want to show you, let's just go generally here over the past 2 or so days. Some of the heaviest rain farther off to the north here near Statesville in Mooresville here. They've been seeing some impressive rainfall over the past couple of days or so, but this is what's moving south and into portions of the Central Carolinas. Up near Mooresville, about 2.5 inches of rain. Going to see similar totals here by the time it's all said and done elsewhere across the Central Carolinas. Clouds and radar, this is all part of a slow-moving frontal boundary moving through the region, bringing us those cooler temperatures here. Notice the contrast, 90 in Columbia versus the mid-70s here in the QC. As this storm system continues to push through, that widespread locally heavy rain still could see more tomorrow. Probably going to be a little bit more focused here across central South Carolina, but still could see more locally heavy rain out there. Futurecast rolling. There's still more showers and storms here this evening. Overnight heading into your Friday, you'll notice, though, as we keep going forward, going to be focused farther off to the south here with some of those scattered showers and storms, and still could see more wet weather as we go into your Saturday here, even during the afternoon hours for the kids' activities. Not going to rule out a little bit of hit and miss wet weather. As we get to your Sunday, though, should start to dry out and begin to see our weather start to improve here across the Carolinas. A little bit drier weather beginning to move on in as well. And that's also going to be the case, bringing in some warmer temperatures here across the Carolinas as we go into early next week. How much rainfall are we talking about? Maybe upwards of about an additional 1 to 2 inches here across portions of the Carolinas. And we're going to continue to watch the rain, still even going to Saturday afternoon, still piling up slowly here across the region. Let's go to your Pinpoint 7-day forecast, tracking some more scattered showers here on your Saturday. Then we start to dry out and warm back up, Alicia, as we head into early next week.
Andrew, thank you so much. A popular weight loss drug at the center of a new lawsuit. Why the company is being accused of false advertisement. Plus, President Trump announces generic drug tariffs, what they could mean for medicine prices and the supply. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Your time now is 12:23. It's 75 degrees outside of the Queen City. You're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Well, President Trump says that he will impose 100% tariffs on generic prescription drugs starting in August of 2028. The tariff rate will then jump to 200% in 2029. In the meantime, though, companies importing generic prescriptions to the U.S. will pay nothing in tariffs. Now, President Trump also says the goal is to get drug makers to move more production to the U.S. The president has reversed course on tariff threats before. So it's unclear right now if this current plan will last, especially since the second increase is planned for after he leaves office. According to the FDA, though, more than 90% of all medications prescribed in the U.S. are generic drugs. The maker of Ozempic, Novo Nordisk, is now suing competitor Eli Lilly. It's accusing the company of false advertising when it comes to its weight loss drug. Now, company officials accuse Eli Lilly of using outdated studies to show that Mounjaro and Zepbound can lead to more weight loss over Ozempic and Wegovy. Novo Nordisk wants Eli Lilly to remove all advertising and conduct a corrective advertising campaign is what they're asking for. Pet owners can now pick up prescriptions for themselves and their fur babies all at the same time. CVS now announced common medications for dogs and cats will now be available at roughly 9,000 pharmacy locations nationwide. The company also offers many of the same perks as human prescriptions like automatic renewals and delivery options. So pet parents can now either bring in a written prescription or have their vet then contact the pharmacy directly. Strong warning from the Catholic Diocese in Charlotte why the bishop is now urging parishioners to avoid chapels associated with a certain branch of the religion. You're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. All right, welcome back. Time's now 12:31. Take a live look here over Independence Boulevard. Lots to talk about weather-wise in the scattered rain pattern we're seeing as I bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew.
Yeah, Alicia, a bit of a dreary afternoon, as you can see behind me with all that rain. Coming on down with more on the way here throughout the rest of the day, potentially even lingering into your Friday as well with more wet weather, but also much cooler temperatures here across the Carolinas. A complete sea change from what we've been used to. 75 degrees right now. Winds out of the east about 8 to 10 miles an hour. Dew points currently in the lower 70s. Current alerts, we got flood watches here all across portions of central North Carolina here. Really, Union County is the lone outlier here. Even actually, they do have a flood advisory right now, which is kind of one tier below a flash flood warning. Just a little interesting little tidbit there. Pinpoint radar. Line of rain and storms here has not been moving all that much. We'll zoom in a little bit closer. You're going to see some more moderate rainfall getting ready to push into uptown Charlotte. Let's put this in the last 30 or so minutes. You can see some of those scattered showers moving through portions of uptown right now with that locally heavy rain driving on through as you get down into Monroe. Some of the locally heavy rain as well here continuing to push through portions of Union County right now. We're going to be seeing more of that throughout the rest of the day. This is all part of a frontal boundary that's moving through here across the Carolinas, bringing us the cooler temperatures that, very noticeable out there. Only in the mid and upper 60s here in the mountains. Elsewhere, temperatures in the mid to upper 70s, low 80s, though, as we head into the upstate of South Carolina. Also, the heat index, there's still a bit of a feels-like factor in Lancaster of 90 degrees, but feeling much nicer here, though we do have to deal with all the rainfall across the region. Got more on your weekend forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Alicia?
All right, thank you, Andrew. So accusations of a cover-up in Gastonia. Police say that a man called 911 to report being shot, but then they believe that it was just a diversion after an attempted robbery went wrong. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone tells us how new gunshot detection technology helped detectives actually solve this case.
Gastonia police say this video that they released Wednesday shows Cedric Ford trying to break into an elderly disabled man's home, but the homeowner ended up shooting Ford in self-defense, stopping the attempted break-in. Officers say the reason they know that the shooting happened here is because 158 new gunshot detection sensors that work with their Flock system.
It's a force multiplier. It's all these pieces coming together to help solve crimes in so many different ways.
Police say Ford and his girlfriend Sonja Stallings drove away and called 911 from this QT on West Franklin Boulevard the morning of July 12th. Officers accused the pair of lying and saying a person in a white vehicle shot Ford in the chest somewhere else. The Real-Time Crime Center quickly showed that was not true.
It keeps our officers safe. We're allowed to give them real-time information while it's happening, so we can tell them if they're on the way to a call, does someone have a weapon on them?
Officials say that they don't record audio all the time, but they're triggered by gunfire. So imagine a bunch of microphones picking up the same noise. By figuring out which one heard it first and by how much, that's how they pinpoint the source.
So you'd have officers or multiple officers canvassing a big area. Now with these detectors, it's within 100 feet. So the scope is a lot smaller, and we can arrive quicker and potentially catch a suspect or find the victim sooner.
Police say Stallings and Ford made the whole thing up. The couple is facing first-degree burglary and obstruction of justice charges. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
North Carolina House lawmakers have yet to be able to hold an override vote on a gun measure vetoed by Governor Josh Stein. So it would allow people as young as 18 years old to carry concealed weapons without permits. While authorities are worried the move could put law enforcement at a greater risk, a Second Amendment advocacy group wants the bill passed. Its group members say criminals already get guns illegally, and the legislation is about giving law-abiding citizens a chance to exercise their rights.
The idea that somehow a prohibition against, for example, carrying without a permit is going to keep a criminal from doing exactly that is ludicrous.
It's more difficult for him to get the weapon when there's not as many weapons on the street to get. Usually we find that a criminal has to pay twice the amount of money to obtain a firearm.
Well, the Senate overrode the governor's veto. Without the House doing so, it can't become law. Taking a live look here at the nation's capital. So a Republican lawmaker now recommending criminal charges against former special counsel Jack Smith. House Judiciary Chair Jim Jordan filed a criminal referral with the Justice Department yesterday. Jordan accuses Smith of making false statements to Congress when he was deposed about his investigation of President Trump last year. So this complaint now says Smith lied when asked if he ever subpoenaed the text messages of members of Congress. Smith did review the texts, but they were obtained through the White House. Jordan said that Smith gave, quote, half-truths. And Smith's attorney now denies those accusations. South Carolina Senator Tim Scott is paying tribute to his late colleague, Lindsey Graham. Scott hosted the 16th annual South Carolina Senate Prayer Breakfast in Washington Wednesday. The Republican senator dedicated the event to the life and the legacy of Graham, who died on July 11th.
If Lindsey Graham is your friend, he will do what he doesn't really want to do because it's important to you. South Carolina had a friend in Lindsey Graham.
And Graham's sister Darlene also spoke at the prayer breakfast. Now, she is serving out his term and is running for his seat in next month's special Republican primary. Well, the Bishop of the Diocese of Charlotte is now making a plea to Catholics following the Society of St. Pius X. He's asking them to return to the Catholic Church that they once knew. And one of the parishioners tells Queen City News reporter Matt Stell that he and other followers believe they've done nothing wrong.
This is the 6-page letter written to Catholics in the Diocese of Charlotte. Bishop Michael Martin says attending St. Anthony of Padua Catholic Church in Mount Holly or any chapel associated with the Society of St. Pius X should be avoided. But the bishop says the door back to the Roman Catholic Church remains open.
He's not talking to me. I'm not uncertain in the least about my place in the church. I'm a Catholic who's just trying to save my soul.
St. Anthony parishioner Jim DePiante tells us he means no disrespect, but he finds Bishop Martin's letter laughable.
I believe it's all done in fear-mongering and ain't scared. I know where I stand before God and man, and I'm not scared in the least.
The plea from the bishop comes just days after Pope Leo officially declared the Society of St. Pius X, or better known as SSPX, in schism with the Roman Catholic Church, and formally excommunicated a group of SSPX bishops that were consecrated without the Pope's approval earlier this month.
They're in essence treating this society now as a group that is on the outside of the Catholic world.
SSPX followers strongly believe in traditional Latin Mass and returning to the teachings of the ancient Catholic Church. In his detailed letter, Bishop Martin calls on SSPX followers within the diocese to pray and consider returning to full communion with the Catholic Church, telling followers that the Church does not desire punishment, but reconciliation.
But I'm not out of communion with Rome.
In the letter, Martin goes on to say that any baptisms, confirmations, marriages, or confessions that took place at SSPX chapels like St. Anthony will have to be carefully reviewed by a priest or a tribunal within the diocese to determine if they are valid.
Since we don't even think we've left the church, which we haven't, then what does it mean to go back into something you've never left and jump through these absurd hoops that no one has to jump through?
Duke Divinity Professor Peter Casarella has worked with Bishop Martin and tells us the bishop likely believes this is the best attempt to restore unity to the local church.
He's reaching out to them. He's the good shepherd. He doesn't want them to stop their faith. He doesn't want to kick anybody out.
In Mount Holly, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Well, a young driver isn't letting anything get in his way of pursuing his racing dreams. How his need for speed is inspiring others in the garage. Plus,
I would rather get it back all at once, but I'm happy to get it back. I mean, I'm not mad about it.
Charlotte FC ending a policy that's affected season ticket holders for the past 4 years. Why fans aren't complaining and how it could bring more supporters for the Crown. You're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Live here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. For 33 years, the venue has hosted the Cookout Summer Shootout, giving aspiring drivers a chance to launch their careers in racing. So some drivers have had more challenges than others, but for one young driver, once he gets behind the wheel, he's just like everybody else. Carolina Sports Live's Casey Funderburg has a story.
Most teenagers don't move across the country to chase a dream, but that's exactly what 14-year-old Matthew Garland and his family did, leaving California for North Carolina, all to put him closer to the heart of racing, where he's now a rookie in the Chargers division.
Started in indoor karting in California, and then we went to outdoor karting, so now we're here in Legend Cars.
Being in a Legends car for the first time was an unreal experience.
I didn't even know Legend Cars existed until we came to Summer Shootout race 2 years ago. I thought they were, wow, like they're so loud and like they're so powerful and they're so fast, and it really was like a shell shock for me, just wow, we're here.
The challenges waiting for Matthew don't just end when the green flag drops. Born with a rare condition called ectodermal dysplasia, a rare genetic disorder that affects the development of the skin, hair, nails, teeth, and sweat glands, racing in North Carolina's summer heat makes it even tougher. But Garland doesn't let the challenges it brings keep him out of the driver's seat.
It's a rare genetic condition, about 1 in every 100,000, and it affects me in the car by like heat regulation and keeping hydrated. I burn a lot of calories and a lot of sweating during it, and so after the race and before the race we have a fan and ice packs, so we keep cool.
We knew from the minute he was born there was something very interesting and special about him. Luckily, we were at the University of California, Davis, and the University of California in San Francisco, and they were experts in ectodermal dysplasia and how to treat kids that have it and how to really help them, and also the craniofacial issues with the cleft lip and palate.
While every lap is another step towards his NASCAR dream, it's also bringing awareness.
We decided with the car for the summer that we were going to do something good with the back bumper, and so we decided to dedicate June was to the National Federation for Ectodermal Dysplasias. In July, we're supporting Operation Motorsport with on the back panel. They are a nonprofit that takes veterans and tries to help them find jobs in motorsports.
The move to North Carolina was a leap of faith, one that brought Matthew closer to the sport he loves and into a community that has embraced him from day one.
You want your child to be happy and to thrive, and this is that community. We found it, and we couldn't be happier that everyone's so supportive and accepting.
For Carolina Sports Live, I'm Casey Funderburg.
Charlotte FC is getting rid of something it's had since the team's inaugural season in 2022. Fans are no longer required to purchase personal seat licenses before buying season tickets. So the cost for those licenses range from $400 to $900, plus the cost of the season tickets. So fans say because the World Cup brought so many new eyes to the sport, Charlotte FC attendance could increase with more seats opening at lower prices.
It's a growing sport in Charlotte, so I think for access for people to come and enjoy the game and hang out, I think it's perfect. It's a way to unite people. You know, it doesn't matter where you're from, what language you speak. As long as you know how to kick a ball, you're good, you know?
True. That's a good way to put it. Fans with licenses already will be credited for what they've already paid. 75% will go toward the 2027 season, and with the remaining 25% for the 2028 season. Supporters group section seat holders now say that they will also see a significant decrease in pricing. And this announcement comes as the Crown returned to action last night at the Fortress. So the team picked up a point, drawing with Atlanta United 2-2. Charlotte FC will now hit the road to take on the New York Red Bulls. That match is set for 6:30 on Saturday. Let's take a live look here over at Bank of America Stadium as I bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. We talk about this weather pattern coming our way. Lots of rain, Andrew, that we're seeing in our forecast.
Yeah, that's right, Alicia. A lot of wet weather moving in here across the Carolinas. We'll be seeing more of that as we go throughout the afternoon hours. 75 degrees currently. Winds out of the east here about 8 to 10 miles an hour. Dew points currently in the low 70s here. Humid, moist with all this wet weather moving on in. Boone camera here as we head up into the mountains, also seeing that wet weather. We got the flood watches in effect through 8 o'clock this evening here. As you can see, some localized flooding. Rain band hasn't moved all that much, seeing a little bit more wet weather moving into uptown Charlotte. Kind of that on and off moderate to heavy rainfall here. Some of the heaviest rainfalls we get down near Marshville. Notice the deep orange and red moving through And that's what we're dealing with right now across portions of the Carolinas, that locally heavy rain. That's going to continue really throughout the rest of the day here across the region. Zooming out a little bit farther, clouds and radar frontal boundary moving through the central Carolinas. That's what's going to be bringing our temperatures down here at least over the next few days, and it will definitely feel a little bit more comfortable out there, at least compared to what we've been used to here. And the bulk of the rainfall today is concentrated across central Carolinas, then pushing into South Carolina here as we get to your Friday. Futurecast this evening, still showing more of those scattered showers and storms. 8 o'clock tonight, still seeing that wet weather pushing on through. We get to the overnight hours heading into your Friday, seeing more potential scattered showers moving through here across the region. This is 4 o'clock in the afternoon, watching that localized wet weather continuing here. Maybe a little bit more widespread than what Futurecast is indicating here. Just keep that in mind. Overnight Friday into your Saturday, we see some showers here during the morning and even potentially continuing off and on into the afternoon hours across the region. So it's going to be a going concern right through the first half of the weekend. Once we get to your Sunday, though, we should start to dry out, and also we'll see our temperatures start to warm up as well. How much more rainfall could we see? Generally, this is beneficial. As long as we don't see too much at one time, this is definitely beneficial here across the Carolinas. 1 to 2 inches of rain on top of what we've already seen. That's probably going to be the ceiling of what we'll see across portions of the Carolinas. But this rainfall, for the most part, is going to be very beneficial with that latest drought monitor. Latest here, Tropical Storm Bertha. Very elongated system. You can see all the convection here. The center of circulation is basically right over here, completely dislodged from all the mid and upper level convection out there. And overall setup, we're going to be seeing this storm move inland here relatively quickly. It's a minimal tropical storm at about 45 miles an hour here. Basically a main flood threat across portions of the Texas and Louisiana Gulf Coast right now. Could see some gusty winds as it continues to make its way westward here, but really wind gusts peaking out at maybe 50 to 55 miles an hour. And it's still just due to its proximity to land, even though the water is very, very warm here across the northern Gulf, it just will not be able to intensify all that much. And as I said, really just a primary heavy rain and flood threat along the Gulf Coast. As for the rest of today, an unsettled forecast here across the Carolinas. Scattered showers and storms here across the region continuing into the evening and even overnight hours. Overnight lows getting down mid to upper 60s, right around the 60 degree mark as we head up into the mountains. As we take a little tour here around the Carolinas on your Friday, watching those scattered showers and storms here across portions of the Sandhills again tomorrow. Upstate South Carolina, more of the same. Chester, Lancaster, Rock Hill, and Monroe. Charlotte, Concord, and Albemarle could see a few hit and miss showers and storms out there, though not the total washout like what we're kind of seeing this afternoon. Shelby and Gastonia, similar story, a lot of cloud cover. Even if you don't see a lot of rainfall, notice how much cooler it is compared to what we've seen here across the Carolinas. Up into the foothills, it's a similar story with those potential showers, and then finishing up in the mountains here, watching those scattered showers and storms as well here to wrap up your week. Your mountain forecast, scattered showers and storms as we go throughout the weekend into early next week. And your pinpoint 7-day forecast, tracking that unsettled weather right through the first half of the weekend. And then we start to heat back up and dry out heading into next week. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Well, today is the last day of the Cabarrus County Battle of the Badges Blood Drive. The event is now inviting the entire community to roll up their sleeves and support local first responders in a friendly competition where every donation can help save lives. According to the Red Cross, one donation can help save up to 3 lives. Someone in the United States needs blood every 2 seconds. Although about 37% of people are eligible to donate, fewer than 10% donate each year. Today's blood drive will be held at the EMS headquarters in Cabarrus County. The annual fundraiser, 24 Hours of Booty, kicks off at the end of this week, and Queen City News is a proud partner of this event that is raising funds to support local cancer patients and their families. Bike riders, including our own Jason Harper, will be cycling through the night in Myers Park, all for a very good cause. And the Iredell County Sheriff's Office is also holding their 2026 Teen Academy. So this academy now consists of 10 sessions held every Tuesday and Thursday from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., which started now at the beginning of this month. And teens will then gain a better understanding of law enforcement, develop leadership skills, and also interact with deputies in a positive educational environment. Today's session is about narcotics education and also online dangers. Graduation for the academy will be held on August the 6th. Queen City News brings you 11 hours of news every weekday. So here's what we're working on starting on Queen City News today at 4. We're continuing to follow the rain and the storms all across our area, as well as the impact that it's having on travel. Take a look at all the damage we're seeing here in the area. And the leading candidates for the U.S. Senate in North Carolina are visiting Gastonia today, so their messages to voters as we get closer to the midterm election. You're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Well, Queen City News is a whole new way to stay connected to you when we are not live on the air. You can download the Queen City News Plus app on your smart TV using either a Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire device. Right here, you're looking at today's lineup on the app. First, of course, you have Morning Edition, then Across America, followed by Best Reviews. And guess what? You can watch it all on our new Queen City News Plus app. Andrew.
And one final check-in on your Pinpoint 7-day forecast here. We're tracking some scattered showers and storms on the way. As we go throughout the rest of the week here, temperature's going to be a little bit on the cooler side here across the Carolinas as well. We're going to be only in the lower 80s here as we go throughout the first half of the weekend. And then, Alicia, heading into early next week, you start warming back up.
All right, sounds good. And we thank you so much for joining us today on Queen City News at noon. We'll see you next on Queen City News at 4. Enjoy your day.
Welcome back into a morning edition.
We don't want to work.
You don't want to work?
No, I don't want to work.
You're not doing it?
No, go ahead.
Okay, well, these guys aren't alone in people not wanting to work. There is a 21-year-old man who went viral back in February, but as the internet would have it, this is all recirculating. So he is 21 years old, lives with his parents, but refuses to work. Why, you ask?
Why?
He says because he did not ask to be born. He was brought here without his consent, so therefore it is his parents' responsibility to continue to provide for him, even though he is an adult. Now, what I will call normal, insane people will say, this is the craziest thing I've ever heard. This is not how life works, young man. But it actually did spark some debate, I kid you not, on the internet about,
Can't believe it.
right?
A
So
debate?
all of us
There's
are
a
in the
debate?
like an actual debate, like in the comments. Some of them are like, I see his point. And other people are like, what planet do you live on? So
Those are the people I want to talk to.
I want to talk to them. So the argument for that are in support of him is like, there's a lot of people who may not choose to have kids for certain reasons, right? And that can be from finances to you just want a small family. Or you don't want any family at all. You're selfish. You admit that you're I'm not like saying this in a bad way, but they say I want my own time. I don't want to give to another human. And I think that is very self-aware. So congratulations to you.
Yes.
But there's the whole other camp that's like, it is selfish to bring another person into the world. And that could be because they didn't ask to be here. What is it, Austin? Antinatalism?
Antinatalism.
It's an actual
That's
thing.
a thing?
It's
a
an
great
actual thing.
philosophical debate.
It is. And there's
You're born without consent.
I didn't write his name down, but there's an actual modern thinker who argues this, right? Of like, we all didn't ask to be here, so we're here without our consent. Is this right? People also don't want to bring kids into the world because the environment is going to, you know what, or
consent
political
existence.
That's what I was going to ask.
Right, no,
how
I mean,
as an embryo?
We didn't. You can't. So he's not wrong that he didn't consent to being here, but this is life, my guy. Like none of us asked to be here, but that doesn't mean you don't get to participate.
Billions and billions of years ago,
Holy smokes.
there was this thing called the Big Bang.
Yes.
Where these scattered molecules
These
gathered
molecules didn't
together
ask to be here,
to
Ted.
create all these things that interacted with each other, and chemical reactions led to organisms which became multicellular, which became species, which became the human, which is who you are right now listening to this. I know you didn't ask for it.
Wow.
But you are here.
And that's if you
Right.
believe in the Big Bang Theory.
Sure.
Oh, so
There
then
you
that goes to a whole other.
Yeah,
we're
that's
not
another-
gonna go
another
there.
morning I'm just saying, of course.
But obviously, we're in the camp of like, are you serious right now?
Well, I mean, I think you take it at two levels. One, you take the face value of this guy just doesn't want to work. He didn't ask for this. I mean, his parents are under no legal obligation. We need to get Khalif in here for this because,
Yeah,
you know, up
right.
until 18, they have to
Who
take
you
his
gonna have? Your
hit from
parents for birthing you. having
21.
you?
You're an
I
adult.
feel like someone has to have done that at some point.
Oh, I believe.
But then you get into the very fun philosophical debate of it of life entails inevitable suffering. And
That-
did we all really consent to being in existence?
No, we didn't. But that's not the point. Like we didn't consent to this because we literally can't. But what the alternative is what?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
What's the
that's why it's in the
alternative?
debate.
Right.
If his
like-
parents followed the same advice that he thinks is correct, he would have nothing.
Right. There would be no one to take care of him.
I mean, like if I was his dad and I'd be like, Johnny, all right, listen, I don't agree with you, but if I was doing the same thing that you're now doing and sat on my and did nothing, you would be sitting there with no clothes, no food, no cell phone to post this stupid video to the world. If I sat here believing the same thing, like life is, and this is where everyone's different, right? This is my view, my opinion. Life is not about you. It's just not.
It's not.
And so not everyone believes that, first of all. And man, I don't know how you get through to a belief like that, especially if you're going to continue to get reinforcements from people out there going, you keep that fight up, Johnny.
I will
For
say,
you.
rightfully so, he is getting roasted.
Of course.
Sure.
Of course.
Because what is the alternative, right?
Yeah.
Like, what is it he's asking for? Like, do you just want solitary confinement just to sit in a box until you naturally pass away? Because if you don't want to do the hard things of working, you certainly shouldn't also enjoy the benefits of what the work provides.
That's a good point.
Right.
Yeah, you're right.
You don't get to do the fun stuff.
Let's give you what you want. You can
Which is
just
nothing.
live in the neutral middle until the end of days, whatever that looks like. But
Yeah.
Someone brought up the point, what happens when his family dies? Like saying that they do go on with this charade, like this whole, I don't even call it a charade, but just whatever you want to call it. They go along with this. This guy, lives into his 30s and maybe 40s, but the other part of life that we didn't consent to is dying. Like,
correct.
So, great point. Yeah.
But once they're gone, what happens to this man who's lived his whole life without any sort of basic survival skills?
yeah. So I think we're all in agreement with this 21-year-old, right? Like, that's the situation where, like, I pray for patience, not for strength, because strength would not be beneficial in that situation.
No.
But on the
Ted.
other side, with the debate that you mentioned, and Austin, what was it called? It was
Anti-natalism.
Anti-natalism. I mean, that's more of like, that's why I'm like, this podcast just got deep, because that's a deeper debate. Which, again, I don't know if you can consent before existence. Yet, I mean,
I think you do know that. You can't.
You
Yeah,
can.
you can't. And I don't know anybody who hasn't gotten the ticket of life. Like, I haven't been able to speak to anybody who opted out of this thing called life.
Right.
So all we know is the routine, and a lot of our instincts, just when it comes to there's the science mind coming into play. When it comes to the attraction we have towards each other, when it comes to the relations that we have, all of that is instinctually driven to prolong our species and multiply. Like, that's at the very base of our human existence. We are set to avoid pain, pursue pleasure, and multiply. That's the very base of our programming of what we want to do when you take all the layers away. So we're inevitably just following nature as it was intended when you have kids. So I don't necessarily know how like that whole debate. I don't understand the other side. I don't know what they're.
Well, I mean, like most philosophical debates, it's a good thing to expand your thinking.
Yeah.
It's a good thing to think about, because I think this goes back to like ancient Greek stuff where they would write like, is it better to have never been born at all? Because the idea that life entails
Suffering.
inherent suffering. Yes. So we have boiled down a 21-year-old's refusal to work to ancient Greek philosophy.
Before we take a break, I have
Yes.
to use this. This feeds into the back to school special that we're running here on Queen City News now. No, honestly, so we're talking about how the declining birth rate in the country and in other countries in the world is impacting education, right? So Jason and I are going to be hosting this, and right, so like a little plug for that, but it's having a larger impact. But I'm going to be doing a story with a family who is either having 0 kids or just 1 kid, and that's still below the 2.5, right? That's like keeping up the birth rate, right? So just kind of exploring why. Now, I don't anticipate that a lot of it is going to be so philosophical. A lot of it, honestly, just like boils down to finances. But there's a lot of reasons that people have 0 kids or just 1. So this is a good discussion kind of leading into that, because I think more people are asking that question as should we have a family? And this guy apparently just wants to mooch off of his.
True. And I think to your point, Austin, is that the good thing about any kind of debate is we don't debate as much as past generations used to. And I think sometimes we get so our heels dug in on our belief that you don't even respect. You don't have to agree to other people's beliefs, but at least respect and go, okay, I don't agree. I don't see it eye to eye, but you're welcome and entitled to have your own blah, blah, blah. And I think you got to separate yourself at some point from your belief and step back and go, why do I believe what I believe? Do I truly believe that? And if you do, great. But if not, this is the perfect opportunity to at least assess your core beliefs.
Well said.
There we go.
Get a job, 21-year-old.
There you go.
All right, so
Get a job.
let's bring it back from the deep philosophical college roundtable debate to the booty.
To
the booty. The booty. Yes.
Oh, we're getting philosophical about the booty.
We're talking specifically your booty.
Hey, now,
wanna talk
I didn't
about Jason's
consent.
booty.
And
I
the
didn't.
Not 24 hours of it. Too bad we're talking about it. We'll see you on the other side of the break. Morning edition.
Man. Welcome back. We are hours away now from the 25th anniversary of the 24 Hours of Booty, which is an incredible cycling, running, walking, rucking, whatever you want to do. We go around the Booty Loop. It's a 3-mile loop in Charlotte. It's for the 24 Foundation for the cancer community. It is unbelievable. I can't wait. This is my 3rd year to do it. I ride in honor of my dad, who's a cancer survivor. Other people ride for whatever reason they have. But it's a great time. You can ride 1 lap, 300 laps. It doesn't matter. You do your own thing. And yeah, your booty gets a little sore from riding after a little while. And it's to kind of remind you that that is nothing in comparison to what cancer survivors and what the fight is like for cancer in our city. So
We know that guy up there.
we're excited.
Look at that. Look at him.
Look at that. Look at
Stepped
that.
in the crowd.
So it's fun. We love the 24 Foundation of Charlotte, and a lot of our coworkers have done other events. They do a dam to dam paddling event for miles, which is insane.
The rowing.
There's a rowing event, you know, like rowing machines at a CrossFit. That's insane.
24,000 meters?
Yeah. 24,000 meters.
You are more sore than you think you'd be.
So I think you would be. I believe
it's a lot of different fun events. And yeah, it's coming up tomorrow. So I've been doing fundraising and all that kind of stuff.
Have you been training?
I have been training.
Oh, yeah.
I have. So there's a couple ways that you can do these events. I think a lot of people are intimidated because they think, gosh, I have to ride 100 miles. Or it's a race. I'm not that good of a cyclist. That's not what it's about. And so, like I said, you can do 1 lap, which is 3 miles, and you can enjoy. It's in a very old money part of Charlotte, right, called Myers Park. And this loop is called the Booty Loop. And so all these neighbors will come out. They will have midnight parties. They'll have full bands and like bars set up in their front yard of these multi-million-dollar homes, and they do a great job. Cowbells, and their kids are out there with posters. It really, really is a fun event, but you can do as little as much as you want. Last year, I went all the way, man. I was focused. I wanted to hit 100 miles.
Yeah.
So I didn't partake in a lot of the fun events.
Okay.
This year, scaling back. I got a friend that's going to do it with me. I'm going to do a little halvesies, guys. A little halvesies.
So you're going to try to do 50 miles?
I'm going to go for 50.
Okay.
And spread it out. We got a chance, Teddy, at Rain this time.
A few pop-up showers.
So, yeah, they haven't seen Rain in like 10 years for this event. So this is kind of a new thing because not only are you riding in it, but they have what's called Bootyville. People have tents and RVs.
Yeah.
And they go all out, right?
So you have a team, right?
Right.
Or like you can have teams. Like, and some of these are really big teams, and you like swap out, and you
There's a
take
team with
little snooze.
140 people on their team.
Oh, wow.
It is insane.
I don't know.
And like I said, these stories really are amazing of why they're doing this and who they're doing it for. And, you know, you go year after year, you start making new friends, and then you go the next year, and someone that you became friends with, unfortunately, lost the battle to cancer. And it just is a sobering moment. And this thing starts with survivors at the beginning. and it just is a beautiful. You have thousands of people, and you could hear a pin drop to watch them go across, and it's just cool. It's a lot of fun. So.
It's one of the most unique events I've ever seen. I would say this foundation does a really good job because how many 5Ks have we done? How many, swim events or whatever. But this is one of the coolest things that I saw right when I moved to Charlotte. And it was one of the first stories that I covered. In that neighborhood, I just kind of want to sit on the sidewalk and just sit there. But you could just see how much people support the event.
I mean, look at this. I pulled up. Oh no, it's not working. No,
it's okay.
It's okay.
It looks like traffic.
Yeah. Don't worry about that.
Oh no, don't do it on your bike. It's illegal to ride on the interstate.
But the team leaderboard right now, there's a team called Amwins. They've raised $181,000. There's another team that's raised $93,000, and then there's the individual leaderboard for people. Katie. Blue, I hope I'm saying her last name right, $160,000.
Wow, that's unreal, guys.
When I was with the Queen City News team for the Row event earlier this year, I mean, you really, because that was my first time doing a 24-hour foundation event. I mean, you really get the sense it means something to everyone there.
They do a good point too, and I've covered the Dam to Dam race where they start, or not race, event where they paddle from. Oh my gosh.
I can't remember.
I'm having a hard time remembering.
What the dams area.
Oh my gosh.
It's on the Catawba River.
It's on the Catawba. I'm blaming mom brain on this one.
I'll be
But
Jamie.
they go down to Lake Wiley, right?
Yeah.
So covering that, the 2 years that they did it, one, I was pregnant the first year, so couldn't do it. Second year, just wasn't ready for it. But they stopped on the paddle boards because they need to rest, but they really made a point of having people share their why of why they're here and their connection to the cancer community. So they have a lot of fun, but they do have the serious moments to really drive it home. I'm getting chills talking about it right now because there's just so many people who have been impacted by it. And Jason, you have some show and tell.
I didn't up till about an hour ago. We were talking earlier this week or last week about a very strange term called
whimsy maxing.
Whimsy maxing.
Maxing.
Whimsy maxing.
Which is, you're going to have to explain it because I still don't even really know what it is,
finding
Annie.
little pockets of your day to do something that just adds fun and color. So drinking out of a colored cup instead of a clear glass.
Okay.
Or what we suggested to Jason is putting some tassels on his bike.
You got it too.
On my handlebars. We were joking about this on the show, and immediately during the show, I think you hopped on Amazon and actually bought these.
I did.
For my handlebars, and they light up. Hang on, I'm learning how to use these.
It was purchased before commercial break.
It was, and I said,
really?
I
texted
texted Ted across from the studio, and I said, I got him.
Confirmed. The eagle has landed. The eagle has landed.
I have problems with Amazon, y'all.
Let's see. Maybe this is the one.
One
of these we've already
figured out with the minute left we have.
No,
All right,
we got this.
We're rolling this out.
There we go.
Okay, look. Okay, there we go. Look at that light up, guys.
So there's a midnight ride, right?
There's
where there's a bunch of lights
ride.
and glow sticks and whatnot.
People put lights on their helmets. They got lights on their spokes so that when it goes around, it's really cool looking, by the way.
Yeah.
This, I'm going to have to figure out how to attach to my handlebars because I don't know that I got holes. I'm going to figure it out.
Just duct tape.
That's right.
I'm going to, if I have to, I will cut this and I will attach it to my AirPods.
There we go.
There you go.
Trust me, I will make sure that you guys, that this is documented on the ride. This will make me smile for 24 hours.
Thank goodness. So someone else smiles too.
Booty on the booty list.
Yep.
They're a great organization. They're a friend of the station. Jason, you've done so much work with them over the years.
Good luck.
And good luck to you.
You do a great job.
If you're going to be sore Monday,
That's okay.
There's going to be a lot of spandex maxing on my end.
That's why you're going to sit behind the desk on Monday.
That's right.
No standing shots allowed.
No, you're right. So, no, it's going to be fun. Thank you guys, and I appreciate this. Thanks for everyone's support about it, and can't wait next week to report on how it went. So there we go.
All right, guys. Thanks for watching. This has been Morning Edition. Bye.
Bye, guys.
There were covenants in the deed about who could.
Quality understanding redlining in Charlotte. This is Queen City News Plus, and I'm Alicia Barnes. And as we talk about this, we're really going to introduce you to what redlining is, its origins, and just really connecting the dots for you to understand what really goes on in the history and where we are as today.
Could and could not live there.
I want to welcome you into Local Roots as we're talking about mapping in. So I have two amazing guests I want to be able to bring in. First, we have Dr. Tom Hanchett, urban historian, of course, with History South. Also want to point out that you were Charlotte Magazine. They call you Charlotte's Dr. History, and you were also named the 2015 Charlottean of the Year. So great to be able to have you on. You're a regular here. Their storytelling and your history facts are just so well welcomed and appreciated. And we also have Dr. Amy Hahn Nelson, and you are a research faculty, a member of the University of Pennsylvania. And I'm going to have you explain a little bit more as to your background so people can understand the difference between what you do and then what Dr. Tom does.
Sure. Yeah. So I'm a social policy researcher. Funny enough, Tom and I were both Charlotteans of the Year in 2015.
Okay. All right. We share that title.
We were on that stage together, but my first social policy research, and then Tom, of course, for being Dr. History.
And Amy is shy about this, but she co-authored a book about education and race and those kind of issues that we're still fighting over, that kind of looked at the busing decision in 1971. We were the national test case for court-ordered busing for racial balance. She took that story forward, and that's why she was the
Charlottean of the Year.
And
wow.
That's why she can talk very eloquently about racial patterns and economic patterns in Charlotte.
We can't talk about schooling without talking about housing. Can't talk about either in Charlotte without talking about race and history. So
let's get right into it. Let's talk about redlining. Dr. Hanchett, just kind of start us off, kind of bring us what people need to understand when you hear the word redlining. I know we have a map to be able to show of the Charlotte area, but just kind of walk us through what people really need to know.
Well, we're going to talk about several episodes in our history in the 20th century. Redlining is probably the best known, so it's good to start there. The idea of redlining is you draw a red line around a neighborhood and you go, oh, that's a bad place, particularly a bad place for banks to invest. And why would people do this? It's now illegal to redline, but back in the 1930s, the Depression was on. And banks got really antsy about lending. You might remember that from 2008, if you were around 2008, the economic downturn. Well, in the 1930s, the federal government said, what can we do to help banks be bold and make home loans and get the economy going again? And what they did is they sent consultants around to every city, talked with the real estate leaders, and they said, where are the good credit risk neighborhoods? And so it's mapping credit risk, which, if y'all aren't asleep yet, you're kind of tending that way. It's really important because when you do that at a neighborhood level, you could be the best saver, the best steward of your money, the best neighbor. You walk into the bank with your down payment, they look at this secret map, and you don't get a home loan. And that means that some neighborhoods rise, some neighborhoods become much less desirable. And because you can't see what's going on, you assume, well, there are really good people over here and there are really bad people over there. It's one of the things that really has pulled apart not only our cities, but our society.
So with redlining back then, did people know where these maps were drawn? This was all secret.
This was, and I don't think people were trying to be nasty. They were just, this was inside information that banks needed to know. There was a federal agency called the Homeowners Loan Corporation that was kind of dealing with this. And if you were an insurance company or a bank, you got these maps. But ordinary people didn't know them until one of my mentors, a historian named Ken Jackson, found them in the U.S. archives. People had heard about them, but no one had actually seen them. And the one that's up on the screen here is from a project by the University of Richmond to digitize and make available all of this material. When I first found it, I was working on a book that became Sorting Out the New South City. I had to go to the National Archives in Sweetland, Maryland, and spend a day to see this secret map.
And it's important to note that these maps were secret then, but we have the same thing happening now. You know, we have secret algorithms that are black boxes that people can't quite disentangle the way in which that they're creating risk and credit scores. And I think when we look in 50 years, we're going to look back, and the same way that we feel about redlining maps is the way that we're going to feel about these black box algorithms that are determining credit scores and risk for us right now.
You live right now in a house that it is in a red line area. Kind of explain that to me. Explain how you came to find that out.
Yeah. So where we live, Tom and I, funny enough, don't live that far from each other, about a mile and a half. And it's on the edge of a red line area, but we're actually in an area that does have racial covenants. So we are, our house is right on the edge, but it is a blue area. And
green was the best.
Yes.
Blue was almost as good. Yellow on the map. Caution. Red. Don't even be talking to the bank.
Pull the map up real quick and kind of go through it.
And if you go to this website that's hosted by University of Richmond, you can actually put in your address and you can see. So where I live currently right now, I actually have a map where I have my house plotted. And you can see exactly where it is. It's quite interesting.
On this map, the big green blotch that goes southward, that is Myers Park and Eastover. That's as far as out of town went at that point. Both Amy and I live in the edge of the Plaza Midwood neighborhood over on the right. And part of that area is yellow, but most of it is blue, which means that there were a lot of homeowners in our neighborhood back in the day. And that's because they were good people. Well, yeah, but it was also because the federal government said they were a good credit risk.
And it's important to note, so again, on this map, so I'm seventh generation North Carolinian and Mecklenburg County on my mom's side. And it's helpful to understand legacy here, right? So like my parents both grew up in Mecklenburg County. They both attended Myers Park High School. And they were my dad was the second graduating class at Myers Park, which meant that he was in a completely racially segregated white school. He also lived in that green space. So he grew up in Myers Park. They lived in a green, house. But more importantly, even from the house, is the legacy of that home ownership. But also he went to a school that was funded at 5 times the amount of money than if he had been Black. Would have received school funding. So you got to understand, like this redlining isn't just about property and wealth accrual. It's not about this generational wealth that's passed down. It's also about access to public education that often isn't discussed in this conversation. But I think that's really important. He went to a brand new high school that was the flagship of North Carolina at the time, as did my aunt and my uncle. And that's hardly ever discussed.
What do you want people to know? Because you clearly see that there's a divide, obviously, within racial groups, and people hear that. But what if somebody listening to this, for you to say, hey, my family benefited from redlining, what's kind of the take home message?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a book that I really like on this topic, and the book is simply called Affirmative Action for White People. And that's it. Like, we have benefited. We benefit now. A lot of the tax code really benefits my husband and I. That's not on as much around race at this moment, but it certainly benefits us from where we are in income, right? So we have these policies that we benefit from, and they're often not acknowledged. They're silent, right? And so my talking point for most folks that I talk to is just acknowledge we benefited from these things, My grandparents received Social Security because my grandmother was not a domestic worker. They were not farm workers.
Early on, Social Security was not for everybody. It was for the folks at the top of the economic ladder. And today that's changed, but that momentum of history is still very much with us.
Amy, do you feel like you're finding more people who are like yourself, who are saying, you know what, I'm learning my family history. I'm learning that our family benefited from these disparities that were very, very obvious, hidden, but, so many people live through this. Is there anything that you're doing now to be able to kind of help leverage that, or anything that you want people to know?
Well, I'm very popular at cocktail parties.
Okay.
Not. I think it's important just to lift it up. It's also really interesting because we're such a growing community, right? Like I'm a Charlottean, my husband's a Charlottean, but we're not normal, right? Like when people meet us, they're like, "You're both Charlotteans?" How, you know, wow, you're both unicorns. And it is a thing. So sometimes it's just a reminder of those of us who are from Charlotte, those of us who are from the South. These are the legacies that we're a part of. And these legacies are layered, right? Like there's one legacy of living or growing up in a home that has a covenant. There's another legacy of, you know, parents, grandparents owning a home in an area that was green or blue. And then there's another legacy of access to benefits, such as really high quality, well-funded public schools.
Yeah.
Right? Access to Social Security and the true security, that net, right, that my grandmother received. And that was because she was white, right? And we forget that.
And people don't say it. I think that's the most important
but
thing.
They often don't know it. We're not taught this in school. We certainly weren't when I went through school, even in my undergraduate and graduate studies. It was something that was even new then. So
was it something you learned as an adult, as you started doing more research?
Yes.
You know, on your own,
Yes.
and then obviously being interested in history and knowing what's going on in the Charlotte area.
Yeah, my original foray into this was as an educational researcher, and you truly can't understand why schools are the way they are without understanding housing policy.
Well, we're going to talk about that coming up. So much to be able to get into. Such a deep conversation, but light at the same time. More Local Roots when we continue next. Welcome back to Local Roots. We're talking about redlining in the Charlotte area, and we ended the conversation, and we're kind of switching it now to like the deed restrictions that we saw. Dr. Hendrick, kind of pick up the conversation now.
Well, redlining is in the 1930s, and eventually the Supreme Court says you can't do that. There's a Community Reinvestment Act in the 1970s, but as Amy Hahn Nelson says, there are still those algorithms, those credit scores, and a lot of this stuff kind of rolls on in this way that Amy Hahn Nelson is talking about, where the decisions get layered on top of each other. We may not know about the fact that we benefit from them. So that's a useful thing. I wrote a book called Sorting Out the New South City, Race, Class, and Urban Development in Charlotte. It's how Charlotte became a big city, but it also is these layers of policy.
Turn the book a little bit more toward the camera, just so people can see. There we go. Perfect.
This is you have to rub your belly and pat your head.
There you go.
It's a wonderful book. Park Road Shopping Center has it at Park Road Books. But the beginnings of this in most American cities, including Charlotte around 1900, were restrictive covenants in the deeds for the new exclusive neighborhoods around the edge of the city, building streetcars that took people back and forth. It cost money to ride the streetcar. Why would you move out to the edge of the city? Well, an exclusive neighborhood. And what did that mean? It meant there were covenants in the deed about who could and could not live there, who could and could not buy there. Some of them were racial. Some of them were purely economic.
And we have one to be able to show you. Let's pull it up here. Kind of walk us through this one right here.
This is my house in Plaza Midwood.
And
a lot of folks think this was only in the snazziest neighborhoods. Almost every neighborhood built between about 1900 and 1948, when the Supreme Court said the racial covenants were not enforceable, these happened. This says property shall be used for residential purposes only and owned and occupied by members of the white race only. Wow, that's written right into the deed. And there's also the property shall be used for a house costing not less than, today it'd be $300,000, $400,000. And so this racial segregation, economic segregation, written right into. It's not something that just happened. It's not something where people wanted to be with their own kind. I've heard people say that. It was engineered.
So when you can say, go.
Yeah, just one comment. My house was built in 38, and the houses on our street also have restricted covenants. But it's important to note, when I moved in that house in 2007, we had two neighbors across the street and next door that grew up in their houses. So this isn't ancient history, right? This is today. And we have to think about it that way.
When we think about it, there's also some shame, I'm assuming, that comes with that. I mean, when you read words right here that say for white people only, I've seen deeds that have said no black people are allowed in these neighborhoods. And when you look at the deeds, even that you're able to pull in 2027, I mean, it's surprising that it's written right there, that it was also hidden, which is kind of confusing. But talk to me more about what it's like from your perspective, being obviously a white woman and seeing, wow.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a Southerner, born and raised here, as I shared, and very proud Southerner, proud North Carolinian, proud Charlottean. And this is a part of our history, and we have to reckon with it. But there is shame. We're not taught to think about these things and how we can acknowledge them and have efficacy to talk about them and change them, right? So I think a big piece of, my day-to-day, just talking with my own kids around this and my own friends and family, and this is certainly a part of research I do, is just acknowledging the context here. This is a chapter of our history, and it is not ancient history. It is today, and we have to talk about it. We have to air it and acknowledge the impact it has today on the success and the thriving of Charlotte.
What are some of the things that you've heard or feedback, especially from Black people that you've spoken to?
Black people are just like, keep on. Like, they're like, do your thing. Get your people.
Get your people.
I'm like, trying.
But still, but at least having the conversation, though, because I think a lot of it is, it's just as you said.
Places that this comes up is access to schools.
Yeah.
And Charlotte was the test case for court-ordered busing for racial balance. That lasted from 1971 until the 1990s. And a judge, bless his heart, said Charlotte was no longer segregated. And we have not been able to use race as a consideration as we draw attendance zones. But what this says to me is this is not something that I'm guilty about, because it happened before I came here. Right. But every 5 or 6 years, the school board redraws attendance zones. And if you understand this, you may want to advocate for attendance zones that bring in economic diversity, racial and ethnic diversity, because for a long time it was drawn exactly the other way.
And a lot of times, just as you said, with history repeating itself, we don't know if there's something we don't know. So it's almost like what we call redlining back in this time. Nowadays, it could be called something else, and you're seeing the overall
school report grades.
Right. Yeah. Any final thoughts as we take a quick little break?
Well, let me brag on another book here and see if I can hold this up correctly. This is called The Color of Law. And if you're not in Charlotte, you're moving someplace else, get this book. It was on the New York Times bestseller list, and it talks about the things we're talking about today from a national perspective, the color of law.
Dr. Hinch, I just love that you always bring the resources for us. We're going to take a quick little break. We'll be right back with more Local Roots after this. Welcome back into Local Roots. We're talking about redlining here in the Charlotte area. And Dr. Amy, I just really want to kind of turn to you now, where you've spoken about your family and how you have benefited from redlining in your family, but you've also really spoken about that a lot of people don't want to talk about this. Yeah. Explain to me your personal story.
Yeah, I mean, it's uncomfortable, right? So my mom and my dad both grew up about 1.5 miles from each other, both attended Myers Park High School, as I mentioned. And when we sold my grandmother's house in 1980, there was a significant amount of wealth created from that sale. Mm-hmm. They were not wealthy people. My grandfather was a pawn shop manager on Tryon. But there was wealth because it was a redlined area and they made a lot of money on the sale of the house. So in all honesty, like my siblings, my cousins, there was no acknowledgement of this. And then what we were able to use that money for, mm-hmm. right? My grandmother lived until 98 very comfortably. Why is that, mm-hmm. right? Because of these federal policies that we benefited from because we are white.
Because of it being uncomfortable or people not wanting to be able to kind of own it. Is that kind of what it is?
Yeah.
I mean, at Thanksgiving dinner, at Christmas dinner, is just not talked about?
Never.
Nope. Nobody, don't bring it up. It's like politics.
That's just Amy being Amy. Yeah.
Dr. Hanchett, any thoughts? Just to add in, because this is Amy's family. There's a lot of families that are like Amy's family who were able to benefit from generational wealth, who don't discuss it at all. It's not a topic of conversation, and that's why we're having this show right here. To hopefully this makes you feel a little bit more comfortable talking about it and knowing the history behind it.
If you don't know the history behind it, and your family has enough money to help you buy a house if you're a young person, and your friend's family doesn't have that money, one reaction is, well, my family is harder working than those people. And there's a lot of those people kind of stuff going on in our society. What Amy's work as a policy consultant, my work as a historian, is to help understand the disparities are not human often. They are these things that have been built into our laws, even if the laws were a long time ago. The urban renewal is a thing we can talk about in another segment, but that was a federal policy to tear down slums. What were slums? Slums were owned by absentee landlords. Why? Because Black people often could not get a mortgage to own their own home. And so the demolition of a neighborhood like Brooklyn here in Charlotte, zoning, the idea that zoning would protect exclusive neighborhoods, only single-family houses, that was kind of a new weird thing in the 20th century. And so understanding these pieces, to me, lessens the tendency towards shame and more towards understanding, that the coach just put us into this game. Game's been going on for a while. We need to have our strategy cooking based on what really happened, getting us up.
Yeah, I mean, we're on third base, right, at the start of the game. And I think building that awareness is critical for us developing policies that serve all of us going forward.
Explain that a little bit more so people can understand, because I was going to bridge right to that to say it's all about awareness.
Yeah.
It's one, knowing the information, but two, saying, hey, what do we need to do now?
Yeah.
And what needs to happen?
Acknowledging that policies have a dramatic impact on outcomes, right? A lot of people think like, oh, I'm successful because I work hard, because, my parents made good choices. I made good choices. And it's well beyond that.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you didn't make good choices. Yes, you did. Doesn't mean my dad didn't work hard. Yes, he did. A thing that comes up every once in a while, Charlotte has a hybrid of district representation and at-large representation. Why do we have this? We end up with all these fights between the various neighborhoods. That's important. We need to have the voices of various neighborhoods, because various neighborhoods were shaped differently by this history. And if we only had at-large representation, we would have much less debate and disagreement, and we would be much less reflective of who we really are.
Wow. This has just been an incredible segment. Thank you so much. Any final words? I'll start with you, Dr. Amy.
I think before we move forward on anything, we have to understand what happened in the past. So I would just really encourage everyone, if this feels like new information, go Google. Go learn. There's tons of books on the topic and lots of connections to be made.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hanchett.
If you're trying to fix a car that's broken, it's useful to know how it was supposed to run when it was running.
Your analogies are spot on. Spot on. I mean, that's what history is. Yeah. And I'm glad that you guys were able to just kind of share a little piece of that. So hopefully people were able to get more information. Of course, please visit History South. Okay, your website is, if you are a foodie, if you like history, if you like just knowing what's going on in Charlotte, tell us a little bit about History South.
HistorySouth.org is all the stuff I've written and researched over my lifetime, and everything from Black education to immigrant foodways to neighborhood histories here in Charlotte. And it doesn't cost you anything. HistorySouth.org.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for being on Local Roots. And thank you for watching Queen City News Plus. More to come. Stay with us. Welcome into Queen City News Plus Live. It is 3 o'clock on your Thursday, kind of just one of those dreary days out there. If
Rainy.
Yucky. I know. But you know what? Most people who are watching are probably watching from home or working from home. And so kudos to you for
finally
escaping.
started raining in South Charlotte.
Yeah,
we didn't get it till later.
for
Yeah.
a lot of you, I know. But yeah, finally here for a lot of you. But I'll tell you when it's going to taper off, too.
Oh, okay. How's that for a tease?
There
I'm
you
Morgan
go.
Francis. That's Tara Lane, Brian Blakely, and then we have Amy Thompson controlling all the buttons and all the fancy stuff back there somewhere. Brian, let's start with the latest out of, I guess it's the House. They again passed the War Powers Resolution, kind of more of a formal rebuke. It's largely symbolic because the Senate didn't pass it, so nothing's going to happen here. But it's to voice their opposition to this ongoing dragging war with Iran.
A lot of concerns about that with the war in Iran as it is dragging on. That vote 214 to 208, as some Republicans did side with the Democrats in Washington here on this House resolution here, as they want to basically tell it's not going to go anywhere because it's symbolic, because it's not going anywhere in the Senate. But it's basically saying, look, this is getting too costly. It's adding up as far as the war goes on. No clear mission, no clear strategy, no end goal. Washington Representative Pramila Jayapal, Democrat, she led the resolution on the House floor. And the House debated that last night. And so Chairman Brian Mast from Florida, he read out the names of the 18 service members that were killed since the war began. And those numbers that we've understood are starting to mount up as far as the injuries that are happening. And President Trump, it comes as he is ramping up the war efforts, as he is also asking Congress for more money.
And this is something that he has said in the beginning, that, you know, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and that's been the focus from the start. But it seems like this has just, right when we thought that there was an off-ramp, right? They had the ceasefire agreement, the 60-day ceasefire that we're now more than halfway through. It looked like there was going to be an off-ramp from this war, and now the two sides are right back into it. So if the Senate didn't reject the War Powers Resolution, it basically would have legally compelled the administration to shift its focus, alter its military approach to the war, kind of taking more of the power from the president on this one. But again, largely symbolic. It gets everyone on paper saying, you know, how they feel about it. And Brian, as you mentioned, a number of Republicans have sided with the Democrats on this one, possibly showing just a shift in the sentiment overall of how Republicans feel about this war.
And just America's sentiment, because recent polls show that about 70% of Americans want this war to end in some way or fashion because it's hitting them in their wallet, their pocketbook. Oil prices have shot up over $100 when you're talking about Brent crude today. Gas prices are shooting back up again, back over $4 at $4.09 nationwide, $3.81 here in Charlotte. And also causing a little bit of a hit to the stock market. President Trump likes to talk about the stock market, but that took a little bit of a hit today, dropping about 600 points. Then it went down to about 400, so it's rebounded a little bit this afternoon.
Yeah, probably in large part due to Alphabet and Tesla. Alphabet was down like 6%. Tesla plummeted 14%. So S&P and the Dow were down roughly 1%, NASDAQ 2%. But again, you know, as the oil prices jump, inflation will go up, and you know, everyone wants to see the Fed lower rates, and if those two other things continue to happen, the Fed is expected to raise rates, which is the opposite direction that Americans would like to see it. Meanwhile, you've got, you know, the war with Iran going on. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said today that the Trump administration is poised to help end the war in Ukraine. It sounds like the U.S. has mediated talks, but it's kind of hasn't gone very far in the past.
No, it is another war that has dragged on since in early 2022, a 4.5-year war that's been very, very costly. You're looking at some of the video here, the strikes that have happened, drone attacks that have happened in Ukraine and also in Moscow and around Russia right now at key energy infrastructure. The latest that you're looking at was an attack from Russians on a boat. Those crew members were struck by a drone. They were rescued. But as this meeting is happening with Marco Rubio in Manila, the Philippines, with Sergei Lavrov, the counterpart for Russia, there is quite a lot of back and forth as U.S. has pledged to help. They've pulled back a lot of their help for Ukraine to try to end this. But it's Lavrov have said that they will escalate if the United States gives any more support to Ukraine during this time, as they're trying to. Russia's made very little gains when it comes to gaining territorial gains, but they have quite a bit of losses. 1.5 million Russian lives have been lost in this war so far.
I mean, it's significant. And their latest attack on this vessel in the Black Sea just kind of shows the aggression. This was not a Ukrainian vessel. I mean, there were 2 Syrian nationals and 14 Egyptian nationals on board. It was a drone attack. And the crew that rescued them from this boat, I mean, it was a daring mission because they didn't know if there was going to be another drone attack happening. So, thankfully, all were brought ashore. They underwent medical evaluations and no one sustained any injuries, shockingly. But again, this was not a Ukrainian vessel. So it just goes to show that they're attacking anything that's within the Ukraine borders. And, Rubio has said that they would like to help, but it's going to take, it's going to require effort and new ideas to get these two sides to come to an agreement.
And as the attrition goes on, both sides seem to want a deal, but nobody really wants to give in. Kremlin has cast doubt on any peace deal anytime soon. The EU, they're also agreeing to larger sanction package in years when it comes to Russia going forward. So that's certainly a story we're going to keep monitoring there. I want to come bring it back home here down to the United States. Secret Service agent J.D. Vance is suspected of leaking the details about Vice President J.D. Vance's travel. He has been placed on administrative leave pending an internal investigation. This comes as the White House and the Trump administration, they're wanting to go after leakers of information that have been out. And that unidentified agent there is believed to have been a source from a published article last week when it talked about Vance's Secret Service detail, how they were frustrated in some of the things that they were doing with Vance's last-minute use of a helicopter to take his son to a golf lesson or to take him to visit a house that they were looking at. Felt that those were inappropriate. Well, they're attacking the leakers and want to find out the source of those information.
Well, that one they scrapped at the last minute due to weather, and the White House was what draw their attention to it is just the detail of what was released in this article. But it stated that the Secret Service, as you mentioned, they're growing frustrated with the burden that this travel is placing on agents. And that article definitely caught the attention of the White House. And as you mentioned, there's been this crackdown on leaks that are happening. That came after there was a New York Times report that wrote about Trump's Qatari gifted Air Force One jet. And the administration, I mean, they were going after phone records for journalists as well as those journalists' family members to try to figure out the source of the leak. And the subpoenas even went beyond the scope of when these conversations would have happened. It went all the way to January 1st of 2026. So the Times is saying that timeline of these subpoenas suggests that the department is using that particular investigation to kind of forage for information of connecting journalists with their sources.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that journalists do not give up their sources. And this is an attack on free speech, is attack on the pillar of democracy. When it comes to this, is one of the things that the New York Times has done is to make that information that you just talked about public. When normally in these type of situations, when an administration wants to find out the anonymous sources or they attack a media organization, they try to keep it in secret for the legal channels. But this is something that the New York Times is taking an approach that they're going to, with the full throat of their weight of their media organization, is going to try to put as much information out there and put as much pressure on the administration, because their job as the press, as we know, is to hold truth to power.
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't appear from Vance's Secret Service detail that there have been any impacts with that one agent being removed. But again, we're looking for more information on details surrounding that particular agent. Want to head out to Wisconsin, where a shooting there between police and a man who was shot, killed by police, is causing some unrest. There have been protests in Madison, and it's all surrounding just one incident where there was a police shooting of a man who injured an officer with a knife while resisting arrest. But again, the public, there's just this growing outrage in Madison there, and you can see all the people who are showing up on the streets to protest and they want answers.
Well, and rightfully so, with any kind of shootings or killings that we've seen on streets of the public. And this was videotaped. It was seeing that video of what happened and transpired. It was very disturbing for a lot of people to watch. And it did go viral, and it's created a lot of buzz or a lot of angst and a lot of the protests that have happened because of what happened here. That man shot in Wisconsin. He was, they say he was armed with a knife, and the officers responded in the way they could to subdue the situation by killing that man. He was in his 30s. Department of Justice Criminal Investigation is reviewing that shooting. It happened less than 2 miles just from the state capitol, and they're asking for transparency. The Democratic governor, Tony Evers, had posted to Facebook and continued to keep the loved ones and the family of the individual who was killed in our hearts and prayers because his life mattered.
And I'm going to read what came directly from police here. So they were responding to a call of someone who was trying to break into vehicles in the area, and the suspect fled on a bike, tried to get away. Officers caught up with him. There was some sort of struggle. They say he pulled out a knife and injured an officer. And they tried to use a stun gun on him, but that didn't work. And the same officer who was injured by the knife fired his weapon. And the man who was shot later died at the hospital. All of this was caught on cell phone video. And the police chief emphasized that, that just shows one perspective of what happened. Meanwhile, you've got the governor, Tony Evers, calling for transparency and accountability. Very broad in any investigation. Community members, of course,
and
gathering.
Also it shows, the accessibility of the video that comes out there, but it's always used. It makes its way onto social media and how powerful it can be to try to tell a story.
How immediate the reaction
and
can
the reaction
be.
From both sides, or whether if there are sides to this, but it's it shows the situation and gives it a lot more context, and you can get perception about what has happened here from that video as we're watching.
Well, you can see
here.
in the video that police do take what appears to be a knife from the suspect while he's on the ground after the shooting. But I'm sure we'll learn more information. There will be an investigation. As is protocol, those officers involved are on administrative leave.
So before we talk about the weather in our area, let's talk about Bertha. That is in the Gulf. It has made its second landfall now
like
in
a boomerang.
Texas. Yeah, as it's going the other way. It's going. Usually we see these things that go from west to east and up the East Coast, but now they've gone from toward the west. And you see a tremendous amount of flooding that's happened in the Galveston area and Texas-Louisiana border. Coastal areas received 2 to 4 inches of rain, some even higher than that. And so a lot of gusty winds have knocked down trees and power lines here from Bertha.
Yeah, just a second named storm of the Atlantic hurricane season, which sounds like it's kind of on track based off of what Brandon Lawson was saying the other day. It's not above normal or below normal. I guess we'll ask the chief meteorologist in the room what the real answer is.
There you go.
And how is in fact what we're seeing here, because you can see a lot of reverse type of stuff. Let me get my hands in there. You can see
reverse, that's a technical term. Yeah. You can use that in your forecast.
One was
tonight
swirling
if you'd like.
one way, and then the storm that's we're in our area of the Carolinas is swirling another way.
Well, I know. Well, the storm for us here in the Carolinas, I mean, obviously we're not getting a direct impact from Bertha here, but we still have all this tropical moisture being pushed in ahead of this slow-moving front, and that is the system that has all this widespread heavy rain for most neighborhoods out there today. But yeah, you can see some of that flooding and some of that storm surge that's pushing in with that system here as it makes its way into Texas.
We're still here.
We're still here. There we go. And falling apart overland here, and they're just going to be dealing with some of that leftover tropical moisture down there.
Question: they flew in hurricane hunters to this, and the question is, do they do it on that tropical depressions, tropical storms as well?
They do, because we have to continue to monitor, the storm and see if it's in the process of strengthening or weakening, and what it might do next to become a tropical depression, maybe become a tropical storm, or even a hurricane after that. So they drop all the drop zones, and we've talked about that in the past.
We got to get Tara up in one of those hurricane hunters.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Get on that list.
That shot, by the way, of Independence Boulevard, Uptown is somewhere in the background. You couldn't see it, though.
It's tough and difficult driving out there for so many people, of course, out there today. If you do have to be out there on the roads, I noticed when I was driving in on 485, there were not as many cars as usual because a lot of people hopefully are able to maybe stay in and just put off some of those errands or something until.
Look at that train of just storms that are going right through Charlotte.
Just that steady conveyor belt of moisture here, and it's right along that boundary, that front that I was talking about. We've seen just kind of the slow evolution of this system where the rain kind of started in the mountains. It slowly dropped down into the foothills yesterday evening. Then it was kind of stalled there along the I-40 corridor much of last night. And Brian, you were mentioning how the rain didn't really start until about 10 o'clock in the morning in South Charlotte.
That's right. Sure didn't. Yeah.
So it took a while.
I was wondering that in West Charlotte too. I woke up and I was like, did it rain? Did I sleep that hard?
A good sleeping weather.
It was dry where I was.
Yeah. And it is here. And you can see, I mean, we still have some heavy bands coming in, Southern Gaston County, South Gastonia area. And where you see some of these green boxes that I'm highlighting here, for example, Union County, that's where we do have a flood advisory that's going to go at least through this evening. I mean, it's just minor nuisance flooding mainly that's happening, no quick developing flash flooding situations that we've been tracking here at the moment, but that could still quickly change. So it's just that nuisance flooding, ponding on the roads and things like that you have to slow down, just take it easy driving out there. Here's how much rain, according to radar estimates we picked up so far. Upwards of, look at that, 2-3 inches in places like Iredell County and Rowan County around Salisbury, still coming down in many cases, obviously. So the flood watch continues until 8 o'clock this evening. Needed rain. The drought monitor does not take into account the rain that we picked up here since yesterday and last night. So you can still see that footprint there of the red off to the east along Highway 74. That's where we have more of the extreme drought conditions. So we'll see how that changes, taking into account the rain from this week as we get the update next Thursday. So slow moving front continues to move on through. Rain chances will be sky high still as we take it out through the night and early tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, we are not going to see as much rain. Some kind of more spotty hit or miss showers or storms will be in the mix here. I'm going to fast forward into that 7-day forecast, and the rain chances come down just a little bit. But that front will slowly push off to the south. So take this widespread heavier stuff along with it later tonight. And early tomorrow morning will definitely be drier for most of us. But still some hit or miss showers or storms expected for the weekend. And then next week, after this brief cool down we're feeling today, too, we'll get back on the hot side.
Yeah, we could use that rain, too. A lot of brown yards out there right now.
Yeah.
Are you talking about your yard or?
Yeah, very much so. My day in water was yesterday, so I was getting it in.
Getting some good water today.
All right, Dara, thank you. What should we talk about next, Brian?
You know what? There's a lot to talk about. We can talk about, let's see.
You know what?
Explosive diarrhea. That's always a good topic. It's been
gosh.
But there's new cases about it.
Yeah,
it's
new
like strain.
Round 2, not round 3, round 4. This thing just isn't letting up.
Well put.
More
Queen City News
right
Plus
back.
Live. Back on this Thursday, 3:20 right now here on Queen City News Plus Live. Dreary, dreary day outside as you're looking live over downtown Monroe. Definitely a slow day going, a lot of low-hanging clouds and a soaker going on through there. That's going to continue throughout the rest of the day. Hopefully not too much into the weekend. Let's talk a little bit more, Morgan. We've got the Defense Department has selected University of North Carolina, Virginia Tech to host revamped fellowship programs for senior military officers. And these are the first ones that have been approved, universities that have been approved by Defense Department Secretary Pete Hegseth. And it's after leaving a lot of the Ivy League schools from before.
Which he attended.
Keep in
mind, I believe it was Princeton and Harvard were the two that he's associated with. And those are two of the ones on the list that they're basically not going back to for this program. He has argued in the past that these universities have become woke breeding grounds of toxic indoctrination. So they looked elsewhere when they wanted to see what universities would participate in this senior service college fellowship program. You may be thinking, well, what the heck is that? It's a 10-month alternative to traditional war colleges. So it's for senior Army civilians. And it's meant to teach them leadership skills, strategy, national security, and acquisition management. And UNC's chancellor, I mean, they're thrilled about this, to have this partnership.
Sure, yeah. I mean, you're going up against the Ivy League schools. You're taking a lot of that distinguished type of programs and scholars that are away from the Ivy League schools because of what they're saying is per political educational issues, but. Yeah, that's great for Virginia Tech and great for North Carolina as well. So let's talk about a little bit about the Food and Drug Administration, the advisory panel right now. We'll spend the next couple of days discussing whether compounding pharmacies can fill prescription for unapproved peptides. Peptides are kind of like the big rage right now.
I mean, the GLP-1s are a peptide.
Yeah, GLP-1s, right.
But they're muscle recovery, weight loss, reducing inflammation, anti-aging. There's kind of a wide range of
it's the new thing.
It is the new thing.
But there's a lot of Wild Wild West type of thing that is out there about some of this stuff that can be used for research, and they're not really, it's not really approved yet, but some of it's going to the market from these compounding labs that are springing up all over the place to produce a lot for GLP-1 medications. But basically peptides, they're a string of amino acids, building blocks of proteins that are linked by chemical bonds. And so the human body naturally produces some of these peptides. But if you could inject some of these peptides into your body, it could help with aging, it could help with weight loss and a lot of different things. But the thing is, it's going to market before it has been researched.
Right. Well described, by the way. So these are the ones that they're discussing are the ones that are not currently FDA approved. Supporters argue that allowing this FDA regulated, compounding pharmacies to prepare these peptides would basically encourage people to go to the pharmacies instead of trying to find them online, a safer alternative to finding what they want, not going to unregulated vendors. Critics say that, that it could create the appearance that they've been proved safe and effective when in reality they haven't gone through kind of the robust clinical trials that they need to make sure that they are in fact safe.
On a side note, I have a friend of mine who does franchises, and he was saying the number one franchise that he gets them all together for everybody to put on the market. he says is these long-term wellness healthy clinics where peptides are involved and also
Well, there you go.
like full body scans and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean that just
wellness centers,
underscores. Yeah, that just underscores the attention that people are giving to overall health and, wanting to look the best.
Look
at
the
all
best.
times.
Hey, something else here that may not make you look your best, and that's if you have explosive diarrhea with the cyclosporiasis cases. And this thing, man, it is continuing on, and that's what's really
Oh,
crazy
my
about
gosh.
this. The Centers for Disease Control Prevention right now, they have identified a likely link in the cases now in Michigan, West Virginia, Ohio, Kentucky, possibly. But there's over 7,000 cases right now that are linked to this, and there's a possible new strain when they talk about this.
This is, and here's the thing: it's this new outbreak that they're investigating, but there are 4 active outbreaks going on right now, and the FDA is still working to really definitively trace it back. You may remember that they said it's likely linked to Taylor Farms and their iceberg lettuce.
They walked that
but
back,
then they still think that basically that there's a link there. All the tracing leads back there. However, they had the false positive, so they had to come out and let everyone know that there was a false positive test at that facility.
Taylor Farms provides it too. Taco Bell, which you saw in the video right there. So they had banned the lettuce usage there.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and here's the thing. I mean, this explosive diarrhea, stomach cramps, nausea, fatigue, it can last as few as 2 days to well over 2 weeks if it's not treated. So this is a parasitic issue that people are dealing with, and it's
about 600 cases in North Carolina,
getting
69, 70 or so in Mecklenburg County that we know of right now, but it is growing, and that's a big concern.
Right. Most of the cases are in Michigan, by the way. A fun little fact there. All right. We have to take another commercial break, but when we come back, it is a car that just begs to be driven fast. Maybe a little too fast. We'll tell you about it coming up in just a little bit. More Queen City News Plus
Feel
Live.
the need for speed.
Yeah. Lamborghini going 137 in Florida. The driver, of course, was arrested for violating super speeder law.
Gotta see it to believe it. Thanks for watching Queen City News Plus Live.
Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. I'm Stuart Pittman, chief photojournalist for QCM Plus, and I'm glad you're here. This week, we're going to the chapel. When it comes to things most TV news shooters don't want to point a camera at, weddings are at the top of the list. The pomp. Hello and welcome to Behind the Circumstance. That one uncle who wants to show you his camcorder. But modern wedding videos are big business, and we're speaking with a former news photog who's cashed in on that trend by upping his game. Holy matrimony. And to tell us all about that are two people. First off, it's Kevin Pinto, photojournalist here at Queen City News Plus, and our special guest, Mark Campbell, wedding photog extraordinaire. Mark, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are y'all?
We're doing great, man. I'm so glad you joined us because you have to educate us on shooting weddings. And I think I know what it's like to shoot weddings because I've done it sporadically since the early 90s, but I've never done it to the caliber that it's done these days. Wedding videos have become very sophisticated from what I'm used to. And I find it fascinating because personally, I would rather shoot an extended hostage standoff than a wedding. And I don't mean anything bad by that. It's just weddings are tense. I mean, there's no mother-in-law at a hostage standoff. But instead of me talking about what it's like to shoot weddings, I need you to educate me on what it's really like to shoot weddings. Because first of all, explain your background and what it is you're doing now.
Yeah. So, as someone who's also shot hostage situations, I can attest weddings are a lot easier than hostage situations. So
No.
I think so. I think so. So I grew up in Dallas. That's where I'm at right now. And then I actually worked with Kevin at our first news station job together in Wichita Falls, Texas, which is just North Texas, about 15 minutes south of Oklahoma. And that was kind of our first job. That was my first job in news, only job in news. And then my wife and I relocated to Dallas, but I couldn't really get another news job down there because it was such a massive market jump. So I got into education, I got into teaching, and I taught broadcast journalism.
Oh.
And before I did that, my sister-in-law was getting married, and I had access to all like the news cameras that our station had. And so I shot a wedding with a news camera, and it was terrible. But someone thought that was good, and so they hired me for their wedding, and someone thought that was good, so they hired me for that wedding, and someone thought that was good, so they hired me for that wedding. And then before I knew it, I had like this whole part-time business going on. So, and then in 2021, whenever COVID happened, the world kind of stopped, but weddings, I don't know, like had like the small little speed bump. People still wanted to get married, but they didn't have their guests coming. So if anything, that it kind of helped magnify the importance of capturing video and capturing photography.
Yeah.
So our business just ramped up. And then in 2021 is when we went full time doing this.
Well, I know there's a lot to it that we can't get into technically because it might be kind of boring, but give me an idea of what's the overall difference between rolling up on a news scene that you have no control over and you have to document as opposed to being at a wedding and having, I mean, you don't have that much control over the wedding, do you? You've got to be there and get everything. There's no going back and redoing it. That's got to be some pressure.
Yeah. So it's definitely like there's still like live events. And when it comes to like comparing news to comparing weddings, like they're both live events. They're both live things that are happening.
Okay.
But like there is some like pre-production process that goes into it of like meeting with the couple beforehand, like to asking them like, what are moments that are super important to you? What are like, where do you want us to put emphasis on? And like, sometimes we can have like, I'll hire on a second shooter to come help me work, or even a third shooter, depending on the scale of the wedding. So it just helps to have assistance. I don't think it's as high stress as like a lot of people think it is. I think because like throughout the process, like hopefully by the time their wedding comes around, we've met with them and talked with them and developed some sort of a trust relationship over the span of a year. So anyway, I think that's kind of, it helps that live event feel take place a little smoother?
I don't know, man. I covered a wedding. I did one wedding, and I think I asked you for advice on it, and completely ignored you in every way. No, you were like, rent stuff, and I think do you still do rentals, or are you like a half and half kind of thing? As far
Are
as
you
your
talking about
gear?
with gear?
Yeah.
I own all my gear. There's like every once in a while I'll need to rent like an extra lens, and so I'll just go to like the shop in Dallas and I'll just go pick up like there was a clip that just played over here of me like on the dance floor. I like to use a really, really wide lens on the dance floor that I don't own, so I'll go rent that one. Or if I need like an extra like super big zoom lens, I'll go rent that one. But I own about 99% of the gear that I use.
That's crazy to me because back in the day, I remember shooting weddings with a couple of camcorders and getting paid in whiskey, and that was very a low standard of quality. That though I tried my best. These days, I see wedding videos and I'm stunned at the level of sophistication from the drones to the GoPros to just a beautiful, beautiful editing, the DSLRs. Do you think the average news shooter could stumble into shooting weddings and hit his mark immediately, or would it take quite a learning curve?
I think it would take a little bit of a learning curve. I think really truthfully, like the barrier of entry into weddings is pretty small, because there's people who have a really small budget. Like I got married and our entire budget was $9,000, including our honeymoon, and we spent $0 on a videographer. We just got a friend who worked at the news station to do it for free. And I think if you wanted to, you probably could have ventured into weddings, like literally exactly how I did. Hey, there's Kevin's wedding. Oh my gosh. So, and that was what, 4 or 5 years ago. And this wedding right here was one that I shot
Feels
in
like
November.
forever.
I don't know whose wedding that is. That's not my wedding. But
No.
anyway,
But that's and look,
yeah, but I
here-
think there's a barrier of entry that most anyone could adapt to, especially if they're used to working in like high pressure situations. Actually, this 2 weeks ago, I shot a wedding, and one of the bridesmaids was she's a reporter for a news station, and they hired me for 2 days. One was the day before, one's the actual wedding day. And the day before, after the coverage is over, I didn't have anything to do, so I went back home and I went back to my Airbnb and I just edited like a quick little preview of what the day before looked like between like their welcome party and their toasts and like everything like that. And I posted on Instagram, and everyone was like, "Oh my gosh, how did you get that done so fast?" And the bridesmaid was like, "It's because he used to work in news, so he understands like how fast you need to be with this turnaround time."
Deadlines, man.
Exactly. Yeah. So, yeah, I think if anything, like coming from news has helped with those turnaround times a lot.
It's true, yeah. Because with any application I've done, I've left this place a couple times. I've left news like multiple times. So like at any
coming
time,
back.
yeah, I don't know, like a fool. But anyways, but that's one of the biggest draws is like how fast can you edit? And I was like, deadlines taught me how to edit quickly, especially in Texas. If you remember, our minimum package time was like 2:30.
Yeah.
And now it's like,
Good God.
yeah, they'll yell at you if it's 2:30 here. It's 1:15, 1:30 is
Yeah.
like the max.
Wow.
You're gonna get yelled at. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, that would be so nice back in Texas. And then like I was saying, so I did the wedding. I did the wedding for a meteorologist here actually. Me and my wife. And then when we show up to the venue, we had like really bad, okay cameras, but not like the quality. And we don't have lighting. Like it's just bad. We don't have the flashlights that happen, all the technology stuff.
Yeah.
I think it says photojournalist on the bottom of my name, but it's not real. Anyways, so we get to the venue and it's just glass behind them and the sun. And
So you'll be backlit. They're gonna be backlit really bad.
really bad. And I was like, so are there any lights on the other side to counteract it? They're like, oh, we don't have any lights. Like, okay, well,
Yeah.
hopefully it turns out fine. I wasn't very happy with the wedding video. They did. Hopefully he watches this, but
I think they loved it from what I.
that's what they say. I think the photos turned out. We actually got in a fight with the photographer. We'll talk about it in a second. But the video was mad okay. It wasn't the quality that I would have liked. But
Hey, but your first wedding though, like you gotta give yourself
in our
some grace.
last, yeah, in their last, and and he only paid us like $100 or something, so it was like whatever, and it was more
That's
than
fine.
$100, but just barely enough.
That's
to
fine.
make it worth it. The photographer got in my way, by the way. That's the story. Apparently he's like a really famous, big deal photographer. And he kept like jumping in the way, and I like pulled him aside. I was like, "You need to stop. I'm tired of this." And he's like this. He looked like a young child, but he's not, because apparently he does really big deal stuff. But
So,
he was in my way.
so you created an uncomfortable situation on the edge of someone else's wedding.
Well, we did it to the side, right? So I didn't want to ruin someone's wedding. I was like, hey, let's come on over here, bud.
That's very professional.
Walked him over. Yeah, exactly. See, and then I yelled at him.
Well, I mean, that's something to be said in that you can't, I guess you can, but you wouldn't want to have to restage a wedding. I mean, much like news where you're not supposed to miss anything, we're not getting paid the bigger bucks that wedding photog might be getting paid. I've just got to think the pressure to get everything is paramount to what you're doing, Mark.
Yeah. That's groundbreaking journalism.
Yeah.
One thing that I've done to adapt is like during ceremony, like the ceremony is the most important part of the day. And so whenever I'll it's at least in news, I don't know if this is something that you guys do as well as people who behind the camera, but like you record, you get your clip and you stop recording. And then you point to something else, you record, you get your clip, you stop recording.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll come back with like 45 or more, like 12-second clips.
Right.
For the ceremony, I just press record and I just let it run the whole time. And I'll leave the ceremony with like, I don't know, 40 gigs of footage from like a 30-minute ceremony. But it helps so much just making sure like I don't have to think about, it's one less thing to think about like, oh, did I press the red button? Like, yes, okay, it's recording. Or like, I could just press record and just get a reaction of like a guest here and like go back to the couple. Or like, if I see like a really pretty bird flying in there, I'll just point it up to the bird. It's just one less thing for me to have to do. So I'm always capturing. Also, like, I have a tripod on the groom. I have a tripod on the bride. I have a tripod capturing like a wide angle of everything. I have a second shooter capturing everything. So like there is a lot of pressure to get everything, but like, I know it's covered. I know it. And like I have the groom mic'd, I have the bride mic'd, I have the officiant mic'd, I'm tapped into the DJ system. So I have a drone going like during the beginning part. So I have literally all angles covered of everything. So, but like during my first few years, it was super nervous because I was like, I don't have a second shooter or I don't have the luxury of having 5 cameras. It was just one camera.
Right.
So I think over time, like you just learn the formula and you learn to get that down, and that's kind of what you roll with.
Talk to me, though, about the editing of the wedding. These things don't put themselves together. I'm curious, for your average wedding, do you know how much time you might spend editing?
That's a good question. I think it kind of depends on what all they're wanting in terms of like deliverables. My average booking always wants a trailer. And so if their wedding is on a Saturday, they want and I always deliver like a minute to like 2-minute little like quick little recap for them. And I try my hardest to get that back to them by Wednesday, because usually they're honeymooning, if they're on their beach, like whatever. I try my hardest to get them some sort of like quick little recap summary of their wedding day or wedding weekend within like 72 hours. And so that's normally what I'm spending the quick time on. And then after that, the full film probably takes me about 3 months to get back to them. But I usually spend about 2 to 3 weeks actually editing it like in my office. The other time, like in between delivering their trailer and starting their film, I'm working on previous weddings. So In the actual editing bay, maybe like 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not that's nuts because yeah, obviously, and I'm sure if you didn't work in news, it might be longer. I feel like I don't know you're because I'm sure you're giving yourself your own deadline or whatever. I remember you did our wedding and it was you were pretty fast. Now maybe you just cared about me a little bit more, but or maybe you didn't have as much work yet because that was within your first couple years.
What year did you get married?
This is it's a trap.
It's like
did Jenna put you up to this? Yeah,
10 years ago, I think.
yeah, something like that. Feels like forever. No, it was 20. Where's my ring? Hold on,
dude. It was like 2 years
it's
ago.
on my ring, but it's fake. 22.
Okay, I can pull.
I'm
up
gonna
spreadsheet.
edit this part out.
So that's
2022. You
I've been,
got married
You will
September 9th. September 9th, 2022. I had no, that was a really busy September for me. I'm looking at my spreadsheet right now. What was your question? I forgot what you asked.
How fantastic was working with Kevin
Yeah,
and Jenna.
I do remember Kevin gave me sunglasses as a little like
did.
gift for me, which I still have. It was awesome, man. It was our first time in North Carolina. Yeah, North Carolina. I love Kevin. Whenever he asked me to shoot the wedding, I was so honored. I don't know. We should get.
And you're dancing there.
what's going on here?
You know, catching a vibe. You know,
Setting the tone.
that was probably 2021.
No, that was my wedding.
What?
Yes.
Okay, 2022. That was your wedding. Yeah, that was your wedding.
Because remember, I took the camera for you. You say, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Because I
do
was gonna
remember that.
invite you to my wedding regardless.
That's right.
And so it got canceled. If you remember the Puerto Rico trip, you got.
Oh my God, I forgot about that. I forgot about that.
Look at Kevin and Gina looking all good.
Yeah, that's all Mark.
I see Gina every day in sweatpants as a photog. To see her all girled up like that is quite something. Beautiful. And then there's that guy.
I know. Look at that is the funniest shot, and I had to keep it in there because that was so corny when we thought of it. I was like,
y'all proposed that. Y'all proposed that, Gina.
Yeah.
And we got it the first try too, where it was like everyone do, and you were like, yo, you guys got it.
I noticed that you got extensive shots of the dog.
Yeah.
Oliver,
yeah.
Oliver, yeah, and Oliver got some views on TikTok.
Is that a common thing that the family says, hey, you know, you got to get a goldfish or aardvark or whatever? I mean,
No goldfishes or aardvarks, lots of dogs. I would say probably like, I don't know, 20% of our weddings have some sort of a dog feature, like some sort of a dog factor in there, whether it be like the ring bearer or like they bring their dog like on the day of, they have a first look with their dogs. One couple had they did their first dance and then their dog joined in with them on their first dance. People with the dogs are crazy.
Yeah, they are.
But you loved ours. He delivered. He completely. You know what? Honestly, the hardest part was that he almost took away from me looking at Jenna though, because I was so distracted by him. Want to make sure he was fine and like he was greeting everybody, as dogs do.
Yeah, I think you were spending most of the time, and Jenna was walking down. I think you were petting Oliver, telling Oliver, "Good dog, good dog."
Yeah.
And then before you know it, Jenna was already there, and you were like, "Did you see Oliver walk down the aisle?"
One has to focus.
Yeah, and they were like, "Oh, dude, you're not gonna cry. You're not gonna cry." I was like, "No, honestly, I'm just not. I probably was gonna cry anyways." I think I choked up a little bit when I gave up, a little part of a story that no one knew.
Yeah.
And so I was getting some people.
Well,
we will jump into it.
You should have reached some level of emotion on your wedding.
I was emotional for
You
sure.
should.
Yeah,
You should.
Very, very emotional. So,
Speaking of things that would make me emotional, as a father of 2 grown daughters, that's paying the. And I'm not asking for your.
what was it? Paying the bill.
Paying the bill.
All right.
I'm not asking for your rate card by any stretch, but what are the parameters of the kind of money you charge for a wedding? Because back in my day, it was a lot cheaper and simpler than it is.
They paid rocks and sticks. There's an
Those
old
rocks and
there it is.
sticks, yeah.
So
And whiskey, apparently.
I don't accept rocks. I do accept paper. I do know that
All right, we're gonna kick him out. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Look at the time. Anyway,
And,
no rocks, the occasional stick.
I do know that I don't remember what we charged Kevin, but I do know in that year we were in like that 4,000-ish range. Maybe we're a little. I don't remember exactly what it was, but now my starting rate started at 9,000, which is well and beyond the average of like wedding videographers. I think like the starting, like if Stuart and Kevin were to make a wedding videography duo, you could. if you guys had zero experience, you just owned a camera, like you guys could probably charge anywhere in the $1,000 to $1,500 range for an 8-hour day. I do think that's kind of like where the industry is kind of starting at. And then once you get into like you can definitely get an established, like solid videographer for a wedding for like anywhere in the $2,500 to $4,000 range. And then anywhere up to that, like that $4,000 to $6,500 range, you're getting like a good solid person. And the $6,500, I think $7,000 north of that, you're getting like a true professional who has been in the industry for a long time and is established, has great experience, has a great portfolio. Like that's kind of where that price point is around. And then you get in like the people who are charging like 20 grand, who are extremely like in the ultra luxury market, who are doing these, multi-million-dollar weddings. That's kind of the price breakdown for those different markets.
Yeah, I think we were around 4,000 to 6,000, and he still messages me once a year saying, "You guys got such a deal." That was like our top of the line.
No,
Yeah.
you guys paid $4,000 for photo and video. We gave you all a really good deal.
You did, because you're my friend.
We only gave you the friends and family discount.
We did, yeah. What a nice guy. Thanks, Mark, brother. So when people like, I try to recommend you to other people, and they're like, "How much did you charge?" I'm like, I'm gonna leave that to Mark, because I don't want to say what we paid and then them come to you and expect that same thing. So I try to hook you up, Mark, but I also know that you're not gonna give any.
It's okay. Tell your rich friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Yeah, I'll find all of them. I work in the news industry, Mark. I don't know if you know, but none of us are rich.
Whatever money there was in the business is long gone.
Mm-hmm.
I will say though, something that's changed the news business is the TikTok and the YouTubeification of video. I don't know that has changed wedding video, because people want that certain cinematic look, but all the rules I grew up with, wide, medium, tight, good lighting, action, reaction, some of that's gone out the window with vertically held, handheld, everything selfie, look at me. The standards of video don't matter as much as they used to. I know that's an old talking, but does any of that have any kind of translation into wedding videos? Wedding videos seem to be, they've gotten more complicated and sophisticated as so much of video has gotten more handheld and simple. And there's no question there. I didn't know if that was your same experience.
No, that's a really good point, because I see a lot of people who just pick up cameras and just go and start their own wedding videography business because they think the barrier to entry is like minimal, and they don't get those like action reaction shots, or like they'll get a ton of medium shots, but they won't get really any sort of tight shots. And that's something that I probably struggled with a lot early on, especially with like dance floor. So like dance floor, it's really easy to get a medium shot like this one of me dancing. That's a medium shot. But then like now I'm recognizing in the weddings that I'm doing now, that have like a live band and have like all the lighting and have like this packed dance floor, it's way more impactful. Just step off, get a super wide shot of the whole dance floor. And man, I posted a trailer recently that had this epic like wide shot, and the singer for the band like jumps up and like does a splits midair and lands, and it was just this epic like perfect shot. And then you'll get people who are like what are the tight shots we can do the dance for? Like is someone drinking a beer, and like someone will like have a beer and they'll pass it to their friend, and like if you can just get a shot of them like their hands in the air like they're dancing, like telling like narratively, using different tight shots and wide shots and medium shots and like drone shots to balance out those medium shots helps so freaking much. And you'll see other people who do it, and it's just medium shot, medium shot, medium shot, medium shot, medium shot, and it's just kind of boring. So yes, I think the storytelling element of going like wide, medium, tight, and like the action reaction, like if someone's dancing and someone does the splits and like you just quickly pan up to their like face and they're like freaking out or something, like that helps tell the story way more than just a bunch of medium shots throughout the day.
That's interesting, because having shot a couple of weddings under duress against my will, I know I probably attacked it like a news photographer, wide, medium, tight, and until the actual ceremony starts, and then even I know to roll and don't miss a thing. In that time shooting weddings, though, I've got to think there have been some weird, unscripted situations. The weddings I've been to, there's always something funky going on. When you're there shooting everything, trying to make everything look nice, you've got to kind of roll with the punches, I would think. Anything pop in your mind?
Yeah. The one story that really like is at the forefront of my brain. So like 90% of the weddings I work with are with Jenna, who's my photography partner. But this wedding was one that I was solo. And so I didn't really know what to do here. Or there was another photographer I hired that wasn't Jenna. But it's the reception side of things. People are dancing, people are drinking, people are having a good time. And the bride's family, they're I don't want to say older. There was a grandma, and they wanted to take a family picture. And they're these chairs are like the folding chairs, not super like sturdy, but they're sturdy enough for like someone who's young, like me or Kevin, could stand on and feel comfortable. And I guess they all huddled around these chairs, and the grandma decided to stand on one of them, and everyone was like, "Don't stand on that, don't stand on that," and she stood on it, and then she fell, and then she's like. Everyone freaks out because she fell and she's not feeling good, and then she's just kind of sitting down, like hunched over, like the meme from like the Popeyes chicken lady. And then before I know it, she just goes limp, and she just falls to the ground, and everyone thought she died. And they called 911, and 911 came, and she's unresponsive. It was one of the craziest things I've ever seen at a wedding. Ambulance came, they got her loaded up. No one knew. Everyone thought she died when she left. And then they got word she's responding. She's breathing. So it was a weird like lull in the night. Like, what do you do? How do you, the dancing just started. So it wasn't like, I was freaking out because I was like, how do I finish this wedding video? There's no dancing here. So anyway, everyone just kind of went to the bar for an hour and drank. And
did you charge extra?
I did not. No, I can't charge extra for that.
I'm just saying, Spot News broke out. Want to cover that?
Yeah, you could have went and shot the lights out, right? And like the ambulance lights or something, and done like something cool with that.
No, I didn't include that in their film. I don't think they wanted that in their film.
Whatever.
But our grandma's good. Grandma's good, and they danced afterwards for like an hour and a half.
Well they should.
I'm sure it was great dancing too. It was probably just like.
It was really weird. The bride went on the mic and was like, "Hey, we're not going to stop the party. Everyone's really sad. But I know she wants us to celebrate our marriage." And I think at that point, shortly after, they got word that she's responding. So they were like, "Hey, she's alive. Let's party." So it was all good. It was good.
I love that. Grandma took a dive, but we're going to carry on and play one more song.
Yeah.
So it's like doing news.
Much like news.
Yeah.
And we're going to wrap in a minute because we're running out of time. But is there any overall lesson you learned in news that really helped you in shooting weddings besides learning how to turn a camera on and all that?
Yeah. I know that in news, a lot of the cameras were in auto mode or whatever. Like I had to learn how to do manual mode with my camera, just speed, like how to be fast with editing, because you have to do stuff fast in news. Sometimes we get back to the station at 4 o'clock when your packages due at 5 o'clock. And by the time the reporter's done writing it, you only have like 20 minutes to edit everything. That might be extreme, but like sometimes those are the parameters that you have to work with weddings. Like we've done weddings where like you have a same day edit, like we'll finish a ceremony and like we have an hour to get something up and they want to watch a video in the background during cocktail hour, like on a projector. And so we've had to do like same day edits like that, which are extremely exhausting. But thankfully, like I think my experience with news kind of helped me prepare for situations like that.
Well, this has been an education. It doesn't want to make me shoot weddings at all.
No, you really haven't sold it to us. The money sounds great, but
the money sounds fantastic, but the whole getting there and getting everything and being dressed up and dealing with the in-laws and the drunk uncles and all that stuff, I will take a pass. Mark Campbell, Kevin Pinto, you have educated me in an area that I didn't want to be educated in, but I feel better about it anyway. And I thank you very much. And this has been the latest episode of Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather and cover TV news as well as the occasional wedding. We'll be back next week with another episode. I'll be as surprised as you as to what it's about. See you then.
Now
on Queen City News at 4. What a rainy sight out there today. Heavy bands of rain continue to roll through the area. A few storms as well. How much longer it's going to be sticking around, that's coming up in my Pinpoint weather forecast.
About that system, it's actually dropping off inches of much needed rain, leading to flooding in areas across the region. How much of a dent it's putting in on the ongoing drought?
They're going to take him and go get imaging this afternoon, and we'll have more information on it.
Plus, a major injury already hitting the Carolina Panthers. So we have the very latest from day one of training camp after practice started with a player being carted off the field. Good afternoon. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at 4 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
All right, you know it. The top story of the day, of course, this wet weather we're seeing outside. Inches of rain now being dumped across the Charlotte region, prompting flooding concerns. So flood watches will remain in effect until 8 tonight for the majority of the area. Let's get right over to Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, also the big question, when is this rain going to clear out?
It's going to slowly but surely, just like how we're watching it eventually come on in here through the past several hours, and especially for areas over South Carolina and parts of South Charlotte. But it will be, yes, slowly and surely moving out of the area later on tonight and heading into tomorrow morning. It does look like a drier start overall to the day tomorrow. But for now, it's anything but dry, especially over pretty much most of Mecklenburg County, even though a lot of the heavier rain has kind of tapered off over a good part of the county. And yeah, you can see more heavy bands continuing to roll on through our South Carolina communities east along Highway 74. And where you see these green boxes, and we'll start here in Anson, Richmond County, that's indicative of where we have some minor nuisance flooding taking place. So just piling up of the water on some of the roads and sidewalks out there, and maybe some rising water levels along some of the streams and creeks as well. So just be extra safe as you have been if you've had to drive around out there today, as all of this continues to move on off to the east, and especially north of Wadesboro, northern part of Richmond County. We're tracking another band of some just torrential rain rolling right through the heart of York County right now, affecting part of Fort Mill and headed out toward Rock Hill, south of Gaffney, South Carolina. We have some stronger storms pushing off to the south and east. How much rain have we picked up so far? Not quite that much here, according to radar estimates, as much as, well, maybe 2/10 of an inch over parts of Chesterfield County there. Not as much as what we've seen more up to the north. 3.5 inches northern Union County, and even close to 3 inches over parts of Iredell and Rowan County. Prompted some flood advisories up that way as well. So coming up in my Pinpoint weather forecast, I'll show you a look at the timeline, exactly when this is going to taper off a little bit more, and when we'll be back into just more of a drier but hotter pattern again. That's it in a few minutes.
Thank you, Tara. And you can also track the rain and the changing conditions that Tara was just talking about for free using the Pinpoint Weather app. You can download it in the Apple App Store, and also you can find this on Google Play. So today's wet weather is now leading to hazardous road conditions, especially north of the Queen City. So let's take you there now. So in Statesville, Brookdale Drive at Hartness Road and Carolina Avenue North is closed due to this right here, a tree falling across the road and then taking down power lines. Crews are now working to clear the roadway and to restore power in the area. More than 2,000 customers in the area are currently without service. And staying in Statesville now, this photo, look at this. It shows the aftermath of a crash involving a tree and power lines. This happened this morning on East Broad Street at Beechwood Road. As rain continues to fall, officials urge drivers to stay home unless they really have to be out until these conditions improve. So the wet weather also leading to flooding on several roads, especially in Iredell County. So with much of that rain falling, many are now wondering how this wet weather is impacting the ongoing dry spell in the Carolinas. A Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone tells us how much closer we are now to the end of the drought.
Murdoch Road here in Troutman was one of several roads closed across Iredell County Thursday morning after significant rainfall hit this area. Now, experts tell us while we got that great soaking of rain, it's not quite enough to put an end to the drought. Assistant state climatologist Corey Davis says some communities were creeping back towards severe drought status, but Thursday's heavy rain could provide much needed relief. He says it's the most significant rain some areas have seen in about a year after running more than 8 inches below normal rainfall.
This is a full stopgap against that drought expansion, and we are starting to finally make a dent in those rainfall deficits, in the drought that has taken over our lakes and streams and rivers, and this finally makes some progress toward improvement. We want to see more improvements after this through the end of the year, but this could be the turnaround in finally getting out of this drought.
Davis says that we're headed into an El Nino pattern, which means more wetter weather is on the way, and it could help to ease those drought conditions over the next few months. We'll find out just how much of an impact Thursday's rainfall made in next week's state rainfall report. Reporting in Troutman, Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Thank you, Jen, for that. The wet weather is also leading to delays and cancellations. Look at this at major U.S. airports. So we're looking live here at FlightAware's Misery Map, which of course shows Charlotte right behind ATL when it comes to travel disruptions. So 11 flights at CLT have been canceled so far today, and more than 400 flights in the Queen City have been impacted by these delays. 3 teenagers are now facing murder charges in connection with the death of a 14-year-old in Northwest Charlotte. 17-year-old Tobias Joseph, 17-year-old Quandarius Dempsey, and a 15-year-old who's not being named, all now in custody. Their arrests come more than a week after 14-year-old Kamari Sanders Livingston was shot along Lewiston Avenue. Kamari died from his injuries yesterday. The 2 older suspects are being held in jail without bond, while the third has been turned over to the Juvenile Detention Center in Cabarrus County. CMPD is investigating a 5-year-old's drowning in a Southwest Charlotte neighborhood pool. Officers were called to Newbridge Road yesterday afternoon, which is off of Shopton Road West. Authorities found a young girl who was unresponsive. She died at the hospital. No other details were released. Rock Hill city leaders now approving tax incentives for Swiss company Octapharma Plasma. So this would be their first U.S. headquarters. And the project will be built on the site of the failed Carolina Panthers practice facility, which is now called Palmetto Research Park. Company leaders are now pledging a $1.5 billion investment into the area, and the new facility will create more than 1,200 jobs. York County leaders approved changes to their tax incentives earlier this week. Work on this new site could start as soon as next year, and company officials expected to take a decade right now to complete the project. All right, taking a live look here over at Bank of America Stadium, our uptown area from our Arlington camera. Yeah, it's rainy outside. But today, the Panthers announced they have extended their naming rights deal with Bank of America Stadium for the long term. So the team also released fresh new renderings of the upgrades that it has planned for the stadium. And Queen City News reporter Matt Stell shows us those designs and the biggest changes that fans will notice once this project is done.
New look, same location. Tempur Sports and Entertainment releasing these new renderings Thursday of the $1.3 billion worth of upgrades coming to Bank of America Stadium. The longtime home of the Carolina Panthers and Charlotte FC will have 2 new larger end-zone scoreboards. A new social patio at the top of the stadium that the team says will offer some of the best views of Uptown. Upgraded seating, more premium options, and even a new speakeasy. The team says fans will be able to enjoy bigger restrooms, more food and beverage options, and a new 4,000-seat entertainment venue attached to the stadium that the team says will host around 80 to 100 events a year.
It's going to be a game changer for the facility itself.
Bank of America Stadium sits inside District 2, represented by Charlotte City Councilman Malcolm Graham. He says events at the stadium alone bring more than $4 billion in economic impact to the Queen City every year.
And that means opportunities for the restaurants, waiters and waitresses and bartenders, Uber drivers, small business owners, event planners, the hotels.
Meanwhile, the city is investing $650 million of tourism tax revenue into the project, with the remaining more than $600 million being funded by team owner David Tepper. In a statement on Thursday, Tepper says his goal is to transform the area into a, quote, weekend destination for world-class sports, entertainment, and community events.
For them to continue to lean in to making the facility one of the best in the country demonstrates their commitment to the city, demonstrates their commitment to partnering with us.
The Panthers' new training facility in Uptown is on track to open in 2027. with the new stadium upgrades expected to be completed by 2030. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
And Carolina Sports Live's Gabe McDonald will join us just in a few minutes with details on the first day of the Panthers training camp and also a major injury that's already hitting the team. Tara?
Rainy weather taking over the region here today. Still tracking some heavier batches working through especially South Carolina communities and east along Highway 74. Still with the continued risk of more flooding developing. I'll have a look at just how much longer it's all going to last. That's next.
And on the campaign trail, both North Carolina U.S. Senate candidates were out in Gaston County today, so the pitches both are now making to secure a vote before November and the midterms. And the fight against a bill criminalizing homelessness, while local community leaders in the Queen City are saying it'll just make things worse. You're watching Queen City News. Your time now is 4:10, 73 degrees on this rainy afternoon. You're watching the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. All right, found some breaking news right now that we're learning about a major update on a Carolina Panthers linebacker. Carolina Sports Live's Gabe McDonald here to tell us the news. I just saw you come right into the news right now. This is breaking as we're speaking, right?
Yeah, absolutely, Alicia. The first day of training camp was eventful and really not in a good way. Second-year linebacker Nick Scordon going down earlier in practice today, and now multiple reports are saying he has a torn ACL and will be done for the entire 2026 season. Now, his teammates all rushed to his side when he went down early in the 11-on-11 drills earlier this morning. Scordon was slated to be a big piece of this Panthers defense after having a solid rookie season in 2025, which included 5 sacks. And it's the latest in a long line of injuries for the Panthers. Before camp even started, J.C. Horn with a cut on his foot and Taylor Moton suffering from a blood clot in his lung. We're going to have more on the first day of camp and Scordon's injury tonight on Carolina Sports Live at 11 when NFL analyst and former Panther Al Wallace will join us. But a major hit on day one of practice for the Carolina Panthers. You never want to see a guy go down, especially this early and with so much promise. Definitely tough, and wishing him the best in his recovery.
Yeah, sure. Especially his teammates being around him. Yeah. You know their feelings right now there for the black and blue. Yeah. Okay, we appreciate your coverage. Thank you so much. Well, closely watched campaign for a North Carolina U.S. Senate seat continued today with stops in Gastonia. Democrat Roy Cooper and Republican Michael Whatley both now talking about rising costs and the ongoing conflict in Iran. Here's Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber.
Roy Cooper was the worst governor
in the history of North Carolina.
Thursday's campaign stops in Gaston County featured a familiar trading of insults.
Michael Whatley is going to do and say whatever this president tells him to do and say, regardless of whether it's good for the people of North Carolina.
And both candidates discussed what they would do to address continued rising costs seen both across the country and in North Carolina. Republican Michael Whatley argued for deregulation in the energy sector.
Look at what President Trump has done to open up federal lands and make sure that we have effective production here in the United States, turning on the spigot, unleashing American energy, as he calls it.
While Democrat Roy Cooper called for a change in trade policy.
Rolling back these chaotic tariffs to helping to restore health care to people, to standing up to insurance companies.
Both candidates were also asked for their position on the conflict in Iran, a conflict that seems to be re-intensifying, Whatley standing with the White House.
I absolutely support the president's decision. Now, that being said, we need to get that settled down. We need Iran to go ahead and take the olive branch that the president has repeatedly offered and come to the table in a serious way.
Cooper questioning the ultimate objective.
I think it's critical that we keep Americans secure and that we work to help our allies. But it's clear that this war has begun to be aimless, and it has ended up causing us more problems than we had before.
And with Election Day now about 100 days away, the latest polling from Public Policy Polling does show Roy Cooper is still in the lead, but that lead is narrowing, with Michael Whatley now trailing the former governor by 4 percentage points. Reporting in Gastonia, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Thank you, Andy. Charlotte Group is now speaking out against legislation that would regulate where homeless people can sleep in North Carolina. So a news conference was held at Crisis Assistance Ministry today to address House Bill 437. The legislation seeks to ban sleeping in public spaces and empower local governments to direct homeless people to a designated space. A group against the bill says the proposal will increase criminal penalties for people who have nowhere to go.
Where does the language of this text really even come from? I think if we dig into that, it'll also speak to the spirit and intent of what they're hoping it'll accomplish. Who stands to benefit from this? It's so punitive. Who stands to benefit from it? I think that's something we got to pay attention to.
Governor Josh Stein already vetoed the bill, but the General Assembly has already announced plans to override it. All right, taking a live look here now at King Street in downtown Boone. So this rain has been the story of the day, with flooding still possible in some areas, even at this hour. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joining me now. So Tara, this wet weather slowly but surely making its way out, but right now very concerning for a lot of people.
Yeah, so difficult driving out there, needless to say. I mean, the rain moving back over the higher elevations up in the mountains after seeing a bit of a break. We're getting more of a break over, say, Iredell County after some of that heavy flooding rain earlier, but it is still coming down, especially over our South Carolina communities and east along Highway 74. Tracking a batch of some strong storms working in here. I know it took a little while to finally get there in so many of your neighborhoods, but obviously it's here for a lot of you. You can see the break here happening up around places like Salisbury and much of Rowan County, Iredell County, and good part of the foothills. We have this batch that's rolled back into the mountain communities. And notice these green outlines here, these polygons showing up, in particular east of Charlotte here, far eastern Mecklenburg County, Union County, and parts of Anson and Richmond County. This is where we have some minor, at least nuisance flooding taking place, standing water on the roads and things like that. And yeah, that rain is still really coming down. Still some thunder and lightning, some lightning strikes showing up there just to the south and east of downtown Monroe. All of this is pushing east, and so heads up, friends, in Richmond County there around Rockingham. That rain will be getting heavier with time, and it's skimming right along the far northern edges of Lancaster and Chesterfield County. I know a lot of you down there would like to maybe see more of that rain, but more is possible with this heavier band working through York County right now, headed toward eventually Indian Land. It's just that steady light to moderate rain for the most part across a good part of Mecklenburg County, Gaston County, Cleveland County, all advancing to the east and southeast. Checking out rainfall totals, just a sampling here. Some of you could have picked up more than this in some of your backyard rain gauges, but from these reporting stations and out at the airport in Charlotte, we've had just under 1 inch here so far. But again, it's still coming down, still piling up out there. Rock Hill picking up about a ½ an inch thus far. Monroe close to 1 inch. Hickory, one of the big winners so far after all that just
steady rain yesterday and last night, just over 2 inches. Boone picking up about 900ths here just over the past 24 hours. So flooding is still possible, mainly from the foothills and down through parts of the Piedmont where you see the green shading that flood watch going until 8 o'clock this evening. It's been such a slow process because of this slow moving front. It just kind of stalls at times. Eventually we'll push just a little more to the south and dry us out just a little bit into tomorrow. A little more stability takes over. But temperature change, of course, another big part of the weather story today. We're running some 10, 20 degrees on the cooler side, only in the 70s right now. Most of us are sitting in the 70s, still close to 80 there in Chesterfield County. But then we've got the mid and upper 60s along the I-40 corridor and those cooler low 60s up in the mountains. If you're thinking of grilling out for dinner time, well, probably not the day to do it here unless you get some dry time to the north there and along the I-40 corridor. Watch for more scattered showers and storms with temperatures hovering in the 70s. So it does look overall a little bit drier by morning. That being said, a few isolated lighter showers can't be ruled out and a few more scattered storms will still be possible into the afternoon. So we check out Futurecast and you can see through 10 o'clock this evening looking like a little bit of a drier picture, isn't it? But the spotty rain doesn't totally go away. So some patchy fog, a little bit of scattered light showers can't be totally ruled out early on, but then we could see more blossoming downpours or a stronger storm or two, especially from Charlotte south and into our South Carolina communities by tomorrow late afternoon and evening. Early on Saturday, same type of setup here. Still a little unsettled. Scattered showers, a few storms could still be around through the afternoon and evening. But the higher chance, more favored zone for picking up some additional higher rainfall totals will be more south. And as I showed you there, with more blossoming downpours and storms expected off and on over the next couple of days over our South Carolina communities here, about an inch, inch and a half possible around Lancaster County, South Carolina, and even close to 2 inches out toward Richmond County. Not nearly as much more rain on top of what you've already picked up expected around the Queen City and north and west up toward the mountains and foothills. So more chances of showers and storms through especially the first half of the weekend, looking a little bit drier here. We'll get back into a typical summertime pattern starting Sunday as the heat returns.
All right. Thank you, Tara. So if you have a royal appetite, listen up. Queen's Feast is back, where diners can now splurge smart and treat themselves to a fancy dinner across the Charlotte area. You're watching Queen City News at 4. Your time now is 4:21, 73 degrees outside in the Queen City. It's raining out there. Be careful. You're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Hope you're hungry because Charlotte Restaurant Week is back starting tomorrow, and more than 120 restaurants in Charlotte and surrounding areas will offer multi-course dining deals. The semi-annual Queen's Feast provides restaurants a spotlight for their food and hospitality. So this event will go until August the 2nd, and organizers recommend making reservations to ensure that you get a seat at the table. And the annual fundraiser 24 Hours of Booty also kicks off tomorrow. Queen City News is a proud partner of the event that raises funds to support local cancer patients and their families. Bike riders, including our own Jason Harper, will be cycling through the night in Myers Park, all for a very good cause. And he'll join us live tomorrow at 5 and then also at 10 on Queen City News. Looking live here over at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in Indiana. So this weekend, NASCAR drivers will hit the track for the Brickyard 400, and Queen City News is getting you ready for the race. So America's crew chief, Larry McReynolds, is back on our show Around the Track this Sunday at noon, right here on Queen City News. Incentives approved for a new company headquarters in Rock Hill when work could begin on the Octapharma plasma facility at the failed Panthers site. And pushing for bigger audiences, the massive plan to bring bigger events to Bank of America Stadium in the Queen City. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. We begin right now with, of course, the big story of the day, the weather. It's coming down right here over our studios. So inches of rain being dumped all across the Charlotte region, prompting flooding concerns. The flood watches will now remain in effect until 8 tonight for the majority of the area. Let's get right over to Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane at the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, I mean, you hear it right now. I mean, coming down very hard. When is it going to actually clear out?
It will start to gradually taper off. It's going to be a slow process, much like how it gradually moved in here over the past several hours and over the past day or so here. So by late tonight and early tomorrow morning, it's not going to be quite as widespread, heavily raining in a good part of our area here like it is right now, especially as we head south and east of Charlotte along Highway 74 and down into South Carolina. And we still have some heavier pockets here and there scattered around parts of Mecklenburg County, northern Union County, moving back over the mountains as well. And watching for some more just minor nuisance nuisance flooding taking place, especially over Anson, Richmond County. We've got that next batch that is on the move here, moving right along 74, away from you all in Monroe, into Wadesboro, eventually Richmond County around Rockingham. So it's about to get real heavy once again and really picking up there. Rain getting heavier in Fort Mill and down through Rock Hill, South Carolina, moving through the area from west to east. We've got more on the way coming in from around Gaffney, South Carolina, and parts of the upstate. As you can see there, we're a little bit drier up into Cleveland, parts of Lincoln County, but quite a bit of rain has fallen here just over the past couple of days, especially up across Rowan County and Iredell County earlier, as much as 2 to 3 inches according to radar estimates. Not quite as much yet for our South Carolina communities. We've had just over, look at that little bullseye of 3 inches of rain over parts of northern Union County as well. So coming up in my pinpoint weather forecast, I'll show you a closer look at that timeline, exactly when we'll start to dry out a little bit and when some of the hotter weather returns again after this cool down today. That's it in a few minutes.
All right. Thank you, Tara, for that. So you'll be able to also track this rain and the changing conditions that Tara was just talking about for free using the Pinpoint Weather app. You can download it in the Apple App Store, and also you can find it on Google Play. So today's wet weather is leading to hazardous road conditions, especially north of the Queen City in Statesville. Brookdale Drive at Hartness Road and Carolina Avenue North is now closed due to a tree falling across the road and then taking down power lines. You can see that in these pictures here that we're showing you. Crews are now working to clear the roadway and also restore power. More than 2,000 customers in the area are currently without service. And staying in Statesville right now, a photo now shows the aftermath of a crash involving a tree and power lines. This all happened this morning on East Broad Street at Beechwood Road. As rain continues to be able to fall in that area, officials urge drivers to stay home unless they have to be out until the conditions improve. And this wet weather is also leading to flooding on several roads, especially in Iredell County. And with so much rain falling, many are wondering how this wet weather is actually impacting the ongoing dry spell in the Carolinas. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone tells us how much closer we are to the end of the drought.
Murdoch Road here in Troutman was one of several roads closed across Iredell County Thursday morning after significant rainfall hit this area. Now, experts tell us while we got that great soaking of rain, it's not quite enough to put an end to the drought. Assistant state climatologist Corey Davis says some communities were creeping back towards severe drought status, but Thursday's heavy rain could provide much needed relief. He says it's the most significant rain some areas have seen in about a year after running more than 8 inches below normal rainfall.
This is a full stopgap against that drought expansion, and we are starting to finally make a dent in those rainfall deficits, in the drought that has taken over our lakes and streams and rivers, and this finally makes some progress toward improvement. We want to see more improvements after this through the end of the year, but this could be the turnaround in finally getting out of this drought.
Davis says that we're headed into an El Nino pattern, which means more wetter weather is on the way, and it could help to ease those drought conditions over the next few months. We'll find out just how much of an impact Thursday's rainfall made in next week's state rainfall report. Reporting in Troutman, Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Thank you, Jen. And the wet weather is leading to delays and cancellations at major U.S. airports. Take a look at this. We're now looking live here at FlightAware's Misery Map, which shows Charlotte right behind Atlanta when it comes to travel disruptions. So 11 flights at COT have been canceled so far today, and then more than 400 flights in the Queen City have been impacted by delays. 3 teenagers now facing murder charges in connection with the death of a 14-year-old in Northwest Charlotte. 17-year-old Tobias Joseph, 17-year-old Quindarius Dempsey, and also a 15-year-old now all in custody. Their arrests come more than a week after 14-year-old Kamari Sanders Livingston was shot along Lewiston Avenue. Kamari died from his injuries today, and the 2 older suspects are being held in jail without bond, while the third has been turned over to the Juvenile Detention Center in Cabarrus County. CPD now investigating a 5-year-old's drowning in southwest Charlotte. This happened in a neighborhood pool, and officers were called to Newbridge Road yesterday afternoon, which is off of Shopton Road West. Authorities found a young girl who was just unresponsive. She died at the hospital. No other details were released. Rock Hill City leaders now approving tax incentives for a Swiss company, Octapharma Plasma. So this is their first U.S. headquarters, and the project will be built on the site of the failed Carolina Panthers practice facility, which is now called Palmetto Research Park. Company leaders are now pledging a $1.5 billion investment to the area, and the new facility will create more than 1,200 jobs. Your county leaders approved changes to their tax incentives earlier this week, so work on this new site could start as soon as next year, and company officials expect it to take a decade to complete the project. All right, taking a live look here at Bank of America Stadium. It is wet out there, very dreary in that area of Uptown. Looking at this from our Arlington camera, well, today the Panthers announced they've extended their naming rights deal with Bank of America Stadium for the long term. So the team also released fresh new renderings of the upgrades that it has planned for the stadium. And Queen City News reporter Matt Stell shows us those designs and the biggest changes that fans will notice once this project is done.
New look, same location. Tempur Sports and Entertainment releasing these new renderings Thursday of the $1.3 billion worth of upgrades coming to Bank of America Stadium. The longtime home of the Carolina Panthers and Charlotte FC will have two new larger end-zone scoreboards. A new social patio at the top of the stadium that the team says will offer some of the best views of Uptown. Upgraded seating, more premium options, and even a new speakeasy. The team says fans will be able to enjoy bigger restrooms, more food and beverage options, and a new 4,000-seat entertainment venue attached to the stadium that the team says will host around 80 to 100 events a year.
It's going to be a game changer for the facility itself.
Bank of America Stadium sits inside District 2, represented by Charlotte City Councilman Malcolm Graham. He says events at the stadium alone bring more than $4 billion in economic impact to the Queen City every year.
And that means opportunities for the restaurants, waiters and waitresses and bartenders, Uber drivers, small business owners, event planners, the hotels.
Meanwhile, the city is investing $650 million of tourism tax revenue into the project, with the remaining more than $600 million being funded by team owner David Tepper. In a statement on Thursday, Tepper says his goal is to transform the area into a, quote, weekend destination for world-class sports, entertainment, and community events.
For them to continue to lean in to making the facility one of the best in the country demonstrates their commitment to the city, demonstrates their commitment to partnering with us.
The Panthers' new training facility in Uptown is on track to open in 2027, with the new stadium upgrades expected to be completed by 2030. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
All right, back to that breaking news from the Carolina Panthers. It's now confirmed that linebacker Nick Scorton suffered a torn ACL after he was then carted off the field on the first day of training camp. Carolina Sports Live's Casey Funderburg has details from day one of practice.
We got our first look at the 2026 Panthers today at Bank of America Stadium. Practice one in the books, but unfortunately, something no one wanted to see. Nick Scorton went down in practice, grabbing his right leg and leaving the field in tears. During an 11-on-11 rep, the edge rusher went down, not able to put any pressure on his right leg. The team immediately taking a knee as he was carted off in tears. Scorton made an immediate impact last season as a rookie, finishing with 5 sacks and 20 solo tackles. So today was something no one wanted to see.
I was looking at the other side of the field. I just heard him go down. Whenever you're in a group of people doing something hard together, it's has a way of creating a special bond, and I'm proud of the fact that, the first thought in guys' minds isn't, are we going to have Nick for the season? It's how is Nick doing, and guys are checking on him. And so we had enough time in the practice to just, to get a kickoff and everybody come up and just make sure that they send him some love, for who knows what it is, but it's a chance for the guys to connect, and I wanted to make sure they had a chance to do that.
Nick's our brother. It's when you see someone, down, we all care, we all feel for him. Obviously as athletes, we all are there for him. It speaks to how we all are in the locker room. But obviously early, don't know anything or anything like that. It's just, obviously we're just praying.
That was Casey Funderburg reporting for us for the Black and Blue. So in the first game back from the World Cup break, Charlotte FC finished in a draw with Atlanta United at Bank of America Stadium. So it was a tale of two halves, really, with Charlotte FC scoring 2 goals in the first 45 minutes. Atlanta then would overtake the momentum in the second half, scoring 2 goals of their own, finishing the match with a score of 2-2. Head coach Dean Smith says that he was disappointed with the way the defense played at times.
I didn't think our fullbacks, I thought our fullbacks didn't stay with our centre backs close enough, and they allowed gaps for players to run through. But we always looked a threat on when we got the ball and had chances to score more goals.
So it was a quick turnaround for Charlotte. They're on the road taking on the New York Red Bulls this Saturday. Tara.
And I'm glad the weather cooperated for all the fans and the players out there as well before the rain slowly moved in, not really until early this morning across a good part of the Charlotte area. And we still are tracking some heavy flooding, downpours and scattered storms across parts of the region. Just how much longer this rainy weather is going to last. That is next.
And it's time for summer recess for U.S. House of Representatives, so the pressing matters lawmakers will have to be able to take up when they return to Capitol Hill. You're watching Queen City News. Look how rainy it is out there, even on this camera lens right there, all the water. You're watching the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. Welcome back. Your time now is 4:42. So the U.S. House of Representatives has now wrapped up its summer work period. Members are now heading home to their districts. But as Rashad Hudson tells us, the political fight in Washington far from over.
House Republicans are touting major legislative wins while Democrats are shifting their focus to November's midterm elections. One big battle still ahead, President Trump's election reform bill in the Senate. The House is heading into its summer recess. House Republicans are leaving Washington claiming they've delivered major wins for President Trump's agenda, from taxes and spending to border security and defense.
We have done our job. We'll continue to do it.
Republicans have failed to deliver a single thing that makes life better for the American people.
But one of the president's top priorities remains stalled in the Senate. The Save America Act, a controversial election reform bill.
His patience is running out. He wants to see as much of the Save America passed as possible by the August recess.
The legislation would require photo ID and proof of U.S. citizenship to register in federal elections, a measure the White House says is necessary to protect election integrity.
Voter ID is common sense. They want proof of citizenship in our elections.
Democrats strongly disagree.
These people are desperate.
As Republicans battle over election reform, Democrats say they are focused on their efforts to win control of the House.
Donald Trump and House Republicans have failed the American people.
And for his part, Senate Majority Leader John Thune responded to Leavitt's comments this afternoon, saying maybe the White House should get on the phone and get votes. Rashad Hudson, News Nation, Washington.
Strong language. All right, you're looking live here at the nation's capital. The House narrowly passed another war powers resolution, sending a warning to President Trump to end the Iran conflict. So in a 214-208 vote, 4 Republicans sided with every Democrat in support of the measure. The vote came just before the Senate narrowly rejected a similar resolution.
As Democrats just demonstrated once again by successfully passing a war powers resolution. As part of our continuing effort to bring Donald Trump's reckless war of choice in the Middle East to a close.
While the votes are largely symbolic, they are meant as a signal to President Trump that his support on Capitol Hill is chipping away as the war drags on. Data centers continue to be a major talking point in the Carolinas and across the country as a new poll shows the facilities are losing favorability. Emerson College conducted national polls to see how Americans feel about data centers. Voters were asked if they support or oppose data centers being built in or near their community. In December, 33% say that they support it, while 42% say they oppose it. So this month, support dropped down to 27%, while opposition increased to 63%. Authorities along the South Carolina coast warning beachgoers about the risk of rip currents. The warning comes after an Ohio man died Tuesday while trying to save a child from the surge at the Isle of Palms beach. Officials say the risk of rip currents remains moderate. Anyone who isn't a strong swimmer is urged to stay on shore when risks are moderate to high. Taking a live look here over at Freedom Boat Club closer to home here on Lake Norman. So a very unsettled day across the Carolinas with flooding still a concern heading into the evening. Lots to talk about here. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joining me now. Tara, real quick, let's go back to the rip currents. I mean, it's so important to be able to keep that advisory when they say get out the water, get out the water.
Right, and watch those yellow flags or red flags, and so you know just how high of a risk the rip current risk is for that day. And just always be careful and try not to go maybe too far out too, unless, like you said, strong swimmer.
Right, or just stay out the water.
Exactly, I know. But yeah, kind of wet weather all over the Carolinas. Good part of the Carolinas today. Obviously, we've had the locally heavy rain leading to some at least minor flooding in parts of the area, especially south and east now of the Queen City. We've got some of the heavier batches, but at the same time, a bit of a brightening sky here, and especially north and headed up toward the I-40 corridor. We've been drying out here briefly. However, we could still be looking at some rising water levels along some of the streams and creeks, and after that earlier heavy rain, as much as 3.5 or so inches over parts of Rowan County. It looks like we have a new flood advisory in place there, and you can see all the green boxes over far southeastern Mecklenburg County, northern Union County, Anson, Richmond County. Again, just watch for the standing water on the roads. We've got more heavy rain moving in right over the heart of Wadesboro right now, and some embedded thunderstorms out there too. Seeing some recent lightning strikes, and heads up friends in Richmond County. Oh boy, that rain is about to get heavier, and notice how it kind of trails down a little bit, skimming along the northern parts of Lancaster and Chesterfield County. Doesn't cover all of those counties. I know a lot of you are still hoping for maybe some more rain down there, but we do have more opportunities down that way, especially over the next couple of days. And the rain getting heavier once again over Fort Mill and Rock Hill, South Carolina. We've got more that continues to move in from the west, right along that slow moving to stalled at times front. And another round of some light to moderate and heavier showers moving back over the higher elevations from Avery County and dropping down into the foothills around Lenoir and Morganton. So just an off and on rainy day. We've been talking about this and hearing that earlier from Jen's report and the drought conditions. This does not take into account count the rain that we've had from yesterday and into today. And so we're still seeing that pretty decent footprint here, especially in those eastern zones, parts of Union, Anson, Chesterfield County, of extreme drought conditions where you see the red and a lot of the dark orange still showing up from the Charlotte area north and west, indicating that severe drought. So we'll see how much improvement we get with the new drought monitor update a week from now. All right, so the rain and storm chances will continue to be fairly high. Yes, even past midnight tonight, early tomorrow morning. It will not be as wet of a start for a lot of you, but until we get this widespread and these heavier batches out of here, that threat of some more flooding will continue, especially from I-40 corridor south, where you see the green flood watch running until 8 o'clock this evening. Only made it up to 82 degrees for that official high earlier today. Most of us sitting in the 70s or 60s right now, a little bit cooler to the north and west. Set up for tomorrow as the front is still trying to slowly push to the south, and so gradually that will take that higher flooding risk with it, more to the south of our area for tomorrow, but still a few areas of spotty rain, heavy at times, and a couple of storms can't be ruled out. We'll see some breaks of sunshine, 79 degrees. That is it still for that high temperature. So you can see how a lot of the rain just kind of breaks apart or moves out late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Not as much rain showing up on the map. Watch for some patchy fog out there on the roads, maybe some spotty light rain here and there. But by 4 p.m. or so, especially from Charlotte south and going into tomorrow evening, more blossoming downpours and a couple of storms just can't be totally ruled out. More of the same for Saturday morning, a few spotty showers possible, watching for more scattered storms in the afternoon. Sunday as well, some hit or miss type activity, but the rain chances go down just a little bit. We get back into a typical summertime pattern with some hotter temperatures next week. And a quick check on Bertha and the tropics. Tropical storm now starting to move back over land over southeast Texas, will eventually just kind of fall apart, becoming that remnant area of low pressure over the next several hours. All right, so the 7-day forecast shows temperatures 79 tomorrow. We're back in the 80s on Saturday with a few more showers and storms around. The heat is back again starting Sunday.
All right, thank you, Tara. A dangerous situation for drivers, all caught on camera. The close call after a semi-truck hauling a forklift sent a utility pole flying. Look at that. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored, most local news in Charlotte. camera a close call along a busy road as a semi-truck hauling a forklift knocks down power lines. Take a look at this. It all happened yesterday in Toms River, New Jersey. The video shows something on the trailer appearing to get snagged on the power line, uprooting a utility pole. Just look at that big crash. It knocked out power to homes and businesses in the area. Well, thankfully, though, no injuries were reported. Wow. A consumer alert for anyone in North Carolina and 9 other states with Chick-fil-A loyalty accounts. So the company announced a cyber attack may have exposed customers' birthdays, phone numbers, and addresses. The attack happened last month, but the potential customer impact wasn't found until last week. So anyone with a loyalty account should change their password and also monitor their credit and bank accounts. The number of adults without a job is at an all-time high right now. So the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis says that there were 105 million Americans out of work last month. That includes 832,000 workers who either quit or just lost their jobs in June alone. Data shows the number of Americans actually in the labor force, though, in June was at 59%, the lowest since the country began emerging from the pandemic. 5% of people have dropped out of work because they either just are discouraged or just not even trying to look for a job. All right, only on Queen City News Plus. Charlotte is a growing city, right? And that means buying a home is getting harder for the average person. A Turnkey host Morgan Francis talks with the president of Canopy Realty Association about how student loans and parents are hindering and also helping first-time buyers.
1 in 5 federal student loan borrowers are currently in default. Do you think that will severely impact housing?
Once a student loan becomes the student's responsibility, we're seeing the bank of mom and dad come into play more than we ever have before, because many, many people's parents have this huge appreciation that they're sitting on for years in their home. And what better way to invest your money than your children? So I'm seeing that more than I ever have before, Morgan, but I do think long term it will affect the ability for individuals to be able to purchase a home.
You can watch a full episode of Turnkey right now for free. Just download the Queen City News Plus app on either your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire Stick. Next on Queen City News at 5, incentives approved for a new company headquarters in Rock Hill. When work could begin on the Octave Pharma Plasma facility at the failed Panthers site. And pushing for bigger audiences, the massive plan to bring bigger events to Bank of America Stadium in the Queen City. You're watching Queen City News. I'm Alicia Barnes. Morgan Francis is up next. You're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
It's been a day of some much needed rain. Right now on Queen City News at 5, I'm still tracking some scattered downpours over sections of South Carolina and east along Highway 74. How much longer it's going to be lasting here? That's coming up in my Pinpoint Weather Forecast.
And the system is dropping off inches of much needed rain, leading to flooding in areas across the region. How much of a dent it's putting in the ongoing drought.
They're going to take him and go get imaging this afternoon, and we'll have more information on that.
Plus, a major injury already hitting the Carolina Panthers. We have the latest from day one of training camp after practice started with a player being carted off the field. Good afternoon to you. I'm Morgan Francis. Queen City News at 5 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
We begin with the top story of the day, the wet weather. Inches of rain are being dumped across the Charlotte region, prompting flooding concerns. Flood watches will remain in effect until 8 tonight for the majority of the area. Let's get right over to Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, when is this rain all going to clear out?
Morgan, it's going to be a slow process, much like how all of this began, how it slowly but eventually did move in. I know it took a while, especially over southern Mecklenburg County and some of our South Carolina areas here, but it is already gradually kind of tapering off a little bit here, at least briefly, especially north of Charlotte here. Iredell County, definitely much drier, but then I'm also tracking another batch that's been moving through the higher elevations in the mountains and the foothills. And yes, some of these heavier showers and embedded thunderstorms leading to some minor nuisance flooding. So just that type of flooding where we do have some little bit of a rise along some of the streams and creeks and standing water developing, ponding on the road. So just be extra careful, as you have been if you've been out and about driving around here today. But yes, heaviest of the rain over the Wadesboro right now, where a flood advisory continues there, as well as Richmond County. So heads up, friends, in Ellerbe and Rockingham, and eventually out toward Hamlet and right along that northern part of Chesterfield County. All of that is moving in from the west. We've got the heavier rain around Fort Mill and Rock Hill, South Carolina. More to come as it's spreading in again from the west. Just some spotty lighter rain up and down 321 from Gastonia and then west into Shelby. And then here's that next batch. It's rolling through the higher elevations and down toward the I-40 corridor, advancing off to the east. Quite a bit of rain so far and over the past couple of days. According to radar estimates, upwards of 2 to 3 inches over parts of Iredell County and Rowan County, especially from last night and early this morning when it seemed like that rain just wouldn't stop. And even close to 3.5 inches over parts of Union County as well. How much more to come, as we'll still be tracking more spotty showers and storms over the next couple of days. I'll take a look at that in my Pinpoint Weather Forecast in a few minutes.
And of course, you can track the rain and changing conditions for free using the Pinpoint Weather app. Download it in the Apple App Store and on Google Play. Today's wet weather is leading to hazardous road conditions, especially north of the Queen City. In Statesville, Brookdale Drive at Hartness Road and Carolina Avenue North is closed after a tree fell across the road and took down power lines. Crews are now working to clear the roadway and restore power. More than 2,000 customers in the area are currently without service. Staying in Statesville, a photo shows the aftermath of a crash involving a tree and power lines. This happened this morning on East Broad Street at Beechwood Road. As rain continues to fall, officials urge drivers to stay home unless they have to be out until conditions improve. The wet weather also leading to flooding on several roads, especially in Iredell County. And with so much rain falling, many are wondering how this wet weather is impacting the ongoing dry spell in the Carolinas. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone tells us how much closer we are to the end of the drought.
Murdoch Road here in Troutman was one of several roads closed across Iredell County Thursday morning after significant rainfall hit this area. Now, experts tell us while we got that great soaking of rain, it's not quite enough to put an end to the drought. Assistant state climatologist Corey Davis says some communities were creeping back towards severe drought status, but Thursday's heavy rain could provide much needed relief. He says it's the most significant rain some areas have seen in about a year after running more than 8 inches below normal rainfall.
This is a full stopgap against that drought expansion, and we are starting to finally make a dent in those rainfall deficits, in the drought that has taken over our lakes and streams and rivers, and this finally makes some progress toward improvement. We want to see more improvements after this through the end of the year, but this could be the turnaround in finally getting out of this drought.
Davis says that we're headed into an El Nino pattern, which means more wetter weather is on the way, and it could help to ease those drought conditions over the next few months. We'll find out just how much of an impact Thursday's rainfall made in next week's state rainfall report. Reporting in Troutman, Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
The wet weather is leading to delays and cancellations at major U.S. airports. We're looking live at FlightAware's Misery Map, which shows Charlotte just behind ATL when it comes to travel disruptions. 11 flights at CLT have been canceled so far today, and more than 400 flights in the Queen City have been impacted by delays. 3 teenagers are facing murder charges in connection with the death of a 14-year-old in Northwest Charlotte. 17-year-old Tobias Joseph, 17-year-old Wandrius Dempsey, and a 15-year-old are now in custody. Their arrests come more than a week after 14-year-old Kamari Sanders Livingston was shot along Lewiston Avenue. Kamari died from his injuries yesterday. The 2 older suspects are being held in jail without bond, while the third has been turned over to the Juvenile Detention Center in Cabarrus County. CMPD is investigating a 5-year-old's drowning in a southwest Charlotte neighborhood pool. Officers were called to Newbridge Road yesterday afternoon, which is off of Shopton Road West. Authorities found a young girl who was unresponsive. She unfortunately died at the hospital. No other details were released. Rock Hill City leaders are approving tax incentives for Swiss company Octapharma Plasma's first U.S. headquarters. The project will be built on the site of the failed Carolina Panthers practice facility, which is now called Palmetto Research Park. Company leaders are pledging a $1.5 billion investment into the area, and the new facility will create more than 1,200 jobs. York County leaders approved changes to their tax incentives earlier this week. Work on the new site could start as soon as next year, and company officials expect it to take a decade to complete the project. We're taking a live look at Bank of America Stadium in Uptown from our Arlington camera. Today, the Panthers announced they have extended their naming rights deal for Bank of America Stadium for the long term. The team also released fresh new renderings of the upgrades it has planned for the stadium. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell shows us those designs and the biggest changes that fans will notice once the project is done.
New look, same location. Temper Sports and Entertainment releasing these new renderings Thursday of the $1.3 billion worth of upgrades coming to Bank of America Stadium. The longtime home of the Carolina Panthers and Charlotte FC will have 2 new larger end-zone scoreboards. A new social patio at the top of the stadium that the team says will offer some of the best views of Uptown. Upgraded seating, more premium options, and even a new speakeasy. The team says fans will be able to enjoy bigger restrooms, more food and beverage options, and a new 4,000-seat entertainment venue attached to the stadium that the team says will host around 80 to 100 events a year.
It's going to be a game changer for the facility itself.
Bank of America Stadium sits inside District 2, represented by Charlotte City Councilman Malcolm Graham. He says events at the stadium alone bring more than $4 billion in economic impact to the Queen City every year.
And that means opportunities for the restaurants, waiters and waitresses and bartenders, Uber drivers, small business owners, event planners, the hotels.
Meanwhile, the city is investing $650 million of tourism tax revenue into the project, with the remaining more than $600 million being funded by team owner David Tepper. In a statement on Thursday, Tepper says his goal is to transform the area into a, quote, weekend destination for world-class sports, entertainment, and community events.
For them to continue to lean in to making the facility one of the best in the country demonstrates their commitment to the city, demonstrates their commitment to partnering with us.
The Panthers' new training facility in Uptown is on track to open in 2027, with the new stadium upgrades expected to be completed by 2030. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
We have some breaking news. We are learning about a major update on Carolina Panthers linebacker. Carolina Sports Live's Gabe McDonald is here to tell us the news. And Gabe, doesn't sound like it's good news.
Yeah, the first day of training camp was eventful and not in the good way. Second-year linebacker Nick Scourton going down earlier in practice today in Uptown, and multiple reports are saying now that has a torn ACL and is done for the season. That, of course, now confirmed news. His teammates all rushed to his side when he went down early in the 11-on-11 drills earlier this morning. Scourton was slated to be a big piece of this Panthers defense after having a solid rookie season, which included 5 sacks. It's the latest in a long line of injuries for the Black and Blue before camp even got going this fall. J.C. Horn with a cut in his foot, and Taylor Moton suffering from a blood clot in his lung. 2 important starters there. We're going to have more on the first day of camp and Scourton's injury tonight on Carolina Sports Live at 11 o'clock when NFL analyst and former Panther, our good friend Al Wallace, joins us. But certainly a major hit on day 1 of practice for the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Thanks, Gabe. Appreciate it. In the first game back from the World Cup break, Charlotte FC finished in a draw with Atlanta United at Bank of America Stadium. It really was a tale of 2 halves, with Charlotte FC scoring 2 goals in the first 45 minutes. Atlanta would take over the momentum in the second half, scoring 2 goals of their own, finishing the match with a score of 2-2. Head coach Dean Smith says he was disappointed with the way the defense played at times.
Didn't think our fullbacks, I thought our fullbacks didn't stay with our centre backs close enough, and that allowed gaps for players to run through. But we always looked a threat on when we got the ball and had chances to score more goals.
It's a quick turnaround for Charlotte. They're on the road taking on the New York Red Bulls this Saturday. Probably good they're on the road, Tara, huh?
Yeah, I know. And I'm glad the weather stayed dry for the match last night for everyone out there. Of course, it did not stay dry today. Obviously, we're still tracking some widespread areas of heavy at times rain, embedded thunderstorms leading to some at least minor flooding over parts of the area. How much longer that flood threat is going to last, and will we clear up a little bit as we head into the upcoming weekend? That's next.
On the campaign trail, both North Carolina U.S. Senate candidates were out in Gaston County today. The pitches both are making to secure a vote before November midterms. In the fight against a bill criminalizing homelessness, why local community leaders in the Queen City are saying it'll just make things worse. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
A closely watched campaign for a North Carolina U.S. Senate seat continued today with stops in Gastonia. Democrat Roy Cooper and Republican Michael Whatley both talked about rising costs and the ongoing conflict in Iran. Here's Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber.
Roy Cooper was the worst governor in the history of North Carolina.
Thursday's campaign stops in Gaston County featured a familiar trading of insults.
Michael Whatley is going to do and say whatever this president tells him to do and say, regardless of whether it's good for the people of North Carolina.
And both candidates discussed what they would do to address continued rising costs seen both across the country and in North Carolina. Republican Michael Whatley argued for deregulation in the energy sector.
Look at what President Trump has done to open up federal lands and make sure that we have effective production here in the United States, turning on the spigot, unleashing American energy, as he calls it.
While Democrat Roy Cooper called for a change in trade policy.
Rolling back these chaotic tariffs to helping to restore health care to people, to standing up to insurance companies.
Both candidates were also asked for their position on the conflict in Iran, a conflict that seems to be re-intensifying, Whatley standing with the White House.
I absolutely support the president's decision. Now, that being said, we need to get that settled down. We need Iran to go ahead and take the olive branch that the president has repeatedly offered and come to the table in a serious way.
Cooper questioning the ultimate objective.
I think it's critical that we keep Americans secure and that we work to help our allies. But it's clear that this war has begun to be aimless, and it has ended up causing us more problems than we had before.
And with Election Day now about 100 days away, the latest polling from Public Policy Polling does show Roy Cooper is still in the lead, but that lead is narrowing, with Michael Whatley now trailing the former governor by 4 percentage points. Reporting in Gastonia, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
A Charlotte group is speaking out against legislation that would regulate where homeless people can sleep in North Carolina. A news conference was held at Crisis Assistance Ministry today to address House Bill 437. The legislation seeks to ban sleeping in public spaces and empower local governments to direct homeless people to a designated space. A group against the bill says the proposal will increase criminal penalties for people who have nowhere to go.
Where does the language of this text really even come from? I think if we dig into that, it'll also speak to the spirit and intent of what they're hoping it'll accomplish. Who stands to benefit from this? Yeah. It's so punitive. Who stands to benefit from it? I think that's something we got to pay attention to.
Governor Josh Stein already vetoed the bill, but the General Assembly has already announced plans to override it. New data shows just how many people have their sights set on the Queen City. The Charlotte Regional Business Alliance says an average of 135 people move to the Charlotte region every day. Migration to the Charlotte region outpaced 42 U.S. states, including New York and California. Experts say more people are moving here because it's a destination for families, talent, and businesses. Now to a live look at King Street in downtown Boone. Maybe not the best sales pitch, right? For people who want to move to the area.
Not the greatest chamber of commerce day
I know.
Today,
We've just had, rain, flooding still possible in some areas, and it's just widespread. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joins me now. This wet weather, it's been such a slow-moving system coming through. But you're even tracking more rain that's headed this way coming up this weekend.
A few more showers and storms will be around, not as widespread, not as intense of rain overall compared to what we've had today, but we could still be tracking some heavy spotty downpours and a couple of thunderstorms over the next couple of days, especially through the first half of the weekend on Saturday. But this is all needed rain. I know it's not great for driving around, and in some cases, yes, it has been too much of a good thing and led to some at least minor flooding in parts of the area. But look at this, and at the same time, we're seeing a little bit of a lifting of that low cloud deck and now starting to be able to see more of the buildings and the skyscrapers, parts of them, of uptown Charlotte in the distance, and some brightening sky now that a lot of the widespread, more intense rain has pushed off to the south. We still have some scattered lighter showers scattered across Mecklenburg County and up into, say, parts of Iredell County and points east, and another batch of rain moving through the mountains and foothills, but it's still quite heavy and still leading to some minor nuisance flooding issues, especially over Anson and Richmond County and northern Chesterfield County. We have a batch of some just torrential rain, strong storms working through right now and pushing slowly off to the east. And so it's still really coming down around Wadesboro, kind of on the east side of the city there, and heading into Rockingham. So that is headed right in your direction, friends, in Rockingham. That rain's about to get a lot heavier, and out towards Cheraw as well. Lots of lightning, so keep it inside until that passes. We look back off to the west and still watch out for some lingering flooding. Flood advisory continues for Union County until 5:45. We have more heavy batches over York County, Chester, South Carolina. Then we see more of a break over Lincolnton and Hickory, but then there's that round that's coming back in over the higher elevations from parts of Avery into Watauga County, and it's just kind of steadily, lightly, moderately raining over Lenoir right now, headed towards Sawmills, and more of that closing in on Hickory and Morganton. Now, according to radar, in some of these reporting stations, we picked up, in some cases, inches of rain here from the past 24 hours or so. Hickory, just over 2 inches, taking the cake for one of the higher totals, but again, still more to come, about 1,500. That's it around Boone, with more wet weather still possible. Monroe picked up just over an inch and close to an inch from out of the airport in Charlotte. So some of your backyard rain gauges, if you have those, and those outside weather stations could show maybe a little bit more than some of those numbers. Flood watch continues until 8 o'clock this evening across parts of the Piedmont here, and as a slow-moving boundary continues to just meander across the area. And obviously all this rain and thick, widespread cloud cover keeping temperatures much cooler today, running some 10, 20 plus degrees cooler compared to yesterday. We're sitting in the 70s, lots of you up into the low to mid 60s up in the mountains and foothills right now. So definitely feeling the cooler air today with all the wet conditions. But looking overall a little bit drier by morning. It's not going to be as widespread rainy, but as I was telling Morgan, still watch out for a few spotty downpours and storms, especially tomorrow and again on Saturday. Sunday is looking a little bit drier, so looking like the drier overall half of the weekend there as temperatures start that heating up process again closer to 90. So we check out Futurecast through 11 o'clock this evening. We'll see kind of a gradual tapering off of the widespread coverage of the showers, but still watch for some patchy fog and areas of spotty lighter rain early in the morning, but then the rain could get heavier, especially over South Carolina communities by mid to late afternoon tomorrow evening, stretching up towards Charlotte as well. We could see another round of storms developing. 9 o'clock on Saturday morning could be wet in spots, and then watch for some of those scattered storms in the afternoon and evening. How much more rain are we expecting on top of what you've already picked up? Not quite as much, only around a quarter or so, maybe half of an inch from Charlotte north and west up toward the mountains and foothills, and so likely with more coverage of the showers and storms the next couple of days as the front pushes off to the south. We'll see some of those higher totals developing upwards of an inch or even close to 2 inches around our South Carolina communities and heading east along Highway 74 toward Richmond County. So still not totally done with the rain and storm chances just yet. Through Saturday, we'll get back into that typical summertime pattern next week as those temperatures are back on the rise again.
All right, Tara, thank you. If you have a royal appetite, listen up. Queen's Feast is back, where diners can splurge smart and treat themselves to a fancy dinner across the Charlotte area. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. Hope you're hungry because Charlotte Restaurant Week is back starting tomorrow. More than 120 restaurants in Charlotte and surrounding areas will offer multi-course dining deals, and the semi-annual Queen's Feast provides restaurants a spotlight for their food and hospitality. The event will go until August 2nd. Organizers recommend making reservations to ensure you get a seat at the table. The annual fundraiser, 24 Hours of Booty, also kicks off tomorrow, so then you can eat and then work it all off on the bike. Queen City News is a proud partner of the event that raises funds to support local cancer patients and their families. Bike riders, including our own Jason Harper, will be cycling through the night in Myers Park, all for a good cause. He'll join us live tomorrow at 5 and 10 on Queen City News. You're looking live at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in Indiana. This weekend, NASCAR drivers will hit the track for the Brickyard 400. Queen City News is getting you ready for the race. America's crew chief, Larry McReynolds, is back on our show around the track this Sunday at noon, right here on Queen City News. Karaoke singers from North Carolina will soon show off their voices in Las Vegas.
God bless America, land that I love.
Carol Kelly of Indian Land is just warming up. She is part of a Team Carolina, which includes 5 adult soloists and 5 junior soloists. In August, they'll sing at the Karaoke World Championships USA National Finals in Vegas. They're currently raising money to help cover the costs of travel and costumes.
I just love to perform. And this competition, I mean, who doesn't want to sing on the stage in Las Vegas, right?
Carol sometimes uses her talent to lift the spirits of local seniors. She'll tell us why singing the soundtrack of their lives is so gratifying. Watch Faces of the Carolinas tonight on Queen City News at 10. Incentives approved for a new company headquarters in Rock Hill when work could begin on the Octapharma plasma facility at the failed Panthers site. And pushing for bigger audiences, a massive plan to bring bigger events to Bank of America Stadium in the Queen City. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. Hey, welcome back. Getting back to the top story of the day, the wet weather. Inches of rain are being dumped across the Charlotte region, prompting flooding concerns. Flood watches will remain in effect until 8 tonight for the majority of the area. Let's get right over to Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, you've been tracking it all. When is this kind of system, this rain, going to clear out?
Gradually, it's going to continue to kind of push a little more south and just taper off, and certainly in intensity as we get later into the night. And it's not going to be quite as rainy, wet of a start as it has been here today for early tomorrow morning. But for now, we still have quite a bit of heavy rain, focused mainly over some of our South Carolina communities and off to the east along Highway 74, now passing east of Wadesboro. We've got this batch of heavy rain and storms, still lots of lightning, so keep it inside if you live near Cheraw and heading into Richmond County until that passes, and some minor flooding happening over parts of Anson and Richmond County due to all that heavy rain that is still ongoing. It looks like we have another batch that's moving out of southern Lancaster County and headed right towards, say, McBee there in the southern part of Chesterfield County. More heavy swaths of rain, Gaffney, South Carolina, southern York County, northern Chester County getting some of that. It's all moving basically due east, moving straight west to east with the radar imagery in motion. You can see that. It's been tapering off, though, heading up into the foothills for now, but now our northern foothills and coming out of the higher elevations, we have that next round of some light to moderate showers moving over Lenoir right now. So it's another wet go of it down 321 headed toward Hickory and out toward Marion and the Morganton zone as well. So yes, a couple of inches at least of rain for several of our neighborhoods here, according to radar estimates. Some of the higher amounts showing up parts of Iredell County and Rowan County, where we could be having some minor flooding there after all that heavy rain earlier. Up to 3 inches reported there, and even close to 3.5 inches from that earlier heavy rain over parts of northern Union County. So I'll show you a closer look at the timeline, exactly when it's going to taper off a little bit more, and after this little cool down here today, when the hot weather will return again. That's ahead in a few minutes.
All right, Tara, thanks for that. You can track the rain and changing conditions for free using the Pinpoint Weather app. Download it in the Apple App Store and on Google Play. Today's wet weather is leading to hazardous road conditions, especially north of the Queen City. In Statesville, Brookdale Drive at Hartness Road and Carolina Avenue North is closed after a tree fell across the road and took down power lines. Crews are now working to clear the roadway and restore power. More than 2,000 customers in the area are currently without service. Staying in Statesville, a photo shows the aftermath of a crash involving a tree and power lines. This happened this morning on East Broad Street and at Beechwood Road. As rain continues to fall, officials urge drivers to stay home unless they have to be out until conditions improve. The wet weather is also leading to flooding on several roads, especially in Iredell County. And with so much rain falling, many are wondering how this wet weather is impacting the ongoing dry spell in the Carolinas. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone tells us how much closer we are to the end of the drought.
Murdoch Road here in Troutman was one of several roads closed across Iredell County Thursday morning after significant rainfall hit this area. Now, experts tell us while we got that great soaking of rain, it's not quite enough to put an end to the drought. Assistant state climatologist Corey Davis says some communities were creeping back towards severe drought status, but Thursday's heavy rain could provide much needed relief. He says it's the most significant rain some areas have seen in about a year after running more than 8 inches below normal rainfall.
This is a full stopgap against that drought expansion, and we are starting to finally make a dent in those rainfall deficits, in the drought that has taken over our lakes and streams and rivers, and this finally makes some progress toward improvement. We want to see more improvements after this through the end of the year, but this could be the turnaround in finally getting out of this drought.
Davis says that we're headed into an El Nino pattern, which means more wetter weather is on the way, and it could help to ease those drought conditions over the next few months. We'll find out just how much of an impact Thursday's rainfall made in next week's state rainfall report. Reporting in Troutman, Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
The wet weather is leading to delays and cancellations at major U.S. airports. We're looking live at FlightAware's Misery Map, which shows Charlotte just behind ATL when it comes to travel disruptions. 11 flights at CLT have been canceled so far today, and more than 400 in the Queen City have been impacted by delays. 3 teenagers are facing murder charges in connection with the death of a 14-year-old in Northwest Charlotte. 17-year-old Tobias Joseph, 17-year-old Wandrius Dempsey, and a 15-year-old are now in custody. Their arrests come more than a week after 14-year-old Kamari Sanders Livingston was shot along Lewiston Avenue. Kamari died from his injuries yesterday. The two older suspects are being held in jail without bond, while the third has been turned over to the Juvenile Detention Center in Cabarrus County. Rock Hill City leaders are approving tax incentives for Swiss company Octapharma Plasma's first U.S. headquarters. The project will be built on the site of the failed Carolina Panthers practice facility, which is now called Palmetto Research Park. Company leaders are pledging a $1.5 billion investment into the area, and the new facility will create more than 1,200 jobs. York County leaders approved changes to their tax incentives earlier this week. Work on the new site could start as soon as next year, and company officials expect it to take a decade to complete the project. Taking a live look at Bank of America Stadium in Uptown from our Arlington camera. Today, the Panthers announced they have extended their naming rights deal for Bank of America Stadium for the long term. The team also released fresh new renderings of the upgrades it has planned for the stadium. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell shows us those designs and the biggest changes that fans will notice once the project is done.
New look, same location. Temper Sports and Entertainment releasing these new renderings Thursday of the $1.3 billion worth of upgrades coming to Bank of America Stadium. The longtime home of the Carolina Panthers and Charlotte FC will have two new larger end-zone scoreboards. A new social patio at the top of the stadium that the team says will offer some of the best views of Uptown. Upgraded seating, more premium options, and even a new speakeasy. The team says fans will be able to enjoy bigger restrooms, more food and beverage options, and a new 4,000-seat entertainment venue attached to the stadium that the team says will host around 80 to 100 events a year.
It's going to be a game changer for the facility itself.
Bank of America Stadium sits inside District 2, represented by Charlotte City Councilman Malcolm Graham. He says events at the stadium alone bring more than $4 billion in economic impact to the Queen City every year.
And that means opportunities for the restaurants, waiters and waitresses and bartenders, Uber drivers, small business owners, event planners, the hotels.
Meanwhile, the city is investing $650 million of tourism tax revenue into the project, with the remaining more than $600 million being funded by team owner David Tepper. In a statement on Thursday, Tepper says his goal is to transform the area into a, quote, weekend destination for world-class sports, entertainment, and community events.
For them to continue to lean in to making the facility one of the best in the country demonstrates their commitment to the city, demonstrates their commitment to partnering with us.
The Panthers' new training facility in Uptown is on track to open in 2027, with the new stadium upgrades expected to be completed by 2030. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
And back to the breaking news from the Carolina Panthers. It is now confirmed that linebacker Nick Scorton suffered a torn ACL after he was carted off the field on the first day of training camp. Carolina Sports Live's Casey Funderburg has details from day one of practice.
We got our first look at the 2026 Panthers today at Bank of America Stadium. Practice one in the books, but unfortunately, something no one wanted to see. Nick Scorton went down in practice, grabbing his right leg and leaving the field in tears. During an 11-on-11 rep, the edge rusher went down, not able to put any pressure on his right leg. The team immediately taking a knee as he was carted off in tears. Scorton made an immediate impact last season as a rookie, finishing with 5 sacks and 20 solo tackles. So today was something no one wanted to see.
I was looking at the other side of the field. I just heard him go down. Whenever you're in a group of people doing something hard together, it's has a way of creating a special bond, and I'm proud of the fact that, the first thought in guys' minds isn't, are we going to have Nick for the season? It's how is Nick doing, and guys are checking on him. And so we had enough time in the practice to just, to get a kickoff and everybody come up and just make sure that they send him some love, for who knows what it is, but it's a chance for the guys to connect, and I wanted to make sure they had a chance to do that.
Nick's our brother. It's when you see someone, down, we all care, we all feel for him. Obviously as athletes, we just we all are there for him. You know, it speaks to how we all are in the locker room. But, you know, obviously early, don't know anything or anything like that. It's just, obviously we're just praying.
Still tracking some heavy showers and storms scattered across the area. What's it looking like for the upcoming weekend? Could we still be tracking some more downpours and storms? We'll check it out. My Pinpoint Weather Forecast next.
It's time for summer recess for U.S. House of Representatives. The pressing matters lawmakers will have to take up when they return to Capitol Hill. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. The U.S. House of Representatives has wrapped up its summer work period and members are heading home to their districts. But as Rashad Hudson tells us, the political fight in Washington is far from over.
House Republicans are touting major legislative wins while Democrats are shifting their focus to November's midterm elections. One big battle still ahead, President Trump's election reform bill in the Senate. The House is heading into its summer recess. House Republicans are leaving Washington claiming they've delivered major wins for President Trump's agenda, from taxes and spending to border security and defense.
We have done our job, we'll continue to do it.
Republicans have failed to deliver a single thing that makes life better for the American people.
But one of the president's top priorities remains stalled in the Senate. The Save America Act, a controversial election reform bill.
His patience is running out. He wants to see as much of the Save America passed as possible by the August recess.
The legislation would require photo ID and proof of U.S. citizenship to register in federal elections, a measure the White House says is necessary to protect election integrity.
Voter ID is common sense. They want proof of citizenship in our elections.
Democrats strongly disagree.
These people are desperate.
As Republicans battle over election reform, Democrats say they are focused on their efforts to win control of the House.
Donald Trump and House Republicans have failed the American people.
And for his part, Senate Majority Leader John Thune responded to Leavitt's comments this afternoon, saying maybe the White House should get on the phone and get votes. Rashad Hudson, News Nation, Washington.
And you're looking live at the nation's capital now. The House narrowly passed another War Powers resolution, sending a warning to President Trump to end the Iran conflict. In a 214 to 208 vote, 4 Republicans sided with every Democrat in support of the measure. The vote came just before the Senate narrowly rejected a similar resolution.
As Democrats just demonstrated once again by successfully passing a War Powers resolution, as part of our continuing effort to bring Donald Trump's reckless war of choice in the Middle East to a close.
While the votes are largely symbolic, they are meant as a signal to President Trump that his support on Capitol Hill is chipping away as the war drags on. Data centers, they continue to be a major talking point in the Carolinas and across the country, as a new poll shows the facilities are losing favorability. Emerson College conducted national polls to see how Americans feel about data centers. Voters were asked if they support or oppose data centers being built in or near their community. In December, 33% said they would support it, while 42% said they oppose it. This month, support dropped down to 27%, while opposition increased to 63%. Authorities along the South Carolina coast are warning beachgoers about the risk of rip currents. The warning comes after an Ohio man died Tuesday while trying to save a child from the surge at Isle of Palms Beach. Officials say the risk of rip currents remain moderate. Anyone who isn't a strong swimmer is urged to stay on shore when risks are moderate to high. Back here locally, taking a live look at Freedom Boat Club on Lake Norman. Probably not very many boats out on the water today. It's a very unsettled day across the Carolinas, with flooding still a concern heading into the evening. If there is a boater out on the water, that would really be something interesting as to what the reasoning would be behind that.
Maybe there, because it is a little drier up there over Lake Norman right now for the time being, but definitely, a
little bit of a
gloomy
risk.
and coolish, but yeah, kind of risky too. We've got more rain moving in too.
Yeah, it's not stopping.
Yeah,
it's
just
up.
Off and on, scattered showers and storms. That's been the theme all day. Slowly, I know it's been a slow process for a lot of you. I woke up to some of that heavy rain and more north of Charlotte earlier today, and it didn't really arrive into, say, the South Charlotte zone until a little bit later in the morning. But it's here and scattered all around our South Carolina communities as well. Looking live over West Charlotte, tower camera, a little bit of a brightening sky from time to time, with the clouds trying to lift just a little bit, but still just lots of widespread cloud cover, obviously, in the distance there. And watch out for more of that patchy fog in early tomorrow morning as the rain gradually kind of tapers off in coverage and intensity as we scan around on the map here. As it's still pretty widespread, but you can see some of those breaks right over Lake Norman, which is right there. Lincolnton is dry right now, but we have more rain on the way towards Statesville and right along that I-40 corridor. Then we look off to the south, where notice these green outlines. You can see these polygons and boxes showing up. That's where we have some at least minor nuisance flooding still taking place. For example, over southeastern Mecklenburg County, northern Union County, we have that flood advisory. Anson, Richmond County, with more heavy rain that's been pushing through, and some pretty strong storms right over the heart of Cheraw right now. We have some heavy rain moving back over the southern part of the county, McBee, all moving in from west to east. And so we've got more rounds of rain moving over Chester, northern Chester County, York, South Carolina, a little bit more light to moderate rain over the heart of Gastonia, South Gastonia, and yes, more to come. You can see over Gaffney, South Carolina, getting pretty wet, and then more scattered showers here from Boone, heading down that stretch of 321 into Lenoir, Morganton, I-40 corridor, Hickory. So that's all headed into Taylorsville and Statesville right now. Needed rain, as we've been talking about. We heard that from Jen's report. We've been saying it for so many months now. This does not take into account the rain today that we've had. This latest look at the drought monitor, which is updated every Thursday morning. So once we get next week update, we'll see how things may have improved, certainly a little more. But at last check, we still have that pretty decent footprint of the extreme drought conditions, where you see the red and exactly where we've been getting some of the heavier rain this afternoon, and still quite a bit of severe drought areas from Charlotte north and west. So getting certainly some good help with that here today. Rain and storm chances remain pretty elevated even later on into the overnight after you go to bed. Early tomorrow morning, more showers or a storm possible. Still watching for the possibility of more minor areas areas of flooding. Flood watch continues until 8 o'clock, so a couple more hours here this evening. Temperatures much cooler today, 82 degrees. That's it at the airport in Charlotte. Most of us sitting either in the 60s or 70s right now, even close to the upper 50s up there in the higher elevations. Tomorrow, we tap into a little bit of a cooler flow out of the north and east, so that will keep temperatures on the cooler side. And as the front slowly tries to push its way to the south, that's going to take the higher risk of flooding along with it. But still, a few showers and storms will be possible throughout the day. Let's check things out on Futurecast. 79 degrees tomorrow, too. Through 11 o'clock tonight, again, you can see not as much of a rainy picture showing up there. Patchy fog, a little bit of spotty light rain possible early tomorrow morning, but then watch for more blossoming downpours and scattered storms, especially over our South Carolina communities, and stretching on a little bit up to the north around Charlotte, east along Highway 74 by tomorrow evening. That's a possibility. And then Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, another round of scattered showers and storms is expected. So rain chances continue through mainly the first half of the weekend. Sunday overall is looking a little bit drier, and then eventually we'll get back into a typical summertime pattern. That comes with some hotter temperatures for next week. And a quick check of the tropics. We've been tracking Bertha, now pushing back over land and parts of South Texas, eventually just falling apart, becoming a remnant area of low pressure over the next several hours. All right, so the 7-day forecast shows more periods of showers and storms through that first half of the weekend, back to those typical summertime afternoon and evening chances for next week as temperatures are back in the 90s again.
All right, Tara, thanks for that. A dangerous situation for drivers caught on camera. A close call after a semi-truck hauling a forklift sent a utility pole flying. Pretty crazy there. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte.